Chapter 558. The next day, Li Wangyu woke up early, changed into the robes of a county count, and went to line up in the imperial city. Qing Yaojin was delighted to see him. "Wah, kid, you're quite self-aware today. What? You know that you're going to be impeached, so you came to be scolded?" Li Wangyu chuckled and whispered, "Uncle Qing, I'll treat you to a good show today." This old man knew that you wouldn't suffer a loss. It seems like you have a card up your sleeve? But this old man is very curious. How are you going to quibble? Those farmers that you and those scoundrels got to pick dung really did injure several dozen people. This old man had the estate's subordinates investigate, and quite a few of them had their arms and legs broken. Kid, you should be careful. There are quite a few imperial censors who are prepared to impeach you today. Li Wangyu only chuckled in response to Qing Yaojin's words of concern. But Li Wangyu's heart was rather warm. This old hoodlum was rather concerned about him. He would just waive the money he owed him for mahjong. It wasn't just Qing Yaojin who was concerned about Li Wangyu attending the court. Yu Shinan, Dai Zhou, and Kong Yingda had naturally come to inquire about him. His two disciples, Ma Zhou and Yen Libin, were even more worried about their teacher. But Li Wangyu only smiled in response to their questions, saying that he would prove his innocence today and telling them not to worry. As everyone was chatting and waiting for the court session to begin, Ho Junji strode over. When he saw Li Wangyu, he couldn't help but smile. "County Count Hu Xin, long time no see. I hear that you recruited quite a few farmers to pick dung in Chang'an, but all of them came in carriages? TSK, how careless." Li Wangyu didn't even bat an eye at Ho Junji's jeering words. "Many thanks for Duke Lu's concern. Those farmers truly are ignorant and don't understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. One can know a person's face but not his heart. Isn't that right, Duke Lu? Count Hu Xin truly has a sharp tongue. I hope you can do the same later." Li Wangyu's sarcastic words caused Li Wangyu's face to go stiff. With a cold snort, he left, not intending to waste any more words with Li Wangyu. Within his wide sleeves, Li Wangyu raised two middle fingers at Ho Junji's back. "This hypocrite, I despise him." When it was time for court, the officials lined up and went up to the palace to pay their respects. Pai Lupi walked up the steps and sat on the throne. When he saw Li Wangyu among the officials, he couldn't help but frown. Pai Lupi naturally knew about the bizarre traveling horse case that happened in Chang'an yesterday. Of course, he wouldn't believe that all of this was just a coincidence. Only a fool would believe that there could be such a coincidence. 50 dung carts had entered the city, and within an hour, all of them had run over and injured people. This was a naked humiliation to the intelligence of the officials. But this laughable trick had become an unsolvable problem because of the infighting between the officials. Those imperial censors from the noble clans had even used this as a weapon to impeach Li Wangyu, not caring if this matter was absurd or not. Pai Lupi could only sigh in helplessness. Pai Lupi had also been racking his brains over Li Wangyu for a long time, but he still hadn't been able to find a way out of this situation. Now that the evidence was irrefutable, after today's court session, Cui Zhua and Lu Dehang, the two county magistrates of Chang'an and Wanyan, could only follow the laws of the great Tang and sentence the drivers to 80 strokes of the cane and compensate the injured with copper coins. And now that Li Wangyu had been impeached by the imperial censors, Pai Lupi couldn't protect him in front of the officials. He could only reprimand him and add copper coins to the punishment. Li Wangyu had lost face and was fined some copper coins, but this wasn't important. What was important was that Li Wangyu's proposal of the charity hall to Empress Zhang's son might be aborted. Pai Lupi was actually very angry. According to the report from the 100 Cavalry Department, this matter was most likely done by a rich man in Chang'an who cleaned dung for a living, a man named Luo Hui. Hearing this news, Pai Lupi almost thought that the 100 Cavalry Department was spouting nonsense. How could a lowly person who cleaned dung for a living dare to do such a thing? He naturally thought that there must be someone behind Luo Hui. Li Er was so angry that he ordered the 100 Cavalry Department to arrest Luo Hui and throw him into the 100 Cavalry Department's prison. He wanted to interrogate him and find out who was colluding with him to do such a ridiculous thing. But the 100 Cavalry Department, like Li Wangyu, was a step too late. Now in Chang'an, they couldn't find any trace of Luo Hui. Pai Lupi even reprimanded Mi Tuo for half a day, but in the end he could only helplessly give up. The court session had just begun when a few imperial censors stepped out and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, we would like to impeach County Count Li Wangyu." "Oh, what is it?" Pai Lupi had to pretend to cooperate, but he was very tired of it. Yesterday, County Count Hu allowed his subordinates to drive carriages and horses in Chang'an, and for no reason, injuring more than 50 people in a row. This caused the people of Chang and to feel insecure. We ask your majesty to severely punish County Count Hu and order him to compensate the injured people. Pai Lupi naturally had nothing to say to the imperial censors. He could only look at Li Wangyu. Zio, do you have anything to refute the words of these imperial censors? Li Wangyu stood up and stepped out. Your majesty, I have been wrongly accused. This matter has nothing to do with me. These imperial censors have wrongly accused me. Seeing Li Wangyu push the matter away, the imperial censors couldn't help but become anxious. They no longer cared about seniority and pointed at Li Wangyu angrily. County Count Hu, don't speak nonsense. There are witnesses and evidence in this matter, and you dare to deny it in front of His Majesty? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at them as if he was looking at a group of idiots. What exactly are you accusing me of? You are accused of allowing your subordinates to drive carriages and horses without reason. Li Wangyu spread his hands and looked at Pai Lupi. Isn't this not a problem? Your Majesty, please investigate. Nothing happened to the carriages in my residence yesterday. The words of these imperial censors have really confused this subject. You dare to speak such nonsense in front of His Majesty? Do you dare to say that the carriages that injured 50 people in Chang and city yesterday didn't belong to you, County Count Hu? A young imperial censor also became anxious and pointed at Li Wangyu angrily. Li Wangyu shrugged. They really didn't belong to me. Everyone, I'm afraid you found the wrong person. You? County Count Hu, do you dare to say that those manure carriages weren't going to your toilets to remove manure? That's true. Humph, it's good that you admit it. Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand. Wait, are you all mistaken? It's true that those manure carriages were going to my toilets to remove manure, but those manure carriages and drivers weren't recruited by me, nor were they my subordinates. Everyone, please don't speak nonsense. His words stunned the imperial censors. They opened their mouths but didn't know what to say. They simply turned their heads and knelt before Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, those carriages that injured people belong to County Count Hu. Everyone in Chang and city knows about this. Now, County Count Hu is actually trying to shirk responsibility. It's truly despicable. Your Majesty, please make a judgment. Pai Lupi also felt a headache coming on. He couldn't help but look at Li Wangyu. Zio, what's going on? Explain it clearly to us. Yes, Your Majesty. Those manure carriages were indeed going to this official's toilets to remove manure, but the manure carriages and drivers have absolutely nothing to do with this official. Li Wangyu smiled very easily. Then these imperial censors have misunderstood you? Who did those carriages belong to? Li Wangyu smiled even more happily. He had been waiting for these words. Pai Lupi really was a good supporting actor. Reporting to Your Majesty, those carriages and coachmen were all created and recruited by Cheng Chumo, Cheng Chuliang, Cheng Chubi, Yuchi Baolin, Yuchi Baochi, Duhe, Dugo, Fang Jun, Wei Shiyu, Chai Lingwu, and Yo Jingping. Li Wangyu's words instantly silenced the hall. Ho Junji, the clan officials, and the imperial censors who had impeached Li Wangyu all began to curse in their minds. Shameless, truly too shameless. Since he could push the blame onto these debauches, Fang Shenling, Du Ruhui, and the others glanced at each other, wondering what Li Wangyu was up to. Chapter 559. Li Wangyu's words left even Pai Lupi speechless. This brat was actually able to throw the blame away so cleanly. It was truly difficult for him. Pai Lupi coughed dryly. Zio, are you sure? Those carriages and farmers belong to Cheng Chumo and the others? Yes, Your Majesty. If Your Majesty and the other officials do not believe me, you can summon Cheng Chumo and the others into the hall and ask them. Li Wangyu said casually. They are in my residence in Kaihua Square today. Your Majesty can summon them into Taiji Palace for questioning. Pai Lupi nodded. Mi Tua immediately gestured to the eunuch beside him and the eunuch immediately ran out of the hall. Cheng Yaojin could not help but laugh out loud, causing the officials in the hall to raise their eyebrows. Pai Lupi coughed dryly. Jijia, don't cause trouble in the court. Yes, Your Majesty, this subject just could not hold back for a moment. Please forgive me. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand at Pai Lupi without the slightest hint of apology, causing Pai Lupi to roll his eyes. Fang Shenling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots also reacted and could not help but laugh. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, Ho Junji, and the others all felt like they had been F***ed. Today the aristocratic families wanted to use yesterday's case of moving carriages for no reason to slap Li Wangyu's face. Although they could not do anything to him, it was still good for them to vent their anger. However, Li Wangyu's nonchalant words left him out of the matter. This was a pain in the ass. If the imperial censors continued to impeach him, they would offend Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Qing Yaojin, Yu Qijingde, Chai Shao, and the other big shots. But it was even more impossible to not impeach him. They could not possibly go to Pai Lupi and say, "Sorry, we impeached the wrong person. We won't impeach him, right?" Qing Yaojin thought of this and could not help but laugh, mocking the aristocratic families for being humiliated today. None of the imperial censors had expected Li Wangyu to be so shameless. Everyone in Chang and knew that the horse carriage that entered the city to remove Deng yesterday belonged to his mansion. But he refused to admit it. What could he do? Not long after, the group of hedonistic sons were led into the Taiji Palace by the servants and had an audience with Pai Lupi. The censors who impeached Li Wangyu were extremely disgusted at this moment, but they could only pinch their noses and ask the foppish lords, "General Qing, may I ask if the carriage that killed someone in Chang and yesterday belongs to you?" Qing Chumo nodded his head casually. "That's right, that's exactly the case." The faces of the imperial censors became more and more ugly. Director Cheng had tacitly agreed to this matter, making their impeachment today a complete farce. "Your Majesty, the carriages of General Cheng and the others are traveling in Chang'an City. We feel that Your Majesty should reprimand them to not disturb the people." The censors could only be careful with their words and tried their best to speak to Li Erqi in a tactful manner. Pai Lupi naturally knew why they changed their minds, but he was too lazy to say more. Just as he was about to reprimand the foppish lords, Li Wangyu suddenly opened his mouth. "Your Majesty, the imperial censors had impeached me for the same crime, but they had asked Your Majesty to severely punish me and order me to compensate the injured people. Why is it that when it comes to Qing Chumo and the others, you only reprimand them? What kind of logic is this? I ask Your Majesty to severely punish Cheng Chumo and the others as a warning to others." Li Wangyu said these words righteously, as if he was the upright and plain-spoken imperial censor who was absolutely irreconcilable with Cheng Chumo and the others. His words made the faces of the imperial censors who had impeached him turn even darker, but they could not refute. They could only shut their mouths and pretend to be ostriches, allowing Li Wangyu to slap their faces. Cheng Chumo and the others looked very wronged and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, if we were not strict enough and the carriage in Chang and injured dozens of people, we are willing to accept Your Majesty's punishment. However, we are not satisfied with this matter. The so-called injured people who hit the carriage were deliberately injured. If we are punished because of this, we are not satisfied. We ask Your Majesty to issue an edict to order Chang and Wanyan counties to interrogate the injured people and give us justice." The imperial censors did not know how to respond to the foppish lord's complaints. If these words were said by Li Wangyu, they would naturally jump out and righteously reprimand Li Wangyu for talking nonsense. They would also take out a large number of witnesses and evidence to prove that Li Wangyu's carriage hit and injured the people. But these words were said by the foppish lords, so the imperial censors did not know what to do. They secretly turned their heads to look at Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou, but saw them slowly shaking their heads. They knew that this matter could only be dropped. Pai Lupi did not expect that Li Wangyu could shift the blame to such an effect. Previously he was like Fang Xianling and the others. They were all thinking that Li Wangyu would be impeached and it would be difficult for them to get away. But he did not expect that Li Wangyu and the foppish lords would change the target of the imperial censors' impeachment to a group of foppish lords. The great clans were naturally unwilling to offend so many imperial court bigwigs over such a small matter. This gave Li Wangyu and the others a chance to reverse the situation. As long as the officials did not obstruct them, Pai Lupi would naturally agree to the demands of the foppish lords. As long as they were willing to investigate this matter, they would definitely find the truth. Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou glanced at each other and decided not to intervene. Today Li Wangyu had gotten off lightly. While the great clans were unwilling to participate in this matter, Hou Junji's complexion turned unsightly. At this point he could no longer continue to watch from the sidelines. Before Pai Lupi could speak, Hou Junji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this subject believes that Qing Chumo's words are incorrect. Those 50 injured people were all hit by carriages. This matter is absolutely true, and there are several dozen passers-by as witnesses. How pitiful and innocent are these injured people. It's one thing for the authorities not to compensate the injured, but how can they be interrogated? This is truly detrimental to Your Majesty's reputation of loving the people as your own children. This subject believes that this matter cannot be allowed." Li Wangyu and the foppish lords were not at all surprised by Hou Junji's words. On the contrary, they looked at each other and smiled. Li Wangyu had naturally predicted that Hou Junji would make such a choice. If he didn't step forward, then all his previous efforts would have been for naught. As long as he interrogated those injured people, the matter would naturally become clear. At that time those injured people would be falsely accused and the peasants would be released. How could he, Hou Junji, stop Li Wangyu and the foppish lords from organizing people to enter the city to remove excrement? That was a profit of 200,000 strings a year. Li Wangyu did not believe that Hou Junji, famed for his greed in history, would be able to hold himself back. Reality was just as he had predicted. The great clans had retreated because of the factions backing the foppish lords, but Hou Junji had charged in. Cheng Chimo chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, since Duke Lu has said so, I would like to ask your Majesty to make a trip to Chang'an County and have the injured confront the farmers. Ask them about the case and clear our names." "Nonsense. Your Majesty must not." Hou Junji was just about to stop him when Pai Lupi waved his hand at him. Pai Lupi stood up from his throne and said, "Junji's words are reasonable. There are many injured people in this matter and cannot be underestimated. However, since Cheng Chimo and the others feel that they have been wronged, there is a need to clarify the case. Since that's the case, why don't we do as Cheng Chimo suggested and confront these peasants? Let's see if they drove the carriage for no reason, or if they were framed. Someone send a carriage to Chang'an. We will personally interrogate them today." "Yes. Send a carriage to Chang'an." Before Hou Junji could dissuade him, Mi Tua had already shouted in a shrill voice. Chapter 560. Pai Lupi had personally arranged for Chang'an County. In order to not disturb the common people, he and his officials had changed into civilian clothes. Even so, when Pai Lupi led his officials into the Chang'an County Hall, Shuizhuo was still given a fright. Upon learning that Pai Lupi was going to personally interrogate yesterday's carriage case, Shuizhuo immediately ordered the bailiffs to summon the peasants to the hall. Lu Dehang, the county magistrate of Wanyan County, was also summoned to Chang'an County. The peasants imprisoned in Wanyan County were also escorted to the Chang'an County Hall so that they could be interrogated together. As for the injured people who had been hit by the carriages, the bailiffs naturally went to inform them so that they could be brought to Chang'an County for a face-to-face confrontation with the peasants. Many of the injured had to be carried to the main hall of the county yamen. Their bodies were wrapped in bandages and blood was seeping out of them. They looked very miserable. Seeing this, Li Er couldn't help but frown. This group of people was willing to do such a thing to him. He was afraid that it wouldn't be easy for Li Wangyu and the others to confront them and force them to change their words. Those who could harm themselves to such an extent were clearly people of firm will. How could they so easily change their statements? As long as they insisted that it was the peasants who had hit them with their carriages, the case would be impossible to overturn. Hou Junji scornfully chuckled. He had only wanted to dissuade Pai Lupi from coming to Chang'an County Hall because he didn't want to complicate matters, but he didn't think that Li Wangyu and his group of wastrels had any chance of overturning the case. Li Wangyu and his group of wastrels had guessed correctly. It was naturally Hou Junji who had ordered Luo Hui to injure the peasants of the 50 dung carts that had entered the city to scrape dung. This brazen blackmail was to send a clear signal to Li Wangyu. Don't even think about scavenging for money in Chang'an. Ever since Hou Junji had lost his gambling house to his subordinates, he had hated Li Wangyu to the bone. For a greedy person like him, losing his money tree, the gambling house, was as painful as losing his life. And when he learned from Luo Hui that the 300 toilets Li Wangyu had built in Chang'an and were bringing in more than 200,000 strings of cash each year, Hou Junji's eyes had gone red. Luo Hui didn't dare to oppose Li Wangyu, the county count who founded the country, but Hou Junji did. Stimulated by this enormous profit, Hou Junji had ordered Luo Hui to stop Li Wangyu's men from entering the city to scavenge the excrement. He had to seize this fat piece of meat. The two of them planned this absurd car and horse case, in order to embarrass Li Wangyu. Hou Junji had even calculated the reaction of the great clans, and he was certain that they would not let go of this opportunity to impeach Li Wangyu. As long as the great clans sent men to impeach Li Wangyu, they would be able to turn this absurd car and horse case into an ironclad case. If Li Wangyu could not send men into the city to scavenge for excrement, Luo Hui would be able to openly claim the 300 toilets as his own. He wouldn't even need to share half of the profits with Li Wangyu. Hou Junji did not believe that Li Wangyu would be so shameless as to argue with Luo Hui over those filthy things and fight over Jinkala. Moreover, if the toilets were left unattended, excrement would spill everywhere and pollute the environment, and Hou Junji might even find someone to impeach Li Wangyu. Luo Hui had gone to scavenge for excrement, but he had done a good deed without leaving his name behind. How could he be blamed? This was Hou Junji's wishful thinking. He had never imagined that Li Wangyu would shift the responsibility of scavenging for excrement onto the wastrels. Hou Junji was filled with regret that the great clan's impeachment plan had been abandoned halfway. But Hou Junji didn't care. If he couldn't scam Li Wangyu, then so be it. The most important thing right now was to stop those farmers from scavenging for excrement. As long as he could pin down the crime of car and horse case, Hou Junji didn't believe that anyone would dare to scavenge for excrement in Chang'an. Luo Hui had carefully selected these self-inflicted wounds from his own subordinates, and these elderly, women and children were the family members of Luo Hui's excrement pickers. Luo Hui had promised them a large sum of money, and once the matter was settled, these excrement pickers would no longer have to pay him. All the money they earned from scavenging for excrement in Chang, and would belong to them. As the saying went, birds die for food and men die for wealth. These excrement pickers were already their family members, so how could they not be tempted by these conditions? They had always been looked down upon by others, and they cared even less about their bodies. Thus, these people, whether old or young, did not give themselves any leeway when extorting money. If they could break a leg, they would not break a hand, and they made themselves miserable. Now that they were in the main hall of the county yamen, these people were crying and making a fuss, all of them begging the Ming House to uphold justice for them. They had to severely punish those farmers who had injured them and give them justice. As for the farmers, they were all kneeling on the ground, glaring angrily at these people, their eyes almost spitting fire. At the time, Lu Shi had believed that he had accidentally run into that old woman while driving the carriage. But after he was imprisoned in the Chang'an County prison, he understood everything. How could he have been careless? Someone was clearly trying to frame them. Even if Lu Shi was a fool, he would never believe that he and his companions had accidentally run into someone. The chances of this happening were even lower than winning 200 taels of gold in the lottery. Ming House, we've been wrongly accused. These people clearly ran into our carriage on purpose. Ming House, please uphold justice for us. Ming House, we're all honest farmers in the county. We came to Chang'an to pick up manure, but we encountered such an undeserved disaster. How could 50 manure wagons all run into people? We've been wrongly accused. Lu Shi knocked his head on the ground loudly. Ming House, please uphold justice for us. While the farmers were crying for justice, the injured naturally started to make a fuss again. Nonsense. How many people in Chang, and have seen you run into us with your carriages and horses? You farmers are not allowed to quibble. Ming House, my leg is broken. The doctor said that it can't be cured. These farmers still dare to slander us. Ming House, please uphold justice for us. God damn it. I'm already so old and you still dare to accuse me? Aren't you farmers afraid of being struck by lightning? The Chang'an County Yamen was as noisy as a market. Both sides were crying for justice. Chuizhuo was so angry that he picked up his gavel and slammed it loudly. Only then did everyone shut up. If anyone dares to cause trouble in court again, I'll give them 20 strokes of the cane. After Chuizhuo's anger, neither the farmers nor the injured dared to say another word. Lu Dehang looked at Pai Lupi, who was sitting on the side and watching the trial. Your Majesty. Oh, Eunuch Li, how do you think this case should be handled? Do you want to call in witnesses? Pai Lupi was non-committal. Do as you see fit. Hou Junji spoke. Eunuch Li, both sides are sticking to their own story. It's clear that someone is lying. There are witnesses and evidence, so these drivers can't quibble. Why don't we use torture? I don't believe that they won't tell the truth. Chuizhuo and Lu Dehang were naturally annoyed by Hou Junji's words. They couldn't bring themselves to use torture on these farmers in front of County Count Huxian and all the other hedonistic scions. Li Wangyu chuckled and stood up as well. Uncle, everyone, Duke Lu's words are reasonable. There are bound to be people lying on both sides, but it's not like they won't confess under torture. I don't want that either. It's easy to tell if they're telling the truth. I have a divine tool that can detect if someone is lying. Since both sides are sticking to their own story, why don't we try my divine tool and use it to detect if someone is lying? Divine tool? Detect if someone is lying? Pai Lupi and everyone else felt their minds go blank. What was the meaning of this? Chapter 561. Pai Lupi was drinking tea, and when he heard Li Wangyu's words, he almost choked to death. There was naturally no such thing as a lie detector in the Tang dynasty, but based on its literal meaning, everyone could understand that it was a test to see if one was lying, right? The officials naturally didn't believe Li Wangyu's words and began to question him. Zio, don't joke around. How could there be such a thing? This is the first time in this old man's life that I've heard of an object that can detect lies. This is truly interesting. County Count who don't mess around? How could there be such a thing? The human heart is hard to fathom. What kind of object can detect if someone is lying? Zio, how can that divine artifact of yours detect lies? Li Wangyu's smile only grew wider and wider in the face of everyone's doubts. Everyone, as the saying goes, if one lies, they will be struck by lightning. This divine artifact of mine is the same. It can distinguish between good and evil. If one lies, they will be struck by lightning. It is extremely accurate. If everyone doesn't believe me, you can give it a try. His words made Pai Lupi and the officials look at each other in dismay. They felt that Li Wangyu was getting more and more ridiculous. That lie detector test had already made everyone feel that it was inconceivable. Why was there a question about being struck by lightning? Could this Li Wangyu really be the reincarnation of an ancient expert? Now that he had recovered his memories, he could even produce such a divine artifact? Ho Junji's heart thumped. He felt that something was wrong and wanted to speak up to stop him. But Pai Lupi lightly coughed and said, "Since Zio says so, then bring out that divine artifact of yours and let us see it." Since Pai Lupi had spoken, Ho Junji naturally couldn't say anything to stop him. He could only watch as Niu Wu led several Lai hot troops into the county yamen and carried a wooden box into the hall. It was a square wooden box with a handle on the side. There was nothing else that stood out about it. Pai Lupi was slightly disappointed. "Zio, this is your divine artifact? It can detect lies? You'll be struck by lightning?" Li Wangyu smiled and nodded. He walked in front of the wooden box and pulled out two thick black copper wires. The two copper wires were connected to two shiny copper plates. He signaled Niu Wu to shake the handle on the wooden box, and then gently touched the two pieces of copper together. Pai Lupi and the group of officials were all startled by the sudden pop from the copper plate. What made them even more incredulous was that the copper plate emitted a lightning-like electric light. Although it wasn't as earth-shattering as the thunderbolts, it could be seen that the lightning flashing from the copper plate was very similar to the thunderbolts falling from the sky. "Zio, what is this?" "Electricity. Was that Mo Fei just an electric light? Dao ancestor above, is it really lightning? Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" The Tang people naturally didn't know how lightning was formed, but they knew enough about electricity. As the saying goes, sound is thunder, light is electricity. The battle between yin and yang is thunder, and the excitement is electricity. Electricity is the brilliance of yin and yang. These were the ancient Chinese people's understanding of electricity. The word, electricity, in the oracle bone inscriptions was like a mysterious and frightening bolt of lightning that split in all directions. Li Wangyu pretended to be mysterious for a long time. The thing that he showed off was actually the hand crank generator that he had built to charge his mobile phone. Niu Wu shook the handle of the generator to generate electric current. When the positive and negative poles came into contact, there would naturally be sparks. Of course, those who studied physics in junior high school would know that this was the phenomenon of electric charge breaking through the air and causing the air to conduct electricity. However, this scene in the eyes of Pai Lupi and the group of officials had a different feeling. Li Wangyu really created electric light in front of them. This was really too unbelievable. A hand crank generator, a simple discharge phenomenon. To the Tang people, the stimulation was no less than a UFO suddenly landing on the road and aliens walking out. Ho Junji's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Demonic arts. This is demonic magic. Fang Shenling immediately refuted. Thunder and lightning are righteous, how can it be demonic? Duke Lu, don't talk nonsense. How can this lightning be a demonic technique? Du Ruhui also nodded. Since ancient times, China believed that thunder and lightning were controlled by the god of thunder and the goddess of lightning. Thunder and lightning had the meaning of punishing evil and promoting good. The god of thunder could distinguish between good and evil in the human world, enforce the law on behalf of the heavens, kill evil people, and uphold justice. After seeing the copper plate of the hand crank generator emitting electric sparks, everyone present believed that this thing could distinguish good from evil and detect lies. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the farmers and the injured, and each of them had different reactions. The farmers kowtowed to the wooden box and their faces were filled with joy. They felt that they would be able to redress the injustice they had suffered. As for the injured, each of their faces was uglier than the last. There were even old women who were so frightened that they started crying. "Uncle, everyone, why don't you try my treasure? Let's see if it can distinguish good from evil and clear the good people's names." Li Wangyu pointed to the hand crank generator and looked at Pai Lupi and the officials. "Sure." Pai Lupi nodded. He was also extremely curious. How can this thing distinguish good from evil? How can it detect lies? "It's very simple. As long as you hold these two copper plates with both hands and shake the handle, the liars will naturally be struck by lightning. Pai Lupi nodded. Good, then let them try it. Let's see if this lightning can distinguish good from evil. Li Wangyu said, this little nephew will have these farmers and the injured people confront each other. Good and evil, can be determined with a single test. When Lu Shi heard this, he immediately stood up and bowed to Li Wangyu. County Count Hu, I am willing to go first and confront that old woman. Okay, then I'll start with you. Hold these 2 copper plates and recount what happened that day. You cannot lie or else you will be punished by the lightning. As Li Wangyu spoke, he placed the 2 copper plates in Lu Shi's hands and then indicated that Lu Shi could start shaking the handle. Pai Lupi and the other officials stared at Lu Shi without blinking. But Lu Shi was completely fine. Holding the copper plates, he began to recount what had happened the day before. Uncle, please take a look. The lightning did not punish this farmer, which means that he is telling the truth, Li Wangyu said with a smile. Ho Junji suddenly stepped forward. Wait a moment, you want this one to shake the handle? Is that possible? He naturally didn't believe in some divine tool. He felt that Li Wangyu must have done something to it, so he wanted him to personally shake the handle. Li Wangyu naturally didn't object. He indicated that Niu Wu should step aside and hand the handle to Ho Junji. Duke of Lu, this treasure of mine is extremely simple to control. Once they start talking, just shake the handle, and this divine tool can tell if that person is lying or not. Ho Junji expressionlessly nodded. He carefully examined the wooden box and after confirming that there were no traps, he took the handle. He was still worried, so he had Lu Shi hold the copper plates in one hand and repeat what he had said just now while shaking the handle. Seeing that there was still no reaction, he awkwardly stopped. Li Wangyu indicated that Lu Shi should step aside, and then he indicated that the old woman he had knocked over should come forward. The old woman's head was wrapped in thick gauze, and she had a miserable and pitiful appearance. But at this moment, there was a hint of timidity on her face, and her legs were trembling. However, in the main hall of the county yamen, in front of the 2 Ming residence officials and a group of officials, she did not dare to say anything. She could only tremble as she received the 2 copper pieces and held them carefully in her hands. This old woman went out yesterday, and as soon as she stepped out of the workshop, she was knocked over by that carriage. Just as the old woman began to speak, she howled miserably as if she had received a huge shock. She threw away the copper plate in her hand. Her intense reaction left Ho Junji dumbstruck. Chapter 562. Ho Junji angrily glared at the old woman. Old woman, what are you screaming for? It hurts, it hurts. This thing is biting my hand. The old woman became even more panicked, her face turning nasty. Ho Junji naturally didn't believe her words and angrily roared at the old woman, don't speak nonsense. Hurry up and grab those copper plates. With a long face, the old woman had no choice but to hold the 2 copper plates with trembling hands. Ho Junji shook the handle and just as expected the old woman screamed again and threw away the copper plates. Li Wangyu and the other wastrels couldn't help but laugh, and Niu Wu was grinning from ear to ear. Back then he had been tricked by his Langjun just like this. When Li Wangyu had first created the hand crank generator and wasn't sure if it would succeed, he had tricked Niu Wu into touching the copper wires. Niu Wu had been badly tricked. Niu Wu had long ago known that this wooden box was so magical that just by shaking the handle, it could generate electricity. Although he didn't know what this electricity was for, he knew that it couldn't be touched. Li Wangyu inwardly laughed. It would be strange if the old woman didn't scream. Unless she had mutated into a superhero like the Storm, anyone would scream after being electrocuted. Li Wangyu wasn't sure how many volts the hand crank generator he had created could produce. In short, while it couldn't kill, it was still uncomfortable, no better than being electrocuted. In any case, ever since Li Wangyu had seen Niu Wu get electrocuted, he had no intention of personally trying it out. And yesterday he had sent Niu Wu back to Zhou village to ask for this hand crank generator from his beautiful superior. In order to keep the generator a secret, Li Wangyu had Carpenter Lu make him a sealed wooden box to seal the generator within. After seeing the item that Niu Wu brought back, the Silk Pants didn't understand what was going on. After being fooled by Li Wangyu, each and every one of them foolishly ran to touch the copper plate that was connected to electricity. Naturally, they were electrocuted to the point that they screamed in pain. They had personally experienced the power of this hand crank generator. The sight of the old woman being electrocuted and being forced by Ho Junji to touch the wire again naturally made these scions grimace in laughter. As for why Lu Shi hadn't been electrocuted when he was holding the copper plate, that was obviously because Li Wangyu and the other rich kids had cheated. The Silk Pants had long sent a lot of beeswax to the prisons of the 2 counties in Chang, and, so that the peasants could smear a thick layer of beeswax on their palms. Beeswax did not conduct electricity. It formed a translucent protective layer in the palms of the farmers. Therefore, Lu Shi didn't feel anything when he held the copper piece. Any junior high school student in the future would laugh their heads off if they saw such a trick. But in the eyes of the Tangs, this was what Li Wangyu meant when he said that the divine artifact could distinguish good from evil and detect lies. The reason why the old woman was bitten by the copper plate was naturally because she had lied. Faced with such a situation, the old woman really didn't know what to do. She simply knelt on the ground and wailed. Chuizhua's eyes brightened. He waved his hand, indicating for the yamen runners to push the crying old woman to the side, and then for another farmer to come forward. Just like Lu Shi, this farmer didn't panic in the slightest. Gripping the copper plate with both hands, he began to recount what had happened yesterday. Ho Junji continued to turn the handle, but it was to no avail. After saying this, the farmer bowed to the crowd and retreated to the side. The injured person he had run over was also carried over with a mournful face. This injured person's calf had been crushed by the wheels of the carriage, and he could only lie on the door as the yamen runners carried him over to the divine artifact. His face ashen, he gripped the two copper plates as if he was about to be executed. Yesterday this lowly person was walking along the street when that carriage... Another scream was heard. Under the stimulation of the electric current, no matter how strong the person's willpower was, he could not bear the pain. He screamed and threw away the copper plate in his hand. Wah, Zio, this divine artifact of yours is truly interesting. It seems like there's no need to continue investigating this case. Isn't it obvious who's loyal and who's a traitor? You scoundrels actually dared to frame a good man. Even the heavens won't let you go. Qing Yaojin laughed heartily. Pai Lupi and the others nodded in agreement. This scene was enough to explain the problem. Ho Junji still wasn't willing to give up. He pointed out several more farmers and had them hold the copper plate while he turned the handle of the generator. Ho Junji's efforts were naturally futile. The farmers had smeared beeswax on their hands, so how could the electricity from the hand-crank generator threaten them? As for the victims, they screamed as they were electrocuted. None of them were able to escape. This ironclad fact was placed in front of everyone's eyes. The group of victims, who were still clamoring before, no longer made a sound. One by one they knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. At this point there was nothing more to be said. Ho Junji was so angry that he threw down the generator and returned to stand among the officials in a daze. He had no idea how things had come to this. Chuizhua and Lu Dehang glanced at each other and then slapped down the gavel. What else do you have to say? Hurry up and confess the truth. Must you force this district to punish you? Finally, someone couldn't resist the pressure and confessed. This commoner will confess. We intentionally ran into those carriages. It has nothing to do with the drivers. We only have ourselves to blame. With this precedent, the others naturally couldn't continue to deny it. With sullen faces, they obediently confessed everything. But who ordered you to do this? Chuizhua asked once more. It's Luo Hui who ordered us to do this. He said that as long as we did this, we wouldn't be charged for scraping dung in Chang'an. This commoner was muddle-headed and did this. Please, Ming House, for the sake of our physical disabilities, forgive us. That's right. It was Luo Hui who ordered us to do this. Ming House, please investigate. Luo Hui is the true mastermind. Ming House has pity on us. We know our wrongs. Please forgive us, Ming House. We are willing to testify against Luo Hui. Please, Ming House, show mercy. This group of people began to feel fear. Falsely accusing someone of being punished was no laughing matter. Thus, they all began to accuse Luo Hui in a futile attempt to lessen their crimes. Come, sign their confessions. Chuizhua didn't waste time. In front of Pai Lupi, he naturally had to punish them according to the laws of the Tang Empire. He didn't care whether these people lived or died. He directly had the scribes deliver their confessions for these people to sign. Once everyone had signed, Chuizhua directly announced that the case of the 100 farmers of Hu County had been framed and that they would be acquitted. The 50 scammers were falsely accused and punished. Based on the crime of driving without reason, they were all caned 80 times. The first offender, Luo Hui, was arrested by the yamen runners and sentenced separately. Pai Lupi and the other officials naturally had no objections to Chuizhua's punishment. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Chang'an's county government, the 100 farmers burst into thunderous cheers. The sound waves almost tore off the roof of the county government. Ming House is wise. This lowly commoner kowtows to Ming House. The farmers all knelt down and thanked Chuizhua and Lu Dehang. Then they turned their heads and kowtowed to the rich playboys and Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction. He got up and prepared to return to the palace. However, he waved at Li Wangyu and whispered, "Zio, can you give me that precious magical item of yours?" Li Wangyu looked around, then moved closer to Pai Lupi's ear and whispered, "Uncle, that thing is fake. It doesn't have the ability to detect lies." When Pai Lupi heard this, he became a Spartan. Damn, I was tricked by this bastard again? Chapter 563. Pai Lupi angrily glared at Li Wangyu. He knew that this wasn't the place to talk, so he indicated for Li Wangyu to follow him back to Taiji Palace. As for the hand crank generator, Pai Lupi had me Tuo bring it back. Li Wangyu saw that it was still early, so he hurriedly called out to the other scions and had them arrange for the farmers to start digging excrement today. They didn't want to waste any more of their time to earn money. As for Ho Junji, his expression was constantly shifting. Standing among the officials, he gave Li Wangyu an extremely unfriendly look. Li Wangyu would occasionally meet his gaze, and when he saw this expression, not only did he not fear it, he even smiled even more happily. After following Pai Lupi back to Taiji Palace's administrative hall, Pai Lupi had Mi Tuo bring the hand crank generator over and walked around the wooden box a few times. After asking Li Wangyu, he indicated for Mi Tuo to open the wooden box. After carefully examining the structure, he couldn't help but be disappointed. As expected, it wasn't some divine treasure. It was just some copper wire wrapped around a magnet, and it didn't have any mysterious energy. In truth, this was the second hand crank generator that Li Wangyu had built. The one made of silver wire was still in his residence, and it was powered by water to charge his mobile phone. This was just a backup, so it didn't matter if Pai Lupi took it apart. Pai Lupi couldn't figure out what it was, so he turned to Li Wangyu and asked, "Zio, what's the use of this thing?" Li Wangyu spread out his hands. "Uncle, you've also seen it? This little nephew named this thing a hand crank generator. As for its use, it's naturally capable of producing electricity." "What use does this electricity have? Can't it distinguish between good and evil and detect lies?" Pai Lupi was still unwilling to give up. If there really was something that could do this, it would be far too useful to him. Li Wangyu couldn't help but sweat. This superstitious person who didn't understand science was too stubborn. "Uncle, this thing can only produce electricity. It can't distinguish between good and evil." Pai Lupi did not believe him and asked, "Then what happened in the hall of Chang and County just now? Why aren't those farmers afraid of this electricity?" Uncle, those farmers have smeared beeswax on their hands to block out the lightning." "Oh? Beeswax had such an effect? Isn't that person afraid of being struck by lightning?" Li Wangyu was speechless. He didn't expect Pai Lupi to be so imaginative. Imagine a person covered in beeswax going out to be struck by lightning on a stormy day. That scene was simply too beautiful. He hurriedly shook his head. "Uncle, the electric light produced by this hand crank generator is just a drop in the ocean compared to thunder and lightning. The power is completely different. Applying beeswax on my hands can isolate the electricity from the hand crank generator, but it can't isolate the lightning." Li Wangyu gave Pai Lupi a general knowledge of electricity. Pai Lupi listened with great interest. Pai Lupi even let Mi Tuo and a few of his servants have a taste of being electrocuted. Mi Tuo kept looking at Li Wangyu with resentful eyes. "Zio, what other use does this electricity have other than electrocuting people?" "Oh, nothing." Li Wangyu also had a headache. He really couldn't think of any use for electricity in the Tang dynasty. Other than the unique mobile phone and speaker in the hands of his beautiful boss, there were no other electrical appliances. As for light bulbs and the like, that was not something he could make, let alone other electrical appliances. These things really had no use for the Tang dynasty. Hearing Li Wangyu's reply, Pai Lupi couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. After fiddling with the hand crank generator for a while, Pai Lupi lost interest and turned to Li Wangyu. "Zio, what's going on with Na Luo Hui? A lowly person dares to oppose you, the county earl who founded the country?" "Uncle, Na Luo Hui is naturally a minor character not worth mentioning. But Uncle should also be able to see that there's someone supporting him to oppose me." "Who is it?" Li Wangyu grinned. "Isn't it obvious? Uncle, today in the hall and in the Chang and County Yamen, only Duke Lu has been unwilling to let this nephew off." Pai Lupi nodded slightly at these words. He could naturally see through Ho Junji's actions. He just wanted to verify it with Li Wangyu. "Zio, enough. We will find an opportunity to resolve the conflict between you and Junji. Junji suffered a great loss in the gambling match, so it's normal for him to harbor some resentment. Pai Lupi naturally did not wish for Ho Junji and Li Wangyu to go too far. Ho Junji had always been trusted by Pai Lupi and was one of his trusted generals, and Li Wangyu's status in his heart went without saying. For Pai Lupi, the relationship between the two of them was like palm to palm. If they went too far, it would not look good on his face. Pai Lupi still believed that Ho Junji was opposing Li Wangyu only because he had lost the gambling match. Upon hearing Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu immediately began to consider whether or not he should give Ho Junji a bad look. Pai Lupi's trust in Ho Junji was unquestionable. 2 years later, Li Jing, the war god of the Tang dynasty, had been forced to abdicate and give the post of Minister of War to Ho Junji. Li Wangyu truly did not wish to see Ho Junji's authority grow. This was not a good thing for him. After making up his mind, Li Wangyu whispered to Pai Lupi, "Uncle, I'm afraid that you're wrong. Duke Lu is making things difficult for this nephew not because of that gambling match, but because of profit." "What do you mean?" "Uncle, you also know that those 300 toilets make no less than 200,000 strings of coins a year from the excrement sales. This nephew has already reported this to Aunt, and we plan to use it all to help the orphans and widows." Pai Lupi nodded and praised, "Not bad. Maid Guanyin has already informed us of this matter. Zio, for you to be so righteous, us have a whole new level of respect for you. Caring for the young, supporting the old, helping the poor, and alleviating the sick are all acts of benevolence that benefit the country and the people. Brat, this time you didn't mess around with those profligates. Once your Wangyu Charity Hall is established, we will inform Duke Dai to hand over 20% of the annual lottery earnings to the charity hall so that it can be used to help the people." Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed. "This nephew thanks Uncle on behalf of the people. However, Uncle, this nephew doesn't care about the 200,000 strings of coins, but there are people who care about wealth." Pai Lupi couldn't help but glare at him. "You're saying that Junji is eyeing your excrement sales? How is that possible? He's the mighty Duke Lu, so how could he do such a thing for some money?" "Hee, Uncle, this nephew isn't speaking nonsense. Uncle, do you know why that Luo Hui is acquainted with Duke Lu? Why would he listen to Duke Lu's orders and do such an absurd thing?" "What? Horse dung? Horse dung? What does that mean?" Pai Lupi didn't understand. In a few words, Li Wangyu explained how the Tang dynasty's army sold horse dung for public use. Pai Lupi had also heard of this matter, but he didn't think much of it. "Zio, are you accusing Junji of embezzling horse dung money?" Li Wangyu shook his head. "Uncle, this nephew only feels that this is most likely the case. Whether it's true or not, Uncle will know once he investigates. This nephew has asked Cheng Chumo and the others. Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi sell horse dung every year and earn 40 to 50,000 strings of coins, all of which are used by the army. As for whether Duke Lu's right guard is the same, this nephew doesn't know." Pai Lupi naturally heard Li Wangyu's words, and he paced back and forth in the hall with a dark expression. Then he beckoned me to over. "Have the 100 Cavalry Department search through Luo Hui's residence and see if there are any accounting books or the like." "Yes." Mi Tuan naturally left to carry out the order. Li Wangyu inwardly chuckled. He naturally knew that this matter wouldn't be able to topple Ho Junji. Let alone embezzling some horse dung money, even when Ho Junji had destroyed Gaochang and taken the spoils of war that should have been offered to Pai Lupi still hadn't done anything to him. But planting a thorn in Pai Lupi's heart was also good. Perhaps in the 4th year of Jingguan, Ho Junji's appointment as Minister of War might be overturned because of this unremarkable horse dung? Chapter 564. In Guangda Lane near the western market of Chang, a group of 100 cavalry officers smashed open the gate of the Luo residence and charged in. Before Luo Hui's family, stewards, and servants knew what was going on, they were all taken away by the 100 cavalry officers, imprisoned and interrogated. Luo Hui's wealth, which he had worked so hard to accumulate, was confiscated and his residence sealed. But Luo Hui's whereabouts were unknown, and he had never been captured. All the provinces and counties of the Tang dynasty had posted notices for Luo Hui's arrest, but he seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. Li Wangyu wondered if Ho Junji had killed Luo Hui to silence him. Li Wangyu felt no sympathy for Luo Hui's plight, nor did he care whether Ho Junji's account books had been found in Luo Hui's residence. That was not important. And even if they did, so what? Given Pai Lupi's trust in Ho Junji would only receive a reprimand and a fine of copper for embezzling some dung money. Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi had reported on Ho Junji mainly so that the Pai Lupi would think that Ho Junji was greedy, and thus lay the groundwork for the future. Now that Ho Junji and Luo Hui were no longer obstructing them, the farmers of Hu County could enter Chang, and to harvest dung. Every day, a steady stream of jinkala would be transported to the provinces and counties around Chang, and in exchange for coppers. By the time all this was done, it was already the 10th month of autumn, the most important day of the year in the Tang dynasty. But this year the plague of locusts had caused the farmers of the Guangzhou circuit to miss out on the joy of harvests. On the contrary, all the families were sighing in despair. The wheat fields that had once yielded 1 dan per mu were now only able to harvest 4 or 5 bushels. In fact, many fields had only harvested 2 or 3 bushels this year. With such a small harvest, not to mention paying the rent, it was not even enough for the family's rations for the coming year. Ma Zhou submitted a memorial to the Pai Lupi requesting that the land rent for this year's Guangzhou circuit be reduced. Pai Lupi nodded his head in agreement. He issued an edict to the Guangzhou Pass prefectures and counties to waive the land rent, and issued a general amnesty to the people. The autumn harvest had nothing to do with the people of Hu County. With Yang Quan's full cooperation, the 100,000 people of Hu County all switched to winter rice. Originally, the commoners were uneasy and felt that this matter was not reliable. After farming for his entire life, this was the first time he sowed rice seedlings in September. Many farmers were sobbing as they sowed the seeds. They felt that the seedlings would not survive at all. However, to everyone's surprise, the rice seedlings that were sown in the fields all survived. Now, the rice sprouts in the fields were green, giving the people of Hu County a glimmer of hope. Of the hundreds of villages in Hu County, the only one that hadn't switched to planting rice and was now entering the autumn harvest season was Dingzhou village. The ducks that Li Wangyu had fed back then had made great contributions on the battlefield. In the surrounding villages, the wheat fields in Dingzhou village were basically preserved. At most, the wheat fields in Dingzhou village were reduced by 20 to 20%. Therefore, when the government of Hu County ordered people to burn the wheat fields and switch to rice, they only bypassed Dingzhou village's fields. Since ancient times, China had placed great importance on agriculture. Even though the farmers of Dingzhou village no longer relied on the crops in the fields to make a living, when the autumn harvest came, everyone still went to the fields to harvest the year's worth of hard work. Even in the future, those well-dressed white-collar workers who were born in the countryside and worked in office buildings in various cities would still ask for leave during the autumn harvest and run back to their hometown to help harvest the wheat and rice. This was already a deep-rooted belief in the hearts of the Chinese. Li Wangyu was naturally aware of this as well. Now that he had many people in his residence, he naturally had to help the village. Early in the morning of the autumn harvest, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu and Niu Yong, as well as a group of servants to the fields in the village to help harvest the wheat. Even his beautiful superior led the old steward, Perrin, Aphrodite, and a group of maidservants to help. Some delivered water while others followed to pick up the wheat. It was very lively. Li Wangyu symbolically harvested a few clumps of wheat before he was so tired that he was sweating profusely. He felt like he couldn't even straighten his back. The old village chief hurriedly advised him to rest at the side. His beautiful superior waved at him from under the shade of a tree. Hee, didn't someone boast to me that he was a village boy? Why can't you do it after just a few times? Your body is really weak. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost wanted to drag her back to his residence to prove his ability after being teased by his beautiful superior for being weak. However, this was clearly just a thought. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at her. Nonsense. When I was young, my family harvested by hand, but it wasn't my turn to work at that time. By the time I grew up, the village was already harvesting mechanically. Every year during the autumn harvest, there would be an army of harvesters that would come to work with harvesters. They would only harvest 100 pieces of wheat per mu. Who would be so full as to put in the effort to harvest? Sophistry. In the end you are too weak. With your small body, I don't know where you got the courage to kill 3 Japanese in a row. The beautiful superior changed the topic and brought up this matter again, making Li Wangyu very embarrassed. He could only touch his nose and not say anything. That day in the prison he drew his sword and killed 3 Japanese. Naturally, the beautiful superior knew about it immediately. Because of this, the beautiful superior was so scared that she couldn't sleep well for several nights. She had nightmares and had to comfort Perrin, who was also scared. After seeing Li Wangyu again, the beautiful superior couldn't care less about being reserved. She directly threw herself into his arms and cried for a long time. This let Li Wangyu experience the feeling of holding a soft jade in his arms. However, after the beautiful superior vented her emotions, she showed her female power and pulled Li Wangyu's ear for a long time. Only when Li Wangyu repeatedly promised that he wouldn't be so impulsive in the future did she let him go. Therefore, when the beautiful superior brought up this matter again, Li Wangyu could only keep quiet to avoid provoking her again. With nearly 100 people from Li Wangyu's residence helping to harvest, in addition to the threshing machine that Li Wangyu made, the harvest in the village was very fast. Buckets of wheat were put into sacks and pulled by carriages back to the granaries of the various residences in the village. These 2 days the village was very lively. Everyone's face was full of smiles. The autumn harvest always made people happy. However, the old villager found Li Wangyu again. Langjun, now that the autumn harvest is over, when do you think is appropriate to send this year's land rent to the residents? The old man's words made Li Wangyu stunned for a moment before he reacted. Currently, Dingzhou village was under the jurisdiction of him, the county head. Now, the villagers didn't have to pay rent to the government. Instead, they handed it to him, the master. Li Wangyu hurriedly waved his hand at the old man. What's there to pay? Keep it for yourself. Do you think I'm lacking in your trifles? Keep it for yourself. In the future, the village won't collect land tax. His words naturally scared the old villager. He waved his hand again and again. You can't do that. You can't do that. It's against the rules. Langjun, how can you not collect land tax? The old housekeeper Li Heng was also happy. He pushed the old villager. You're a farmer. What are you talking about? This old man now worries about how to stack the copper coins in the residence every day. How can I have the time to care about the food and cloth that you pay? Do you want to tire this old man to death? If Langjun says he won't accept it, then he won't accept it. Don't talk about it anymore. Li Heng and the old villager were also joking. After moving to Dingzhou village for more than half a year, the two old men's relationship was quite close. They often met to drink wine and chat. Now that the residents didn't lack anything, and his Langjun had been promoted to county head, Li Heng was full of energy every day. His originally white hair had become a lot darker and he looked a lot younger. The old villager naturally didn't get angry at his words. He could only sigh in his heart that Dingzhou village's ancestors were blessing them to meet a master like Li Wangyu. It was a blessing that they had cultivated for several generations. After repeatedly thanking Li Wangyu on behalf of the villagers, the old villager looked at Li Heng and suddenly grinned. Housekeeper Li, how old are you this year? Li Heng was stunned. He didn't understand why the old villager asked this question. This old man is 48 years old. His words, however, gave Li Wangyu a shock. Damn, Li Heng is only 48 years old? He always thought that this old man, oh no, it should be uncle, was over 60 years old. Chapter 565. The Tang people were different from the later generations. Due to the good medical conditions and adequate nutrition, 48-year-old people were considered middle-aged at most. The World Health Organization of the later generations even classified people under 44 as youths, and 45 to 59 as middle-aged people. Li Heng was 48 years old, which meant that he had just entered middle age. Li Wangyu also remembered that historians had studied the average lifespan of the ancient people. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the average lifespan was only 40 years old. Li Heng was 48 years old, which was not considered young in the eyes of the Tang people. As for the long-lived elders like Yu Shinan and Sun Simiao, they were already considered to be Renrui and could not be lumped together. Perhaps it was because of a lifetime of hard work, but in Li Wangyu's eyes, the 48-year-old Li Heng was as old as a 60-year-old man in the future. He had never asked about Li Heng's age and the original owner of his body did not seem to know either. He only knew that when Li Heng was born, he was already an elder in the family and had served Li Zhou for many years. However, like Li Heng, he did not understand why the old village chief asked about Li Heng's age. The old village chief laughed. Housekeeper Li, you haven't married yet, right? You should have seen the wife of the Zhao family in the village, right? She is 33 years old now and she is also very beautiful. In the early years her husband was also a government soldier, but he was unlucky and did not come back. This wife of the Zhao family raised her daughter and has been a widow ever since. Now this wife of the Zhao family has taken a fancy to you, old man. I just don't know if you are a good man or... The old village chief did not finish his words, but Li Wangyu and Li Heng immediately understood what he meant. Was he trying to be a matchmaker? As for whether Li Heng was a good man or a slave, this was naturally a prerequisite for the wife of the Zhao family to be willing to remarry. If Li Heng was a slave, then this wife of the Zhao family, no matter how much she secretly admired Li Heng, would not choose to marry him. After all, if she married a slave, she and her descendants would all become slaves. Without waiting for Li Heng to speak, Li Wangyu immediately nodded repeatedly. Good status, of course it's good status. Li Heng is only my residence's housekeeper, not a servant. Old village chief, is that Madame Zhao the mother of that Madame Zhao who once sold me a pig? Exactly. And that little Miss Zhao is a diligent and dutiful girl. Madame Zhao also looks decent. Li Heng, haha, isn't this too convenient for you? Now I have a wife and a daughter. Li Heng's face turned red when he heard their words. No, Langjun, I can't do that. Why not? Are you looking down on that Zhao family's wife, or do you dislike other people's daughters? Li Wangyu glared at him. Li Heng quickly waved his hand. No, I don't mind. Old slave means, what slave? I've already given you your discharge papers. Don't talk nonsense. Go to the county yamen today and find Registrar Lu to go through the procedures. If you can't do it, don't return home. Previously, when they were still at the old residence in Hu County, Yang Quan wanted to collect his debt, but Li Wangyu released all of the servants in the residence. This angered Yang Quan so much that he almost died. At that time, the discharge papers he wrote to Li Heng were torn to shreds by this stubborn old man. At that time, Li Wangyu couldn't do anything about it. However, ever since he was conferred a title and paid off his debt, he wrote another discharge papers for Li Heng. However, Li Heng didn't want to remove his status, so he kept delaying going to the county yamen to go through the procedures. Li Wangyu then looked at the old village chief. Village chief, I'll agree to this on behalf of Li Heng. I'll have to trouble you to ask Zhao family's wife. If there's no problem, I'll have a matchmaker go to her house and give her 3 betrothal gifts so that Li Heng can marry her. The old village chief grinned and said, a widow's family doesn't need any betrothal gifts. A banquet is enough. Zhao family's wife is naturally willing. It's her fortune to be able to marry Steward Li. Leave this matter to the old me. I guarantee it'll be done properly. Li Heng's face turned even redder when he saw his Langjun and the old village chief talking about his wife in just a few words. That won't do. This old man is already so old. How can I delay Zhao family's wife? Li Wangyu didn't bother to pay attention to him. He went to discuss with the old village chief how to give the betrothal gifts and how to pick up the bride. After the discussion, Li Wangyu was full of joy. When he was about to call everyone back to the mansion, he felt that the troops behind him seemed to be looking at him. He turned his head and saw a few resentful eyes looking at him. What did this mean? Li Wangyu was frightened by the eyes of his troops. It took a long time for him to react. Damn, when these old bachelors heard that Li Heng was going to marry a wife, they all wanted to marry a wife, right? Damn, he seemed to have promised them that he would introduce a palace maid to them to be their wives. He had long forgotten this matter. Well, a man can't live without integrity. As a master, he couldn't deceive the troops. Li Wangyu didn't go back to the mansion. Seeing that it was still early, he led the troops to Chang'an City. In the legislative hall, Pai Lupi was reading the memorials and dealing with official business. When he heard that Li Wangyu wanted to see him, he was very surprised. Zio, how come you have time to come to the palace to see me today? What's the matter? Li Wangyu touched his nose and smiled. Nothing. I just miss uncle, so I came to the palace to see you. Pai Lupi looked up and glanced at him with a faint smile. Is there really nothing? If there's nothing, then you can go back. I have to deal with official business and have no time to chat with you. Li Wangyu was speechless. F***ck, can't you be more polite? He racked his brains and thought about how to ask Pai Lupi for the 73 palace maids. If he directly asked, he was afraid that Pai Lupi would beat him up. That day, in order to recruit the troops, he boasted that he would match them with palace maids as their wives. But this matter was simple and difficult at the same time. Although there were thousands of palace maids in the Taiji Palace, not everyone could spy on them. Usually, Pai Lupi would only reward those who had done meritorious service with a few beautiful palace maids. There were many palace maids in the Taiji Palace who were willing to marry out of the palace. Not to mention the 73rd place, even the 730th place could be easily gathered. But the key point was, how could Pai Lupi give so many palace maids to Li Wangyu for no reason? Not to mention that they were betrothed to his troops. If this matter was spread out, where would Pai Lupi put his face? So Li Wangyu naturally couldn't just directly ask Pai Lupi for palace maids. He had to use a roundabout way to save the country. He rolled his eyes a few times and came up with a plan in his mind. Uncle, I came to the palace today because I have something to report to you. Speak. Uncle, in 2 months it will be your birthday. I want to give you a special birthday gift, so I came to the palace today to borrow some people from you. Pai Lupi's birthday was on the 5th day of the 12th month, which was the 22nd day of the 12th month of the lunar calendar. There were only 2 months left until now. Li Wangyu's words aroused Pai Lupi's interest. He put down the memorial in his hand and said with a smile, Ziyu is thoughtful. What do you want to give me? What kind of people do you want to borrow? Hee uncle, wouldn't it be meaningless to talk about the birthday gift? Please allow this nephew to keep it a secret and give uncle a surprise on uncle's birthday, okay? I want to borrow 300 palace maids to prepare the birthday gift. Pai Lupi didn't think much of Li Wangyou's words. He only raised his head and laughed loudly. Good. Then I will wait for Ziyu's gift. What palace maids do you need? You can tell me Tua and choose them yourself. Thank you, uncle. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed, but his heart was blooming with joy. Chapter 566. After Li Wangyu thanked Pai Lupi, he asked, Uncle, if these palace maids are disobedient, do I have the right to punish them? Pai Lupi didn't take it seriously and waved his hand at him. I'll leave them to you. Naturally, you can punish them however you want. Anyone who refuses to obey will be beaten to death. Li Wangyu had been waiting for him to say this. After thanking Pai Lupi again, he hurriedly pulled Mi Tua out of the hall of government and prepared to select palace maids. May I ask, County Uncle, what kind of palace maids do you need? I'll send someone to inform them in advance. Li Wangyu chuckled. Naturally, I need someone who can sing and dance and who is good at all kinds of musical instruments. As for their age, they can't be too young. It would be best if they are at least 20 years old. It would be best if they are palace maids who are willing to leave the palace to marry. His words stunned Mi Tua. He didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant. It was easy to understand that he needed someone who could sing and dance and know how to play musical instruments. However, he needed someone who was old and willing to leave the palace to marry. What was this for? What did this have to do with giving Pai Lupi a birthday gift? County Uncle, how come I don't understand what you're saying? Don't ask. This is a secret. A secret, you know? I didn't even tell the saint when he asked. If I told him, there would be no surprise. Li Wangyu wasn't willing to tell Mi Tua the truth. Naturally, he vaguely sent him away. Mi Tua had no choice but to follow Li Wangyou's instructions and take him to Taichang Temple. He picked out 300 palace maids who were good at singing and dancing and were willing to marry and handed them to Li Wangyu to take out of the palace. Seeing Li Wangyu enter Taiji Palace and come out with hundreds of beautiful women following behind him, Niu Wu and his troops, who were waiting for Li Wangyu outside the palace gate, widened their eyes. Li Wangyu kicked Niu Wu angrily. It's fine if they look, but you have a wife. What are you looking at? Be careful, I'll talk to your grandmother when we get back. Langjun, don't, hee I'm just taking a look for my brothers, hee. Niu Wu hurriedly smiled and begged for mercy. Li Wangyu angrily glared at him. Quickly go to the East Market and ask the villagers to bring the carriages here. Otherwise, we won't be able to return to Dingzhou village today. Langjun, are you letting the young ladies sit in that four-wheeled carriage? Those are carts for transporting goods. Niu Wu mumbled. Nonsense, if we don't take those four-wheeled carriages, are you going to carry them back? There are 300 palace maids here, where am I going to find so many horses? Why don't you ask the farmers to prepare some benches and other things and put them in the carriage? That's right, someone should go back first and inform Lady Su and Li Heng to make preparations. These 300 palace maids will be staying in the residence for 2 to 3 months. Niu Wu naturally could only follow Li Wangyou's instructions. He arranged for a troop to go back to Dingzhou village to report, and then hurried to the Shunfeng Carriage Company in the East Market. While waiting for the carriage to arrive, Li Wangyu suddenly thought, should I make four-wheeled carriages for customers? Previously, he had asked Carpenter Lu to make many luxurious versions of the four-wheeled carriages, and gave them to the dukes, including Empress Zhang's son, and received the appreciation and gratitude of everyone. Now in Chang'an City, there were more and more people who commissioned craftsmen to make these four-wheeled carriages. However, the customers were all nobles and rich businessmen. In Chang'an City, ordinary people still relied on the number 11 bus to travel and relied on walking. After all, there were only a few people who could afford to raise mules and horses. In such a big city like Chang'an, and even if one went out of the city to buy something in the East Market and West Market, it would take half a day to walk. Li Wangyu thought that the reason why the East Market and West Market opened at noon was that the customers left early in the morning. By the time they reached the East Market and West Market, it would be noon. The public transportation system seemed to be a money-making business. Now that there were more and more carriages in the Shunfeng Carriage Company, there were not enough for the villagers of Dingzhou village. The beautiful boss had also recruited coachmen several times. The coachmen who came to apply came in an endless stream. After all, the income of the coachmen of the carriage company was very enviable. The business of the carriage company was getting bigger and bigger. The range of transportation was as far as Yinzhou. The beautiful boss was going to continue to expand the range of transportation. The farther the transportation distance, the more money they could make, but the less time the villagers of Dingzhou village could go home. Li Wangyu recently felt that he often did not see young and strong people in the village. This was not what he wanted to see. Therefore he had been thinking about how to help the villagers find a job that could make money and did not have to travel far. Today he had to transport 300 palace maids back to the village, which gave him an idea. This bus was also a profitable business. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu told the troops and turned back to the Taiji Palace. In the legislative hall, Pai Lupi was surprised to see Li Wangyu return. "Zio, is there anything else?" "Uncle, I just thought of something and came to report it to you." "What is it?" "Uncle, the population of Chang and city is close to 1 million. However, there are only a few people who can raise mules and horses. In Notice Chang and city, it is inconvenient for the people to travel. It is very distressing." Pai Lupi heard this and was slightly stunned. Then he slowly nodded. "Zio, you are right. I have heard that many people are complaining about this. However, I have no choice. Chang'an City is so big. I can't send a horse and a mule to each of them." Li Wangyu rubbed his hands and laughed. "Uncle, I have a way to solve the problem of the people of Chang'an City. Are you interested?" Pai Lupi asked curiously. "What is it? Tell me quickly." "Public carriage." "What is a public carriage?" Pai Lupi did not understand. He understood the word public. The records of the Grand Historian explained it as, "The law belongs to the emperor and the world is public," which means publicly owned, public. But how did the carriages become public? "Uncle, I plan to build a batch of carriages with built-in benches for people to sit in. They will follow a fixed route in Chang'an City. When the people need it, they can raise their hands and call for a stop. When they reach their destination, they can get off at any time. The fare is also very cheap. I think 2 coins per person will be enough. In this way, the problem of the people of Chang'an City being difficult to travel can be solved." Pai Lupi carefully thought about Li Wangyu's words. He nodded and then shook his head. "Zio, your idea is very good. With this public carriage, the problem of the people of Chang'an City being difficult to travel can be solved. However, I don't think it is too little to only charge 2 coins for the public carriage. Isn't it too little? I am afraid it is not enough for the coachman's monthly salary and the horse's fodder. With only your subsidy, I am worried that the public carriage will not be able to operate for long. It is better to charge more." Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu roll his eyes. In the future, the public carriage was only $2. If he charged 2 coins, it would be equivalent to $8 in the future. Pai Lupi actually thought it was too little. He despised him. He could only patiently explain. "Uncle, 2 coins may seem little, but sand accumulates into a tower. A 4-wheeled carriage can carry 10 people without any problem. In Notice Chang'an City, investing in 200 public carriages is not much at all. In other words, these carriages only need to make 1 trip for 4 strings of copper coins. However, the passengers can get on and off at any time. Regardless of distance, it is 2 coins. In addition, the carriages will be on the road from the opening of the gate to the beating of the drum. I estimate that with 200 public carriages, the daily income will not be less than 100 strings of copper coins. It is enough to cover expenses." Pai Lupi was slightly surprised. He did not expect to earn so much. "That's right. In that case, Zio, quickly build these public carriages. I'm looking forward to it." Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Uncle, I want to ask you for an imperial edict." "What imperial edict?" "He, exclusive rights in Chang'an City." Chapter 567. Li Wangyu had asked Pai Lupi for exclusive rights because he was afraid that others would see the benefits and also build carriages to compete with him. This public carriage was the private land that he had prepared for the villagers of Dingzhou village. Naturally, he would not let others have a share of the profits. Not only the public carriages in Chang'an City, but also between Hu County and Chang'an City, he planned to open public carriages for the people to travel. Pai Lupi naturally saw through his thoughts. He could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. "Zio, you are really thinking about the future of your villagers." Uncle, no matter what, the villagers of Dingzhou village are business partners with Ant. We should take care of them." Li Wangyu smiled slyly. He was not wrong. The royal family owned 50% of the shares of Shunfeng Carriage Company, Li Wangyu owned 30%, and the remaining 20% belonged to Chang An's Chou family in Dingzhou village. A small shareholder was still a shareholder. "Alright, this public carriage is your idea, so I will do as you wish. Only your family is allowed in Chang'an City, but I also have a condition." "Uncle, please say it." "Since you said that 2 coins is enough, then after the public carriage is put into use, the price cannot be raised. How about it? Are you willing to agree? Li Wangyu nodded repeatedly. Of course I can guarantee it. Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction and agreed to Li Wangyu's request. Although he had never seen a public carriage before, he could imagine the many benefits it would bring to the city. It would be convenient for the people to travel, and the people in the city would come and go more frequently. The vitality of Chang and city would also naturally increase. Pai Lupi thought about Li Wangyu's suggestion of a public carriage and secretly praised him. He felt that his nephew was indeed a genius. No one in the world could compare to his quick thinking. Chang and city was not easy to live in, and it had been difficult for the people to travel for a long time. However, none of the civil and military officials in the court could think of such an inconceivable method like his 16-year-old nephew. Pai Lupi picked up a brush and wrote the words public carriage on the paper. He looked around and was very satisfied. Zio, I will give you this calligraphy. Don't let me down. Li Wangyu quickly took Pai Lupi's calligraphy with both hands. Uncle, don't worry, within 10 days this public carriage will appear in Chang'an City. I can guarantee it. In fact, public carriages were not the ideas of Li Wangyu. Public carriages appeared in Paris as early as the 19th century. The appearance of public horse carriages also promoted the development of the city, shortening the distance between the city and the neighboring villages, and increasing the frequency of travel. After bidding farewell to Li Er and leaving the Taiji Palace, Niu Wu returned with several dozen carriages. With the help of Wuha's palace, Wuha, and Wuha, Lai Hat's palace guards were even more attentive. They rode their horses around the carriages and chatted cheerfully with the Wuha maids. It was very lively. Li Wangyu shook his head. This group of old bachelors was really too unreserved. After the carriages returned to Dingzhou village, the beautiful superior asked Li Heng and the palace maids to settle down the 300 Wuha maids. She pulled Li Wangyu to the side. Wangyu, why did you bring so many Wuha maids back? The beautiful superior's face was slightly ugly. Li Wangyu hurriedly explained the matter. In the end he sighed and said, it's really too difficult for me to be the master. I have to worry so much about the marriage of the palace guards. Of these 300 Wuha maids, I'll see who is willing to marry those old bachelors and let them stay. I plan to let the others rehearse a program. In 2 months, on Li Shimin's birthday, I'll send them to celebrate his birthday. After figuring out Li Wangyu's plan and knowing that she had misunderstood him, the beautiful superior stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. She thought that Li Wangyu felt that there weren't enough women in the palace and asked Pai Lupi to expand his harem. When Li Wangyu saw the change in her expression, he knew that the beautiful superior had misunderstood. He couldn't help but feign anger and said, F***ck. Changqing, you don't think that I plan to bring these 300 Wuha maids back to enjoy myself, do you? You're too evil. Bah, I don't think that way. Don't talk nonsense. The beautiful superior's face reddened. She quickly changed the topic. Wangyu, your idea is pretty good. But these Wuha maids aren't people that you can privately keep, right? Aren't you afraid that Li Shimin will settle accounts with you? I've already thought about it. I've asked him before. If these Wuha maids are disobedient, will they be at my disposal? Haha, when the time comes, I'll say that those Wuha maids didn't listen to this count's words and were punished by me. I'll punish them by marrying them to the troops in my palace and forbidding them from returning to the palace in the future. Wah, Li Shimin can't go back on his words, right? Letting me deal with them is his golden mouth and jade words. The beautiful superior speechlessly rolled her eyes. You can think of it. You see, Li Shimin will definitely settle accounts with you. Who cares about him? Anyway, when the time comes they will be married. Can he still take them back? Li Wangyu said indifferently. Then what program are you going to let these Wuha maids rehearse? I haven't thought about it yet. Song and dance? Choir? You help me think about it again. Anyway, it's as lively as possible. I'm afraid that I can't suppress Li Shimin and his group of country bumpkins. The beautiful superior was speechless. This guy really doesn't treat the emperor as a cadre. By the way, Changqing, I thought of another idea today. Li Wangyu talked about the public carriage again, but the beautiful superior nodded repeatedly. This is a good idea. Chang'an City is too big. Without horses it's really difficult to move around. I think the public carriage will work. Are you going to let the villagers of Dingzhou village drive the public carriage? Well, I think so. Now they often have to run long-distance transportation. Once they go out they can't go home for a few days. It's very hard. It's far better to drive the public carriage in Chang'an City. It's close to Dingzhou village and can go back and forth every day. Li Wangyu said. The beautiful superior nodded. I think this is a good idea. In a while, Let someone invite the old village chief and the others to discuss this matter. Since you promised Li Shimin to start operating within 10 days, then hurry up. Li Wangyu naturally had no objection. He immediately asked someone to invite the old village chief and the others. Not long after, the old village chief, Carpenter Lu, and several respected old people in the village came to his mansion. Lang Jun, you summoned old me and the others. Is there anything you need? Li Wangyu smiled and showed the calligraphy written by Pai Lupi to everyone. Village chief, elders, this is the calligraphy written by the sage. Today, I've invited all of you here because I want to change the livelihood of the villagers to operate the public horse carriages. His words made the old village chief and the others look at each other. Public horse carriages were something that no one had heard of before. From Li Wangyu's words, it seemed that he didn't intend to let the young men in the village work as drivers for the four-wheeled carriage. This caused everyone to feel a little hesitant. The villagers drove the carriages. Although it was hard, the income was quite good. They could earn 200 coins a day and 6 rounds of cash a month, which was the same as the monthly salary of the second-class leaders in the imperial court. If they were to run the public carriage business, would they still be able to make such a profit? But since this matter was proposed by Li Wangyu, the old village chief and the others naturally had no reason to refuse. The old village chief gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. We'll do as you say. Dingzhou village won't dare to talk nonsense. Langjun, don't worry. If anyone has the slightest complaint, old me will personally beat that bastard to death. Yes, the village chief is right. Whoever has complaints will be driven out of the village. We don't want such an ungrateful person in Dingzhou village. A group of old people in the village echoed. Li Wangyu was stunned at first, then he laughed loudly. Chapter 568. Li Wangyu's laughter made the old villager and the others confused. They didn't understand what was so funny about what they said. Their beautiful boss also covered her mouth and chuckled. Old men, you don't think that operating this public carriage is not profitable, do you? The old villager and Carpenter Lu looked at each other and felt that they might have misunderstood. The old villager hurriedly cupped his hands to Li Wangyu and said, Old me and the others are slow-witted. Please enlighten us. They really didn't know what Li Wangyu meant by public carriage. Li Wangyu reached out and handed over a drawing. It was a simple sketch that he had just drawn. The drawing was still a four-wheeled carriage. The difference was that the carriage was very tall, enough for a person to stand in. There were 2 benches on both sides and some wooden poles in the middle of the carriage. Carpenter Lu looked at it for a long time and didn't understand. This carriage was obviously not used to transport goods. However, it was completely different from the luxury carriages that Li Wangyu had asked him to build. Not only was it very simple, but he also didn't understand what the wooden poles in the middle were for. Langjun, what is this public carriage for? Old me is slow-witted. I don't understand, the old villager asked. Li Wangyu smiled and said, It's for transporting people. The seats on both sides are for passengers to sit and rest. The wooden pole in the middle is for people to stand in the carriage and hold on to it to avoid falling. Carpenter Lu finally understood after Li Wangyu's explanation, but he still asked doubtfully, Langjun, this public carriage is used to transport people? What is it used for? Li Wangyu smiled and explained the concept of the public carriage to the old villager and the others. They finally understood and couldn't help but applaud. Good, this idea is really good. Old me has been to Chang and city several times. It is really too big. It takes a few hours to walk from the city to the east city. Langjuan's idea is really good. This public carriage will definitely be popular. Yes, that's right. Langjun is indeed a literary star that descended from the heavens. You can even think of such a method. TSK. This public carriage is really something. The old villager was a little confused. Langjun, isn't it too cheap to only charge 2 copper coins each time? Li Wangyu was speechless. Why was this old man the same as Pai Lupi? They all felt that 2 copper coins was too little. He could only calculate the expected income of the public carriage for the old villager and the others. Only then did these old men become happy. As long as this public carriage could make money, they believed that Li Wangyu would definitely not mistreat the farmers. In the end, Li Wangyu said, The public carriage in Chang'an City. I intend to cooperate with the village in this business. What do you think of it? Langjun, you are flattering us. How can we refuse? Old me and the other 127 villagers thank you for your kindness, Langjun. The old villager hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude. He naturally knew that Li Wangyu was giving money to their village again. That's good. In that case, the cost of building the carriage and buying the horses will be paid by me. As for the income, let's split it 50-50. My mansion and the village will each take half. As for how much the villagers who drive the carriage will take, I'll leave it to you to discuss. Li Wangyou's words shocked the old villager. He hurriedly stood up and waved his hands to refuse. Langjun, we can't do that. We can't do that. The village can take 10%. How can we share it 50-50 with you? It doesn't make sense. Yes, Langjun, it's too much. We can't do that. Langjun, how can we just sit back and reap the benefits when you pay all the capital? We can't do that. Li Wangyou rubbed his temples. This group of old men was too stubborn. Well, the village will also pay half of the capital, and then we'll split it 50-50. That's it. If you say one more word, I won't do this business. Dingzhou village was not short of money now. Back then, the Chiu family took out a large amount of copper coins to buy 10% of the shares from the old villager. In addition to the share from the carriage company for half a year, the village's public account was full of money. When the old villagers saw that Li Wangyou was so determined, they could only thank Li Wangyou again and settle this matter. Carpenter Lu patted his chest and said, Old me will immediately go back and start building the carriage. I guarantee that it won't delay Langjuan's business. Nowadays, Li Wangyou asked Carpenter Lu to build more and more things. Even the surrounding villages came to look for Carpenter Lu to build their own water carts, carriages and other things. Carpenter Lu also had a keen eye. He simply recruited many apprentices from the village and the surrounding villages and set up the first carpentry workshop in Dingzhou village. His 3 sons all became masters in the workshop. They led a group of apprentices to build all kinds of things. The business was doing quite well. Among the villagers of Dingzhou village, there were close to 200 coachmen in the Shunfeng carriage company. Within 10 days, Carpenter Lu's workshop naturally could not build so many public carriages. However, Li Wangyou was not in a hurry. He pushed all 200 public carriages to Chang'an City. After 10 days, there would be about 50 public carriages on the road to meet the initial demand. After the matter of opening public carriages in Chang'an City was confirmed, the villagers of Dingzhou village were naturally all smiles. Driving a public carriage in Chang'an City was much better than running on the road in the rain and wind every day. Moreover, they did not have to travel far. They could drive the carriage back to Dingzhou village after getting off work every day. Why not? Li Wangyou also went to Chang'an City a few times in the past few days. He found Cui Zhuo and Lu Dehang. The 3 of them followed the map of Chang'an City and planned a preliminary route for public carriage operation. Cui Zhuo and Lu Dehang were completely convinced by Li Wangyou's ability to create trouble. These things happen one after another. The storm of building toilets in Chang'an City had just passed a few days ago. This county earl who created a public carriage. However, Cui Zhuo and Lu Dehang, the 2 county magistrates of Chang'an City, had to admit that Li Wangyou created good things. Not to mention the toilets. Since the 300 toilets were put into use, and with the supervision of the yamen runners and the marquis, the situation of people urinating everywhere was no longer there. There were no yellow and white things in the streets and alleys. Even the flies and mosquitoes had decreased a lot. This public carriage was even better. It only cost 2 coins to make it convenient for people to travel. Naturally, it was a good thing for the country and the people. However, the 2 of them did not understand why Li Wangyou had to define the route of public carriages with such strange names as First Road Public Carriage and Second Road Public Carriage. Li Wangyou was too lazy to explain. Of course, this was just his bad taste acting up. Li Wangyou was never tired of being able to bring about all kinds of shadows of later generations in the Tang dynasty. Cui Zhuo and Lu Dehang did not delve into why these public carriages had to be called First Road Public Carriage. They just raised a question which made Li Wangyou depressed. County Earl, who most of the people here are illiterate. Even if you write Second Road on the carriage, I'm afraid it won't work, right? Not to mention the carriage stop you mentioned. No one will be able to understand the words on it. Li Wangyou was speechless. Damn, I forgot about this. Nowadays, illiterates were everywhere in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 569. The earliest tram in China was put into use in Tianjin in 1900. At that time, the literacy rate of the people in Tianjin was not much better than that of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, they did not use numbers to distinguish the lines, but instead used colors. Red, yellow, blue, green, white, flower, and purple. 7 tram lines ran through the main bustling roads in Tianjin. As for the term certain road, that people in later generations were used to, it actually originated from England and was translated from English as route. In the face of Cui Zhuo and Lu Dehang's questions, Li Wangyou could only shake his head and suggest using colors to distinguish the public carriage lines. This made Cui Zhuo and Lu Dehang applaud. The people were illiterate, so colors were the most convenient way to distinguish. After the three of them discussed, they arranged 3 horizontal and 3 vertical routes in Noda's Chang and City, and a circular route between West City and East City. There were a total of 7 public carriage lines, which corresponded to the 7 colors of red, yellow, blue, green, white, black, and purple. After the discussion, Cui Zhua and Lu Dehang were responsible for arranging the bailiffs to post notices in each lane, informing the people that the public carriage was about to be put into operation and the route map of the 7 routes. This immediately became the hottest topic in Chang'an City. Everyone talked about the public carriage when they met. Delang, have you heard? County Count who came up with something new again. I know. You're talking about the public carriage, right? This is something new. The county magistrate said that you can ride a horse carriage for 2 copper coins? Is there such a good thing? Won't County Count who suffer a loss? Who knows? Anyway, County Count who doesn't lack money. He can afford it. If this is true, I have to thank County Count who. This is good for us. Of course. My mother has always wanted to go to Xuandu Temple to burn incense. I'm an unfilial son. I can't borrow a carriage and my mother's legs are inconvenient, so I haven't been able to go. If the public carriage is real, then it is the blessing of the Dao ancestor. I can bring me to the Xiandu Temple. Just wait. The bailiff said that the public carriage will be in operation in 5 days. I asked clearly, this blue plate carriage has to go from the Chisha Gate Street in front of our inner square to the Golden Light Gate Street. If we change to a red plate carriage, we can go directly to the East Market or the West Market. It is too convenient to buy things. In fact, compared to the original 100 copper coins price for an ox cart that could carry a load of 100 caddies and travel 50 kilometers in the Tang dynasty, the 2 copper coins public carriage fare was not cheap. However, the starting price for an ox cart was 50 copper coins. Regardless of whether the distance was less than 50 li, the price was still the same. In this way, 2 copper coins for a ride in a carriage was much cheaper. The average monthly income of the people in Chang'an was consistent. 2 coins was not a low cost, but the enthusiasm and expectation of the public carriage did not diminish. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was busy letting the villagers of Dingzhou village familiarize themselves with the route, giving them pre-job training, arranging for the purchase of horses, adjusting the public carriages. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye after a series of tasks were completed. Early in the morning drum of Chang'an City had just been beaten and the gate was opened. The old soldier guarding the gate saw many people pouring out of the gate and standing on the street outside the gate looking around. Have they come? Have they come? Have you seen them? It can't be that early, right? The gate has just opened. Let's wait a little longer. Did the announcement say today? Yes, today is the day. The old soldier was puzzled. He went forward and asked, "Everyone, what are you waiting for?" "Waiting for the public carriage." "May I ask what a public carriage is?" The old soldier did not understand and continued to ask. His words made the people around him laugh. "This soldier, have you not been in Chang'an City these days?" The old soldier nodded. "A few days ago, I asked for leave to go back to my hometown to attend a funeral. I only returned to Chang'an City yesterday. No wonder you don't know about this. This public carriage is a new thing made by the county count. It is the carriage that carries passengers. It travels along 7 fixed routes in Chang'an City. Anyone who needs to take a carriage can wave for the carriage to stop. When they arrive at their destination, they can get off at any time. The fare is only 2 copper coins each time." The people in the square immediately explained enthusiastically. The old soldier was surprised. "There's such a good thing? Does the county count have so much gold in his manor that he has nowhere to spend it? When I go off duty later, I'll give it a try." Haha, that's what everyone is thinking. Look, aren't we all waiting for the public carriage to arrive? Everyone raised their heads in anticipation. Suddenly someone shouted, "It's here, it's here. The green carriage is the public carriage passing by our square. I see the sign on the carriage." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. It was a 4-wheeled carriage that was slowly approaching. The carriage was taller than a normal carriage. There was a green sign on top of it. On the sign, there were 4 large words written in white, "Public Carriage." Naturally, this was Pai Lupi's handwriting. Li Wangyu had shamelessly printed the sign on the public carriage. Everyone hurriedly waved their arms, indicating that they wanted to get on the carriage. However, the carriage did not stop. As it slowly drove past the crowd, the driver helplessly said, "I'm sorry everyone. The carriage is full. Please wait for the next one." His words naturally caused an uproar among the crowd. Then those who reacted quickly turned around and ran in the direction of the carriage. This public carriage could only seat about 10 people. Just in front of their square, there were no less than 100 people waiting to try it. How long would they have to wait? Moreover, there were other squares in front of their square. They might as well run a few steps and stop the carriage in front of them. The people who managed to stop the public carriage with great difficulty excitedly raised 2 copper coins and asked the driver, "Is this 2 copper coins? I'm going to Shi City." The farmer of Dingzhou village smiled and nodded. "Yes, 2 copper coins. Just throw it in this box." At the entrance of every public carriage there was a large locked box. There was a hole in the top for inserting coins. This was the money box that Li Wangyu had created. It was directly in place. No one is selling tickets. The people curiously threw in 2 Kaiyuan Tongbao coins and boarded the carriage. Even if there were no more seats and they could only stand in the middle of the carriage, they still enjoyed it. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, they excitedly chatted about the novelty of this public carriage. The public carriage became popular on the first day of operation in Chang and City. Carpenter Lu, his 3 sons and a group of apprentices worked overtime for 10 days, but they only managed to build 50 carriages. There were a total of 7 routes in Chang and City. On average, each route could only allocate 7 to 8 carriages. Even if all the carriages were filled, they could only transport 500 to 600 people at a time. There were millions of people in Chang and City. Even if 1% of the people needed to travel, it would still be 10,000 people. These 50 carriages were just a drop in the bucket. The 50 farmers of Dingzhou village had not rested from morning till night. It was only when the evening drums sounded and the carriages stopped operating that they realized that they had not even eaten for the entire day. Everyone was so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs. However, they were unusually excited. After everyone drove the carriages back to Dingzhou village, they opened the money box and counted. Everyone was shocked. In almost every carriage's money box, there was no less than 1 copper coin. The final tally of the 50 or so carriages was about 60 strings of coins. Even Li Wangyu did not expect such a profit. It was more than double what he had expected. Chapter 570. His beautiful boss solved the problem for Li Wangyu when there were not enough public carriages. She transferred more than 100 freight carriages from SF Express and sent them to Carpenter Lu's workshop to reinstall the carriages on the chassis of the freight carriages. As a result, there were more and more public carriages running on the streets of Chang and City in a few days. After the people who wanted to try the new things experienced the novelty of the public carriages, they did not rush to take the carriages. Gradually, the operation of the public carriages returned to normal. But even so, after a month, the 200 public carriages actually earned a total of more than 4,000 strings of copper coins. This frightened the old village chief and the others. According to the agreement between Li Wangyu and the village, half of the copper coins, more than 2,000 strings of copper coins, would belong to the village. In a year, the village would get more than 20,000 strings of copper coins. Even if the 127 families in Dingzhou village shared the income, each family would get more than 180 strings of copper coins, which was more than 10 strings of copper coins per month. The old villager suddenly felt that the money was too hot. If he counted the dividends from the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company, wouldn't every family in Dingzhou village be able to get about 300 strings of copper coins in a year? Were they still villagers? Even the merchants in Chang and City who opened shops could not earn more than 300 strings of copper coins a year. The old villager looked at the account book in his hand with a headache. He simply turned his head and asked to see Li Wangyu. After hearing the old villager's worries, Li Wangyu could not help but laugh. "Villager, just keep the money. You should distribute it. Why are you hiding it? I want to make Dingzhou village the richest village in the Tang dynasty and make those people jealous." "Langjun, this money is too much," the old villager said with a bitter face. Li Heng could not help but say, "You old man, don't be long-winded. This money is not for you alone. It's for the 127 families in the village. Did I bite your hand when I had too much money? Or what? You talk too much. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb Langjun. Langjun doesn't have time to care about such a small matter like you. I'm still busy thinking about the birthday celebration for the saint." After being scolded by Li Heng, the old villager naturally couldn't say anything more. He could only thank Li Wangyu again and leave. As for the villagers, they were all dumbstruck when they found out about the profits. Who would have thought that more than half a year ago Dingzhou village, which was still like mud, was now not only living in brightly lit, tile-roofed houses, but also earning more than 20 strings of copper coins every month. This kind of thing was something that he didn't even dare to dream about back then. None of the villagers dared to disturb Li Wangyu. They simply ran silently to the front door of Li Wangyu's mansion and kowtowed to it. When Li Wangyu found out about this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he could only follow the villagers. Just as Li Heng said, he was busy. The 300 palace maids that he had tricked from Pai Lupi were actually taken by the group of thirsty old bachelors in his mansion in just 10 days. When Li Wangyu saw his 73 troops, each leading a shy palace maid to kneel in front of him and beg for his help, he couldn't help but feel his temples throbbing a few times. This group of old hooligans, damn, they really acted too quickly. When he thought about how he still hadn't coaxed his beautiful boss to bed and carried out some healthy physical and mental exercise, Li Wangyu felt stifled. Why were these palace maids and young ladies so unreserved? How could he let these old hooligans get what they wanted so easily? Li Wangyu didn't think about it. These palace maids that he had brought out from the palace originally wanted to leave the palace to marry people. Now that they had finally left the tightly guarded Taiji Palace, how could they be willing to go back? If it weren't for the fact that Li Wangyu only had 73 troops in his mansion and that the other servants and palace maids didn't take a fancy to them, perhaps none of the 300 people would be able to return. At that time he really wouldn't be able to explain to Pai Lupi. He couldn't be thick-skinned and tell Pai Lupi that the 300 palace maids were disobedient and had been punished to marry people, right? It would be strange if Pai Lupi didn't explode. However, these palace maids were originally tricked out by him, intending to find a groom for these troops. Now that other people were interested in each other, he naturally couldn't do something that would spoil the mood. Alright, all of you get up. I'll approve your marriage. As for the saint, I'll explain it to him. When the 73 of you sought refuge with me, I said that I would give each of you a house. This lord naturally can't go back on his words. Coincidentally, I built more than 100 houses in Dingzhou village, so I'll give them to your family. Li Wangyu's words naturally made the troops overjoyed, and they kowtowed again and again. As for the 73 palace maids, their faces were filled with joy, and many of them were crying tears of joy. These days they had already seen the various benefits of Dingzhou village. They were even more envious of the palace maids who could marry the old soldiers in the village. Many of the palace maids were familiar with the 3,000 palace maids that Pai Lupi had moved out of the palace, and naturally they had been guests in their new homes. They yearned for those well-equipped houses. They had also looked forward to being able to leave the palace and live in such a house, but it was just a dream. They didn't expect that today their dreams would come true. How could they not be excited? When Li Wangyu was building Dingzhou village, he had originally planned for 120 houses. However, later on, when he thought that he would recruit more troops, he had to prepare houses for them. Thus, he asked the Ministry of Works to expand the construction area and built more than 100 houses. He didn't expect that it would come in handy today. The two brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, had already moved into the new house with their wives. They usually took turns to guard Li Wangyu's residence, and after their shift, they could go home and be intimate with their wives. These two were quite capable. Now that the two wives of the Niu family were pregnant, Niu Yong and Niu Wu were smiling from ear to ear all day long. A few days later, Dingzhou village became lively again. This time, 73 newlyweds were getting married. This scale surpassed the first marriage between the old soldiers and Niu Yong and Niu Wu. The wedding banquet was held in the village for 3 consecutive days. The main character was naturally the pig slaughtering feast that everyone ate 100 times. Now it was naturally not Li Wangyu's turn to cook. Naturally, the kitchen maids in the residence would do it for him. If he, the county earl who founded the country, personally cooked, it was likely that everyone in the village would dare to eat. In fact, there were 74 newlyweds getting married. The marriage between Li Heng and Lady Zhao had also been settled. However, Lady Zhao refused to wear a green wedding dress with the palace maids and put on a gold foil flower ornament. In her words, she was a widow and it was her second marriage. If she did this, people would laugh at her. Li Heng was even more thin-skinned. He was afraid that people would laugh at him for being old and shameless, so he was unwilling to organize the wedding. Li Wangyu couldn't persuade the two of them, so he could only give up. During the collective wedding, he toasted the two newlyweds, a few more cups, and it was considered a banquet. However, that night, Lady Zhao moved into Li Heng's room, which made Li Wangyu laugh secretly. As for Lady Zhao's daughter, Lady Zhao, she was already married. Moreover, she was married to a man from Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu couldn't help but ridicule him for being a beast. Such a young girl actually got married to another man. After dealing with these trivial matters, Li Wangyu began to ponder about what kind of program he should let the remaining 227 palace maids rehearse so that they could open the eyes of these country bumpkins of the Tang dynasty during Pai Lupi's birthday. Chapter 571. Li Wangyu racked his brains for several days and finally figured out what to let the 227 palace maids perform. However, when he brought his idea to his beautiful superior to discuss it, he received a big roll of her eyes. "Wangyu, are you sure you want to perform this for Li Shimin? Can they accept it?" Li Wangyu felt strange and asked back, "Why not?" The beautiful superior speechlessly put her hand to her forehead. "Okay, since you say it's okay, then it's okay. Yi Changqing, you have to do this. I'll leave the rehearsal to you. I can't teach them, right? I can't either." The beautiful superior glared at him angrily. "You only know how to be lazy. No, you've wronged me. Can't I prepare the ultimate weapon? When the time comes, I'll definitely shock these bumpkins." Li Wangyu certainly wouldn't admit that he was being lazy. "Humph, I'd be a fool to believe you." It wasn't strange that the beautiful superior would think this way. Li Wangyu was indeed quite lazy. Although he came up with ideas one after another, this guy was only responsible for starting the fire and didn't care about the aftermath. The many things he created and the subsequent troublesome matters were all thrown to others to handle. The Shun Feng Carriage Company and the lingerie shop were managed by his beautiful superior. The brewery was directly handed over to the palace eunuchs, and he was only responsible for the dividends. The coining workshop and weapon forging workshop were given to Yen Liben. The beverage vending machine in Chang and was given to Cho Kuan. The winter rice planting in Hu County was given to Yang Zhua, and many of the troublesome matters were given to Yang Zhua. The matters of the charity hall and toilet cleaning were given to the playboys. Even the public carriage was given to the old village chief and the others, and he was too lazy to interfere. The beautiful superior was too lazy to say anything more about his laziness. She wrinkled her delicate nose and made a face at him. Then she went to find the palace maids. Li Wangyu looked at the beautiful figure of the beautiful superior as she left and laughed. He knew that the beautiful superior would definitely not be tired of this matter. Although the beautiful superior had always shown the image of a strong woman, she was actually very artistic in her bones. Otherwise she wouldn't have learned belly dancing back then and could dance so well. Besides, if he didn't hand this matter over to his beautiful superior and went to rehearse the program for the 227 beautiful and charming palace maids, he was afraid that he would be hunted down by his beautiful superior. Besides, he was not idle. He planned to make a secret weapon during Pai Lupi's birthday to shock the country bumpkins of the Tang dynasty. This secret weapon was the fireworks. The earliest fireworks in China appeared in the Song dynasty. During the Xuanhe period of the northern Song dynasty, there were already large-scale fireworks. As for the explosive rods used in the Tang dynasty to seal saltpeter into bamboo tubes, they were still a bit far from fireworks. The word fireworks in the Tang poems did not refer to the fireworks of the later generations, but to the beautiful scenery or brothels. For example, Li Bai's poem, "My Old Friend Left the Yellow Crane Tower," fireworks went down to Yangzhou in March. The fireworks in the poem were referring to spring. Tang Shi said, "There are no fireworks on the plug. Ning Si Chi's color." It was referring to the brothels. Fireworks were actually black gunpowder mixed with different metal powders. When the different metal powders burned and produced a chemical reaction, they would show different colors. Li Wangyu previously thought that the explosive rods were not lively enough. On a whim, he had already made black gunpowder. To make fireworks, as long as different metal powders were added to the black gunpowder, it would show different colors. However, the Tang dynasty did not have as many metal elements as the later generations. Li Wangyu could use them to make fireworks, so he could only make a few simple colors. For example, if iron powder was added, it would emit yellow fireworks. If copper powder was added, it would appear green. Even so, Li Wangyu felt that as long as he could make fireworks, it would be enough to shock Pai Lupi and the officials. However, how to make fireworks made Li Wangyu scratch his head. He only knew the general principle and had never really done it in the later generations. Fortunately, it was still early, so he was not in a hurry. He could slowly experiment. He led Niu Wu and Niu Yong to a secluded place in the mansion. After fiddling with it for a few days, Li Wangyu still could not make fireworks. This made Li Wangyu very depressed. Today the fireworks experiment failed again. Li Wangyu simply gave up and ran to Dingzhou village to relax. He chatted and laughed with the villagers and ants along the way. He greeted them and chatted about daily life. He also taught the naughty children in the village a lesson. Li Wangyu's depressed mood improved again. He walked around the village with his hands behind his back. Unexpectedly, he saw his old butler Li Heng arguing with the old village chief. Li Wangyu was curious and secretly walked over. He wanted to hear what the two old men were arguing about. "No, this is not negotiable. The The manor's cowherd is lent to the village for farming. How can you use it to push the mill? Don't you have a dozen cows in your village? Why do you still want to use the manor's cows? Li Heng's loud voice did not wait for Li Wangyu to come closer. The old village chief laughed and said, "The cows in the village are all old. How can they do this kind of work? The cows will not break even if they are used. You old thing, why are you so stingy? Bah, you old fellow. The village has so many copper coins in the public account. Go to Chang'an City's mule market and buy some cows. Longjuan's manor has 20 cows. They are all raised in the village. Why waste copper coins to buy cows? Even if you have some money, you don't dare to be so extravagant." The old village chief continued to persuade, "Why don't we pay Langjun the rent of the cows? Humph, who cares about your copper coins? You are an old farmer. Haven't you heard of it? In the winter of October, farming cows are cold. Building palaces is cold. Now it is already October. How can we still let the cows work? This is the time to conserve energy." Li Wangyu sneaked behind the two and listened to the conversation between the two old men. He could not help but laugh out loud. His sudden voice startled Li Heng and the old village chief. When they saw that it was Li Wangyu, they hurriedly saluted. Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand. "I say, you two, do you have nothing better to do? It's just a matter of a few cows. Is there a need to be like this?" The old village chief laughed and said, "Langjun, please don't laugh at us. Housekeeper Li is deliberately making things difficult for me. This old man is too petty. Didn't I win some money from him in Mahjong yesterday? Is he deliberately going against me today?" Li Heng was exposed by the old village chief in front of Li Wangyu. He could not help but blush. "Nonsense, am I such a stingy person? Yesterday I just had bad luck. What's there to be proud of? Not stingy. Just now you said that old me could not use the cows to push the mill?" The old village chief did not spare Li Heng and continued to expose him. Li Heng was so angry that he almost rolled up his sleeves and fought with the old man. Li Wangyu also knew that the two old men were purely teasing him. He was too lazy to care about them. Just as he was about to continue walking, he took 2 steps and suddenly turned back. "Muramesa, are the rollers and mills in the village all pushed by big animals?" The old village chief did not understand, so he nodded and replied, "Yes, this is thanks to Longjuan's 20 cows. Otherwise, the village's 10 old cows would not be willing to let them push the rollers and mills. In the past, when it was busy, the villagers pushed by themselves." Li Wangyu could not help but laugh. "So that's how it is. Li Heng, we will not lend our cows to the village to push the mill." His words suddenly stunned the old village chief and Li Heng. Li Heng quickly said, "Langjun, the village does not have big animals. How can we push the mill?" Old slave was just teasing the village chief. Don't take it seriously. The old village chief did not know what to say. He could only rub his hands and look at Li Wangyu. He did not understand what he meant. Now the village was naturally not as poor as before. They could not afford to buy cows. The old village chief just did not understand why Li Wangyu suddenly said this. Li Wangyu laughed and said, "Li Heng Muramesa, I have a way to grind rice and flour without manpower. Do you believe me?" His words naturally made Li Heng and the old village chief look at each other. They did not know how to respond. Chapter 572. Li Heng and the old villager naturally didn't believe Li Wangyu's words. Millstone can grind rice and flour by itself? Wouldn't that be like becoming an immortal? The rollers used by farmers to grind rice were all made of heavy, large stones. They were composed of a roller and a millstone. They were specially used to remove the husks of rice and wheat. The stone mill was composed of 2 round stones. The grain would enter the middle of the 2 layers through the hole at the top and move out along the grain. When it rolled through the 2 layers, it would be ground into powder. These 2 tools were not light at all. Without 7 or 8 strong men, they couldn't be lifted. Without the use of manpower or animal power, Li Heng and the old villager couldn't imagine how to move them. If someone else had said this to them, the old villager would have spat on that person's face. Was he dreaming? Was he talking in his sleep? But these words were said by their own Langjun. The two didn't know how to respond, so they couldn't help but keep quiet with a bitter face. When Li Wangyu saw the 2 old men's wrinkled faces, he knew that they didn't believe what he said. He couldn't help but smile even more happily. "What? You don't believe me? Well, why don't we make a bet? If I can't make the millstone that doesn't need manpower or animal power, I will personally cook a delicious meal and treat you 2 to wine. How about it? But if I can make it, hee." Li Heng and the old villager looked at each other and couldn't help but say, "If you can make it, Langjun, what do you want?" "If you can make it, you old thing, obediently move out of the mansion and live in the courtyard." How about it? Do you want to bet? Li Wangyu gave the mansion to Niu Yong, Niu Wu and a group of troops. Naturally, the mansion of the old housekeeper, Li Heng, was included. However, this old man was very stubborn. He said that he was the housekeeper of Lai Hot, so there was no reason for him to move out. He insisted on staying in the mansion. If Li Heng was not married, Li Wangyu would naturally let him be. But now, since Li Heng had become a good citizen, married Lady Zhao and still lived in his own mansion, it didn't seem like a home at all. This old man didn't care, but he couldn't let that Madame Zhao suffer. It was precisely because Li Wangyu had thought of this that he deliberately proposed the bet with Li Heng. Seeing that it had nothing to do with him, the old villager quickly nodded in agreement. If he won, he could get a delicious meal personally cooked by Li Wangyu. If he lost, it would be even better. It would be very convenient for the village to grind rice and flour in the future. Lang Jun, it's a deal then. He will bet with you. It's a deal. Li Heng couldn't help but push the old villager. Go away, what does it have to do with you? You old thing, what right do you have to make decisions for me? Hey, you don't know how to appreciate good intentions. Lang Jun is obviously doing it for your own good, but you're still being unreasonable. The old villager sneered and turned to Li Wangyu. Lang Jun, don't pay attention to this stubborn old man. We'll bet with you. I wonder how long it will take for you to make the mill you mentioned? Li Wangyu stretched out 3 fingers, at most 3 days. Old me, on behalf of the villagers, thank you, Lang Jun. The old villager also understood now. Although it sounded difficult to understand that the mill could turn by itself. But since this was said by Li Wangyu and he said it so firmly, it must be true. The old villager looked at Li Heng again and said with a smile, Lang Jun, don't worry. In 3 days I'll lead the villagers to help housekeeper Li move. Li Heng glared at him, so angry that he couldn't speak. Li Wangyu laughed, that's good. In that case, I'll go to Carpenter Lu's workshop and ask him to start building immediately. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Li Heng to speak again. He turned and left, leaving the old housekeeper Li Heng in a mess in the wind. When Li Wangyu said that it didn't need to store up energy and could grind rice and flour by itself, he was naturally referring to the water mill and the water mill. He had forgotten about these 2 good things before, but after being reminded by the old villager and Li Heng's words, he remembered them. Building a water mill was simply a piece of cake for the current Dingzhou village. The reason why Li Wangyu said that 3 days would be enough was that Carpenter Lu's workshop already had water wheels of various sizes. The water wheel was the key to driving the stone mill. As for the other things, it was just a simple transmission device that converted the kinetic energy from the water wheel's rotation to drive the heavy stone mill. After carefully studying Li Wangyu's drawing of the water mill, Carpenter Lu couldn't help but slap the table in praise. Lang Jun, your water mill is too amazing. Why didn't I think that since the water can drive the water wheel to a high place, it can also drive the stone mill to rotate? Li Wangyu asked, how is it? How long will it take to build the water mill? Very fast. 2 to 3 days will be enough. The water wheel and stone mill are ready-made. We only need to build the transmission device. In addition, it's easy to build a water mill next to the Gan River. I'll let my 3 sons lead people to build the water mill now. I'll ride a horse to Hu County and find a blacksmith to build the rotating iron axes. Li Wangyu nodded and told Carpenter Lu to hurry up and build the water mill in 3 days. He didn't want to waste time and give Li Heng an excuse to refuse to move. With Li Wangyu's instructions, Carpenter Lu naturally didn't dare to waste time. He let his sons and apprentices put down their work and quickly built the water mill. The villagers didn't know what Carpenter Lu and the others were busy with by the Gan River. They only knew that they had taken away the large stone mill used by the village to grind flour, causing many villagers who were waiting to grind flour to complain. Some people even ran to the old village chief to complain, but they were scolded by the old man and told that they would know in 3 days. The villagers didn't know what was going on and discussed it. It wasn't until 3 days later that the old village chief knocked on the gong and loudly called everyone to go to the water mill that everyone gathered around. Muramesa, what did you say just now? What did Lang Jun build for us? Water mill. You idiot. It's a mill that doesn't need human labor and animal labor. It can turn on its own. The old village chief laughed. Everyone doubted their own ears. Muramesa, did you say something wrong? Don't joke with us. The mill is so heavy. How can it turn on its own without human labor and animal labor? That's right. How is that possible? The large stone mill in the village required 2 oxen to move. It doesn't need oxen to pull it or people to push it. Did Lang Jun cast a spell on the stone mill? The old village chief knocked a chestnut on the head of the youth in front of him. You idiot, how can Lang Jun be wrong? I want to take a look. It's a mill that uses a water wheel to move it. Despite his explanation, the villagers still shook their heads. It's good that the water wheel can carry water, but the stone mill is so heavy. How can the water wheel move it? That's right. The small stones by the river can't be washed away by the river. It takes 7 or 8 strong men to lift the stone mill. How can a water wheel move it? The villagers didn't believe him, but they still followed the old village chief to the water mill by the Gan River. When they saw the large stone mill that Carpenter Lu had taken away spinning under the water wheel, they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Chapter 573. The water mill was installed with the stone mill that Carpenter Lu had dismantled from the village. The stone mill was huge with a diameter of about 1.5 meters. Originally it would have required 2 bulls to pull it. But now, what appeared in front of everyone's eyes was a millstone that was constantly rotating under the push of the water wheel. Oh my god, so this water can really move the millstone? You idiot, didn't the village chief say it just now? This is something that Lang Jun made, so how can it be wrong? Bah, you seem to be doubting it just now, right? No, you heard wrong. How can I doubt Lang Jun's words? Tsk, not using mules, horses, or oxen to pull the mill is really convenient. A villager immediately discovered the benefits of the water mill. Using animals to pull the mill not only required a lot of effort to drive the animals, but people also had to follow the animals and walk around the millstone. Grinding a dough of grain was not easy at all. Every time a dough of grain was ground, the animals had to rest. After all, even oxen would get tired. If they used manpower to move the mill, they could only move a small mill. This kind of large mill could not be moved by humans. Moreover, if they used manpower to move it, the efficiency would be even slower. With this water-powered stone mill, one person could grind grain. Moreover, there was no need to move at all. They only needed to continuously add grain to the stone mill. It was really much easier. Just as the villagers were discussing excitedly around the water mill, someone suddenly rushed out of the water mill. Someone curiously shouted, "Zhao Sanlang, why are you running? Go back and move the grain. Come and grind the flour." After being reminded by his words, the villagers immediately reacted. They stopped watching the water mill and all turned to run back to their houses. Not long after, there was a long line outside the water mill. Whether they needed to grind flour or not, they used wheelbarrows to transport a dough of grain, intending to try out the benefits of the water mill. The efficiency of the huge stone mill when grinding grain was astonishing. If a dough of grain was ground into flour, it could be ground once in more than 10 minutes. However, to grind it into fine flour, it usually needed to be ground at least twice. That would only take half an hour. Furthermore, this water mill didn't need to rest. It could grind continuously, so its efficiency was naturally very high. When Li Wangyu led Li Heng to inspect the water mill, the villagers of Dingzhou village crowded around and bowed to him. "Lang Jun, this water mill is really useful. Thank you, Lang Jun. Thank you, Lang Jun. Lang Jun, look, this is the mill that I just made. It's so wide and fine. This water mill is really too good. It doesn't take any effort at all. It only took a moment to grind it out." Zhao Sanlang, who ran the fastest, squeezed through the crowd and grabbed a handful of freshly ground flour as he spoke to Li Wangyu. "Ah, that's good. I didn't let Carpenter Lu work hard in vain." Li Wangyu laughed and nudged Li Heng with his elbow. "How about it? If you're willing to bet, you have to admit defeat, right? Today I will move to your courtyard. Don't be so long-winded." Li Heng had no choice but to nod silently. The water mill of Dingzhou village became the busiest place in the village. For the entire day, as long as the villagers had free time, they would run to the water mill and stare at the spinning millstone without blinking. The news quickly spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. After receiving the news, Yang Quan once again rode a horse and rushed from Hu County to Dingzhou village. He went straight to the water mill. "Zio, why didn't you tell your elder brother that you made such a good thing?" Yang Quan squatted in front of the water mill without a care for his image. He carefully inspected the water mill before pulling Li Wangyu to complain. Then he stretched out his hand and asked, "Where is the blueprint for this water mill?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. Aren't these officials of the Tang dynasty too self-conscious? Why do I feel like I owe them something? Hee, brother Shuqing, what do you want the blueprint for? Li Wangyu pretended to be ignorant and asked back. Yang Quan was familiar with him, so naturally he wouldn't fall for his trick. Of course, it's to promote the construction of this water mill in all the villages in Hu County. Zio, don't tell me you want to ask me for money again? You are the dignified county magistrate of Hu County, yet you have the nerve to ask? Li Wangyu asked curiously, "Why should I have the nerve? Brother Shuqing, friendship is friendship, business is business. If you want the blueprint for the watermill, give me something in exchange for it. Yang Quan pretended to be angry and said, "All right, I'll give you this 100 or so catty. How about it?" Li Wangyu looked at Yang Quan from head to toe and shook his head. "No, you're too old. It's not worth much." His words almost made Yang Quan's nose crooked from anger. He breathed heavily and said, "Tell me, what do you want to do this time?" Li Wangyu was waiting for him to say this. He laughed mischievously and said, Not much, not much. I'm not greedy. Help me repair the road in exchange. How about it?" Yang Quan was stunned. "Repair the road? Repair what road?" "The road from Dingzhou village to Hu County. You're the dignified county magistrate of Hu County. Haven't you noticed that this road is too lousy? Every time it rains, it becomes a muddy pond. I can't even go out. That road should have been repaired long ago." Speaking of this matter, Li Wangyu had a stomach full of complaints. The road from Dingzhou village to Hu County was not an official road and lacked maintenance. Now it was already in tatters. Moreover, the road was narrow and could only accommodate one horse carriage. If there was a horse carriage coming from the opposite side, they had to find a wide place to pass. It was fine if they traveled on horseback, but if they sat in a horse carriage they would feel dizzy from the bumps and it was really torturous. Now that Dingzhou village was getting richer and there were more and more horse carriages, it was time for the road to be repaired. Li Wangyu had been thinking about this for a long time. When he met Yang Quan today he casually brought it up. Yang Zhua, on the other hand, was shocked by his words. "Zio, you're asking for too much. You actually want me to build a road that's 20 li long for a watermill blueprint? Do you know how much it will cost to repair this road?" "Brother Shuqing, you're the dignified county magistrate of Hu County, the Ming House. How can you be so stingy? TSK, forget it. I know that you, the Ming House magistrate, are also poor. I won't bicker with you. I'll pay for the cost of repairing the road myself. However, you have to mobilize the laborers in the county to help me repair the road. Is that okay?" When Li Wangyu ridiculed him for being poor, Yang Quan was speechless. However, he could agree to Li Wangyu's conditions. After all, the laborers recruited by the county every year were used to build and maintain various facilities in the county. Of course, it was also okay to let these laborers repair the road. Moreover, since Li Wangyu said that he would pay for all the expenses, Yang Quan had no reason to refuse. He pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay, I can agree to this condition." Seeing that he agreed, Li Wangyu quickly added, "I want to double the width of this road. The county will have to settle the land that the roadbed occupies." Yang Quan almost wanted to blow his beard again. However, when he thought about it, there weren't many farmlands on both sides of the road from Hu County to Dingzhou village. Even if the roadbed was doubled, he estimated that the compensation from the county would only be around 100 mu. After doing this calculation, Yang Quan decided to endure it. In any case, this road really did need to be repaired. Especially now that Pai Lupi came to Dingzhou village from time to time, the road was too bad. It really couldn't be justified. Seeing that Yang Quan nodded in agreement, Li Wangyu opened his mouth to speak again. This time Yang Quan couldn't hold back anymore. His saliva almost sprayed on Li Wangyu's face. "Zio, that's enough." Li Wangyu shrugged. Brother Shuqing, why are you in such a hurry? I mean, I'll treat you to a drink." Chapter 574. At Li Wangyu's residence, Yang Quan drank and chatted merrily with Li Wangyu. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he returned to the county office with the blueprints for the water mill. It was currently the slack season, so enlisting laborers wasn't too troublesome. Yang Quan didn't go back on his word. He quickly recruited 5,000 laborers from the county and had the bailiffs and scribes lead them to begin repairing the road from Dingzhou village to Hu County. Although the laborers didn't need to be paid, Li Wangyu still had to pay for their meals. Li Wangyu naturally wasn't stingy with the copper coins. 3 meals a day he provided the laborers with good food and drinks, including meat and fish. The laborers who came to repair the road were very grateful for County Count Hu's generosity, so they put in even more effort in repairing the road. 20 li wasn't very long. The 5,000 laborers were divided into 10 groups. Under the direction of the craftsmen sent by the county office, they started working in 10 different places. Each group of 500 people was responsible for repairing the road, and the distance was only 1 kilometer. In the Tang dynasty, the most physically exhausting part of building roads was tamping down the earth. It required countless strong men to continuously lift up heavy wooden stakes, raise them up high and then drop them down, repeatedly smash them into the ground to tamp down the road, and then use stone rollers to roll them back and forth. Finally, firewood was placed on top of the road and the road was burned. This way grass and insects wouldn't grow, and the road was sturdy and durable. According to Yang Zhua and the craftsmen sent by Hu County to direct the construction of the road, this 20-li-long road would take 3 to 4 months to complete. A laborer's year of service was 20 days. Yang Quan estimated that they would need to recruit 4 or 5 laborers in shifts to satisfy Li Wangyu's needs. However, Li Wangyu didn't allow them to repair the road like this. He only had the laborers fill up the road and then use stone rollers to tamp it down. He also used 4-wheeled carriages to bring over crushed stones from the quarry and lay them on top of the road. Regarding this, the craftsman in charge of the road couldn't help but advise, "County Count Hu, this road isn't tamped down but the speed is fast. But once it rained, the road would be washed away. Even if the road is paved with these stones, once those carriages are crushed, they will still sink into the stones. The road can't be built this way." Li Wangyu shook his head and smiled. "It's okay. I'm going to put a layer of mirage mud on the road. Isn't that enough?" "What? Spreading mirage mud on the ground? Isn't this too extravagant?" The craftsmen naturally knew what mirage mud was, but they had never thought of using such precious mirage mud on the road. In his opinion, wasn't this a prodigal son? The craftsman complained in his heart. In Chang'an, it was rumored that County Count Hu was a prodigal son. It seemed that the rumors were true. What was the difference between paving a road with mirage mud and paving a road with money? However, Li Wangyu was the one spending the money anyway. Since he was willing to spend it on this path, Blacksmith naturally couldn't say much. Besides, he was also very curious about what it would be like to spread the mirage mud on the road. What he didn't know was that in fact, Li Wangyu was also complaining in his heart that the Ministry of Works and the work supervisor of the Tang dynasty were too unreliable. The method of how to fire the volcanic ash in place of cement had long been given to the Ministry of Works and the work supervisor. However, half a year had passed and the production had not increased at all. Wasn't it just calcining lime and clay in a kiln? It was such a simple thing, but it took so long. This cement had not been popularized in the Tang dynasty, and it was still a rare thing. Li Wangyu didn't know that although lime was not a rare thing in the Tang dynasty, the production was not high. After all, lime could only be obtained by craftsmen mining limestone and calcining it. The efficiency of large-scale industrial production could not be compared with the efficiency of modern times. That was to say, County Count Hu was now influential enough, and Yen Libin was mediating for him in the work supervisor. Otherwise, even if he spent money, he couldn't get so much cement to pave the road. In order to build this 20 miles long road, Li Wangyu pestered and pestered endlessly. From the Ministry of Works and the General Supervisor, he obtained 20,000 stones of mirage mud. 20,000 dan, which was only 2,000 tons, cost Li Wangyu 10,000 strings of cash, which was equivalent to 5 strings of cash per ton of cement. Li Wangyu was very unhappy about this, but there was nothing he could do about it. In modern times, cement was only 400 to 500 strings of cash per ton, but these 5 strings of cash were equivalent to 20,000 strings of cash in modern times. It was really a sky-high price. As for the food expenses of the laborers, the cost of the materials for building the road, and so on, it added up to more than 10,000 strings of cash. Li Wangyu threw out more than 20,000 strings of copper coins for the short journey of 20 li, under the circumstances where the laborer didn't need to pay wages. Fortunately, he didn't lack money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to build a cement road so extravagantly. The price was not cheap. In modern times, building a 4-meter-wide village road with concrete cost about 300,000 strings of cash per kilometer. And Li Wangyu spent 20,000 strings of cash to build this 10-li road, which was equivalent to 80 million in modern times. The cost of 8 million per kilometer was an astronomical price. With enough financial support and the laborers' hard work, a never-before-seen cement road appeared in the Tang dynasty in a short 20 days. Huxin County Count Li Wangyu was squandering again. This news quickly spread through Hu County, and even into Chang and Pai Lupi's ears. Everyone had different reactions to this. Some shook their heads and sighed, some were envious and some were expectant. On the day that the new road was completed, not only was Dingzhou village in an uproar, but the villagers of Hu County and the surrounding villages also flocked to see this squandering road. That's right, the 20-li road from Hu County to Dingzhou village was now jokingly called the Squandering Road by the people of Hu County. Spending 20,000 strings of cash to build a 10-li road was simply too outrageous. If this wasn't squandering, then what was? But when the people crowded around this squandering road, they were all stupefied. This was a road? It looked like a road paved with grayish-white stone slabs. This was truly beyond the imagination of the Tang people. Although Li Wangyu had already handed over cement to the imperial court, it was still rarely seen among the common people, much less used to pave roads. The common people had never seen a road paved with cement, and they had never imagined that it would look like this. An elderly man smashed his crutch on the cement road a few times in disbelief. Not only was there no dent, his hand went numb from the impact. This is an immortal art. This road is clearly paved with stone slabs. Great-grandfather, this is mirage mud. Do you know what mirage mud is? It was made by the Count of Hu County. After the mirage mud dries up, it becomes this kind of mud. It's incomparably hard and impervious to fire and water. It's truly miraculous, someone explained to the old man. A busybody immediately ran over to fetch a bucket of water and poured it over the road. The crowd watched as the water did not seep into the road. Instead, it flowed to the sides of the road and into the drainage ditches. The remaining water stains on the cement road quickly evaporated under the sunlight, leaving not a single trace of water behind. There were also 4 grooves in the cement road with wooden tracks embedded in them. These were tracks designed for carriages and they were called tracks. Of course, things like tracks were not invented by Li Wangyu. Tracks had already appeared in the Qin dynasty. These wooden tracks would hold the wheels of the carriages. They were smooth, allowing the carriages to move very quickly. These tracks were similar to the tracks of the Tang dynasty, but they were smoother and smoother. While the people of Hu County were marveling at this squandering road, another group of people had set out from Chang and was heading straight for this road. Chapter 575. The person who came was Pai Lupi. He led a group of civil and military officials to visit Li Wangyu's prodigal road. Li Wangyu had already mentioned to Pai Lupi and the others about using mirage mud to build roads. However, no one took it to heart. In the eyes of Pai Lupi and the others, such precious mirage mud should be used to build city walls and fortresses. Only then would they be impregnable. He didn't think it would be beneficial to use it to build roads. He even thought it was a waste. Today, Pai Lupi and the officials were discussing matters in the morning court when Mi Tuo came to report that Li Wangyu's 20-li-long mirage mud road was open to traffic today. Although Pai Lupi thought it was a waste to use mirage mud to build roads, he was very curious about the road built with mirage mud. Therefore, under the urging of Qing Yaojin and the others, he simply stopped the morning court and led the officials directly to Hu County to watch the fun. When they arrived at the cement road outside Hu County, it was already as lively as the Lantern Festival. The cement road was full of people who came to watch the fun. Although Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, and the officials and nobles were also a group of people with the highest status in the Tang dynasty, when they saw the cement road, their reaction was not much better than the crowd of Hu County people. The group of civil and military officials, when faced with this unprecedented cement road, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Qing Yaojin even jumped down from his horse and stomped on the road a few times with his feet. Son of a bitch, Zio is really generous. This mirage mud is actually used to pave the road? My goodness, this road is really solid. No matter how hard the road is, it's not as good as this mirage mud. Yuqi Jingde, Qin Xiong, and the other generals were also shocked by the road that was as flat as a stone slab. Some people even pulled out the sabers at their waists and slashed the road. Duan Luan, the Minister of Works, carefully inspected the cement road beneath his feet. He then turned his head and called for a carriage. He had the carriage drive up and down the road a few times. After the series of tests were completed, he turned his head to Pai Lupi and praised, "Your Majesty, County Count Hushin's mirage mud road is incredible." The road was flat and the carriage was even faster than before. This subject has tested it just now. Compared to the official road, the speed of the carriage can be increased by almost 10%, and it is very stable. Not only does it save on horsepower, the carriage can also carry more goods. Amazing. Pai Lupi nodded. When Ziyu said that this mirage mud could be used to pave the road, I didn't think so. But I didn't expect that the road paved with mirage mud would be so incredible. It was really beyond my expectations. Duan Qing, the production of the mirage mud needs to be increased as soon as possible. Duan Luan smiled bitterly, "Your Majesty, I naturally know the benefits of the mirage mud, but the production of lime is limited. This subject has already ordered people to do their best to mine the limestone and burn it. The main reason is that the limestone mine is remote and inconvenient to transport." Li Wangyu, who had rushed over after receiving the news to welcome Pai Lupi and the others, heard Duan Luan's words and couldn't help but be surprised. In his memories, China was an important source of limestone. Almost every province and city had limestone mines. In particular, Guangzhou Road, which was located in the modern Shaanxi province, had the largest limestone reserves in the country, close to 5 billion tons. Duan Luan actually said that the limestone mine was remote and inconvenient to transport? Could it be that the limestone mines haven't been discovered yet? This was interesting. Li Wangyu rubbed his chin and felt that he could make a move. It seemed to be a good business. Not to mention the large mines far away, he didn't have enough manpower or machinery to mine them. However, Li Wangyu remembered that there was a limestone mine in Hu County. Back then, the limestone mining companies in Hu County didn't pay attention to environmental protection and crazily mined. At one time, there were close to 1,000 mining companies and thousands of lime kilns. After more than 10 years of vicious mining, the pollution caused by the production of these companies caused the surrounding people to suffer greatly. After the TV interview was broadcasted on TV, it caused a huge social reaction. Li Wangyu also remembered the existence of the limestone mine in Hu County after watching that news program. However, now wasn't the time to talk about this. It was better to find someone to explore the mine and confirm its location. After Li Wangyu remembered this matter, he greeted Pai Lupi and the others and introduced them to the cement road. Zio, I heard that you spent 20,000 strings of cash to build this road? Do you know what the people of Hu County call this road? Li Wangyu laughed and said, Hee, I know. It's the road of squandering. I think it's pretty good. Building a road and squandering is a good thing. If Yang Mingfu, Chui Ming House, and Lu Ming House are willing, I'm even willing to use my own money to build the road from Hu County to Chang, and into a mirage mud road like this. What does Uncle think? His words moved Pai Lupi. The road from Hu County to Dingzhou village was only 20 li. Moreover, only Dingzhou village and the villages along the road would benefit from it. However, if they wanted to build the road from Hu County to Chang, it would be too valuable. As the southern gate of Chang, Hu County was an important connection to Yizhou. Moreover, due to the high price of housing in Chang, many merchants set up their workshops in Hu County. Every day, countless carriages and caravans traveled between Hu County and Chang. In fact, after seeing the cement road built by Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi had already thought about how spectacular it would be if such a road could be built throughout the Tang dynasty. However, 20,000 yuan to build 20 kilometers of road was such an expensive price that it directly discouraged Pai Lupi from building the road. How many official roads were there in the Tang dynasty? If all the roads were to be built at this price, the Tang dynasty would probably become the first dynasty to go bankrupt because of road construction. Now that Li Wangyu proposed to use his own money to repair the 80 li road from Hu County to Chang, Pai Lupi was naturally happy to see it happen. If 20 li cost 20,000 strings of cash, wouldn't 80 li cost 80,000 strings of cash? Moreover, the official road from Hu County to Chang, was incomparable to the small road from Dingzhou village. It was at least twice as wide as the mirage mud road in front of them. Based on this calculation, it would probably cost no less than 100,000 strings of coins to build this 80-mile-long road, or even more. Li Wangyu was willing to pay for this. Whether it was Pai Lupi or the civil and military officials, no one was unwilling. Yang Quan, Cui Zhua, and Lu Dehang looked at each other and immediately stood up. Your Majesty, we naturally agree. If the Count of Hu County is willing to pay for the construction of the official road from Hu County to Chang, we will take care of all the enlistment without any objections. Pai Lupi nodded slightly and looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, have you thought it through? Are you willing to pay for the construction of the official road from Chang to Hu County? Li Wangyu's smile became even brighter. Uncle, I naturally can pay for the construction. However, if I spend a lot of money to build this official road, there should be some benefits, right? Pai Lupi was slightly stunned. What benefits do you want? Not much, not much. I only want 100 copper coins. Chapter 576. Li Wangyu's words stunned Pai Lupi and the officials. They thought that there was something wrong with their ears. Only 100 copper coins? What the hell? What kind of condition was this? Li Wangyu calmly explained, Uncle, if I were to pay for the construction of this official road, the people would naturally be free to use it. However, shouldn't I pay a fee for the carriages of the merchants that come and go? 100 copper coins per carriage shouldn't be too much, right? His words made the officials and Pai Lupi even more confused. Many of them immediately began to silently calculate how much profit Li Wangyu could make by proposing this. At present, there were no less than 1,000 carriages going back and forth between Chang and Hu County every day. 100 copper coins per carriage really wasn't much. When Li Wangyu ate breakfast with Niu Yong, Niu Wu and the others at Chongren Square, he spent more than 100 copper coins. The officials secretly pondered. Was it a lot to pay 100 copper coins to travel on such a flat mirage mud road? 1,000 carriages could collect 100 copper coins in a day. In a year they could collect 30,000 strings of copper coins. Even if the road required 100,000 strings of copper coins, it would only take 3 years to recoup the investment. After that, it would be a net profit. The officials silently calculated in their hearts and suddenly realized that Li Wangyu wanted to build this road. The profits were too great. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other influential figures looked at each other and stood up to express their opposition. Your Majesty, you can't do this. How can the official road become a private road and collect fees? County Count, whose words are incorrect. Your Majesty, you can't do this. If the official road becomes a private road, what kind of scandal is this? If you want to collect 100 copper coins per journey for 80 li, Your Majesty, how is this different from highway robbery? Nowadays there are no fees on the official road. That's right, Your Majesty. How can we let County Count who exploit the people like this? The private road they were talking about was a privately built road. In the Tang dynasty, privately built roads had already been charged for the passage of pedestrians. Pai Lupi was originally somewhat tempted, but after being persuaded by Wang Renyu and the others, he couldn't help but hesitate. Zio, 100 coins seems a little too much. Li Wangyu had a very reluctant expression on his face. Then what about 50 copper coins? Can I charge you 50 copper coins? Wang Renyu and the others naturally shook their heads. No, 50 coins is still too much. The common people have worked so hard. It's inappropriate to exploit them like this. In fact, they didn't care how much they charged. In short, they couldn't let Li Wangyu build this road to make money. Even Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others were already wondering if the counties where their families were located could use this method to build mirage mud roads and then charge a fee. This seemed to be a good deal. Although the initial investment was huge, they could reap rich returns for many years. Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders in response to Wang Renyu and the other patriarchs' objections. If that's the case, then forget it. The money in my residence doesn't grow on trees. I can't just throw it into the water and listen to the sound. In fact, Li Wangyu didn't really want to build the official road between Hu County and Chang'an. Before the production of cement in the Tang dynasty increased substantially and the price of cement lowered, the cost of building cement roads was too high. It was simply a thankless act. The purpose of his words just now was to plant a seed in Pai Lupi's heart. He wanted to let him know that building roads wasn't just a matter of losing money, but also had great potential. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, you have to build roads first. This saying was absolutely correct. Li Wangyu felt that as long as he found the location of a lime mine in Hu County, the production of lime would naturally gradually increase. As the production of cement increased, wouldn't it be logical to use cement to build roads? He didn't think there was anything wrong with charging for road building. Although free things were good, seeing the profits would make the Tang dynasty pay attention to road building. As for charging 100 copper coins for 80 li of road, it was indeed too expensive. In Li Wangyu's view, charging 10 copper coins for every 200 li of cement highway was quite reasonable. On average, 1 copper coin per kilometer was equivalent to 8 or 9 times the highway charging standard of later generations. Once several cement highways were built in the Tang dynasty, the economy of the Tang dynasty would inevitably become more prosperous and the national power would become more prosperous. This was all foreseeable. However, this matter wasn't urgent. It was better to take it slowly. Pai Lupi didn't mention the road building anymore. He and the other officials were in high spirits. They carefully observed the Mirage Mud Road several times. They even pulled Qing Yaojin and the others to gallop back and forth on the 20 li of cement road several times. The iron horseshoes collided with the cement road, constantly producing crisp sounds of hooves. It was very pleasant to the ears. After Pai Lupi had his fill, he called the officials to return to Chang'an. Although he didn't say anything before leaving, it was obvious that Pai Lupi had remembered this cement road in his heart. For a long time after that, the prodigal road built by Li Wangyu with a huge sum of money became the favorite place of the people of Hu County. Every day many busybodies would go there to watch the fun. It was called the Internet Celebrity Road. Even in Chang, and many people would ride horses to see it. Some people even used stones to knock on the road to test if it was really as indestructible as the rumors said. Yang Quan was afraid that people would destroy the road, so he had no choice but to arrange for the Yamen runners to maintain order on the cement road every day. After more than half a month, it wasn't until the middle of the 11th month of the second year of Jingguan that the popularity of the prodigal road slowly dissipated. There were no longer many onlookers. Li Wangyu was living a carefree life now. He had already fiddled with the fireworks and was waiting for Pai Lupi's birthday to show them. The more than 200 palace maids also had their beautiful superiors to arrange daily rehearsals for them. He didn't need to worry about them. Things went his way one after another. Back then, he had impulsively submitted a memorial to Pai Lupi to have the 100,000 people of Hu County switch to planting rice. Originally he wasn't sure about this, but now there seemed to be signs of success. The winter rice that had been sown actually started to sprout in the winter. This made Yang Quan, the county magistrate, overjoyed. Every day he would ride his horse to each village and personally go down to the fields to check on the rice seedlings. According to the estimates of the experienced farmers in the county, in another 40 to 50 days, the rice in Hu County would ripen and be ready for harvest. After receiving this news, Li Wangyu let out a sigh of relief. It was as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. To be honest, if these rice plants had failed, Li Wangyu really didn't know how to face the people of Hu County. It wasn't that he couldn't support the 100,000 people, but that he couldn't face the disappointed gazes of the people. However, Li Wangyu's leisurely days didn't last long. The old immortal son Simiao came looking for him. Trouble had come knocking. Chapter 577. On this day, Li Wangyu had nothing to do, so he led Niu Wu and a group of troops to watch the palace maids rehearse. Lang Jun, are you planning to let these palace maids perform this on the saint's birthday? I'm afraid it's inappropriate. Niu Wu didn't even blink as he questioned Li Wangyu's decision. Li Wangyu kicked him in the butt angrily. Please wipe the saliva off the corner of your mouth before you say something more convincing. Niu Wu hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, but found nothing. Lang Jun, you're lying to me again. Where's the saliva? Is that so? Then I'll have Xie Sanyang take a look and confirm whether or not you're drooling. The Xie Sanyang Li Wangyu mentioned was Niu Wu's beautiful palace maid wife. These two wives of Niu Yong and Niu Wu were born in Taiji Palace. Not only were they good at singing and dancing, but they could also write and draw. In this era where illiterates were everywhere, they were already considered high-end elites. Their beautiful boss was getting busier and busier, so she naturally needed people to help her. Strictly speaking, Perrin and Aphrodite were still in the category of illiterates. Needless to say, Perrin was naturally illiterate. When she was with Li Wangyu, she learned a little. If it was according to the standards of the Tang dynasty, Perrin was actually literate because she could write her own name. In the Tang dynasty, it was recognized that those who could write their own name were not illiterates. As for Aphrodite, although she could speak fluent Chinese, she couldn't write. According to the standards of the Tang dynasty, she was a standard illiterate. Even if she had received excellent education in Byzantium, it was useless. Therefore, Perrin and Aphrodite were still bitterly learning to read from their beautiful boss. Niu Yong's wife, Su Qiao, Niu Wu's wife, Xie Sanyang, and the dozen or so palace maids who married into Dingzhou village were in high demand in the eyes of their beautiful boss. What was the most precious thing in the 17th century? Talents? In the eyes of her beautiful superior, this group of palace maids who could write and calculate were the talents of the Tang dynasty. Under her persuasion, all the palace maids abandoned their families and husbands, one after another. They no longer stayed in the courtyard to take care of their husbands and children. Instead, they followed their beautiful superior and worked for her. These dozen or so former palace maids were all regarded as capable assistants by their beautiful superiors. Many palace maids were even appointed by their beautiful superior as stewards of the carriage business and lingerie shop. They helped their beautiful superior to manage these businesses. Every day, just like their beautiful superior, they took the carriage to and fro between Chang'an and Dingzhou village every day. In the Tang dynasty there were women who went out to work, but it was not the norm. How could this group of newly married old soldiers be willing to let their beautiful wives go out every day? Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the old soldiers in the village complained about this. They even complained to Li Wangyu in private a few times. However, when they found that the monthly salary that their wives brought back was higher than theirs, these old soldiers could only shut up obediently. Moreover, this group of women now had the support of their beautiful superior. Whether it was Niu Yong, Niu Wu, or the old soldiers, they did not dare to offend their beautiful superior. As for their own wives, they had no right to speak. In this regard, Li Wangyu was heartless and laughed very happily. Wah! It's time for you old men to experience the miserable situation of men in the future in advance. Now, when their beautiful superior went out, she was followed by a group of beautiful stewards and assistants. How impressive! As the 73 troops married palace maids again, Li Wangyu could foresee that the group of women around their beautiful superior would continue to grow. Now, even though the two daughters-in-law of the Niu family, Su Qiao and Xie Sanyang, were pregnant, they still followed their beautiful superior and helped her do things. When he heard Li Wangyu's words, Niu Wu immediately stopped smiling and replied seriously, Langjun, your idea is really amazing. The sage will definitely like it. Get lost. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He turned his head and continued to watch the palace maids rehearse. Needless to say, in the future he had never received such treatment. More than 200 graceful and beautiful women in thin clothes were twisting their bodies seductively in front of him. It was really a rare sight. Li Wangyu, Niu Wu, and the troops were watching happily. Then they saw their beautiful superior leading her group of female assistants over. Is it nice? Li Wangyu subconsciously wanted to reply that it was nice, but his strong desire to live made him change his words. It's okay. The dance team is not neat enough. Chongqing, you have to supervise them and be strict with them. The sage's birthday is in a month. I don't dare to delay. Time is tight and the task is urgent. I'll leave it to you. And I just came to see how the rehearsal is going. Since there are no problems, I'll leave first. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he prepared to lead Niu Wu and the troops to retreat. However, he heard his beautiful superior instruct Su Qiao and the others, in the future when the palace maids are training, pay attention to the door. Don't let some people peep at the palace maids. Humph, big pig trotter. Her words almost made Li Wangyu stumble and fall. He didn't dare to say more and quickly pulled Niu Wu and the others away. Langjun, why did Lady Su say that you're a big pig trotter? Niu Wu asked Li Wangyu, touching a sore spot. Shut up. She was talking about you. Li Wangyu was so angry that he kicked this guy twice to vent his anger. While he was playing with Niu Wu, he saw the old housekeeper Li Heng hurriedly come over. Langjun, I saw that old immortal son sent someone to ask you to go to the Taoist temple. He said that he has something important to tell you. When Li Wangyu heard this, he felt that it was strange. Why was Sun Simiao looking for him? Li Wangyu had already asked the supervising craftsman to make the microscope that Sun Simiao wanted and send it to the Taoist temple. Although the magnification wasn't high, Li Wangyu estimated that it was at most 40 to 50 times magnification. It was similar to the simple microscopes used by elementary school students in the future to do scientific experiments. They could barely see the microorganisms in the water. Li Wangyu really didn't know how to make a lens with a bigger magnification. He could only ask the supervising craftsman to continue to study how to increase the magnification of the microscope. Even so, the simple microscope that was sent to the Taoist temple shocked Sun Simiao, and he treated it like a divine weapon. Especially when the old Taoist saw the magnified scenes in his hair, blood, water, and leaves under Li Wangyu's guidance, he became even more obsessed. He hugged the microscope every day and refused to let go. Recently, the old Taoist didn't find trouble with Li Wangyu. He spent every day in the Taoist temple doing his scientific research. Since Sun Simiao was looking for him, Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't delay. He immediately rode to the Taoist temple. When he entered the Taoist temple, Sun Simiao's disciples naturally led him to the old Taoist. Zio, you came at the right time. Haha, the penicillin you mentioned before, this poor Taoist has made it. Sun Simiao's words struck Li Wangyu like lightning. What? Penicillin was made? Chapter 578. Sun Simiao's words made Li Wangyu's voice tremble uncontrollably. Old immortal son, what did you say? Penicillin is the miracle drug you mentioned. I made it according to your method, but I don't know how to use it. Zio, please explain it in detail, Sun Simiao said with a smile while twirling his beard. Li Wangyu fell to the floor, his lips trembling. It's really penicillin? Old immortal son, you can't joke about this. Have you tested the efficacy of the drug? The method of making penicillin that he gave to Sun Simiao was just something he learned from the TV series. Whether it was true or not, or if the scriptwriter made it up, he didn't know. The reason why he told Sun Simiao this was that he wanted to keep the old Taoist so that he and his beautiful boss could have a medical insurance. Secondly, he also had the mentality that Sun Simiao, the king of medicine, could really make penicillin. However, Li Wangyu didn't have much hope for this. After all, it was more than 1,000 years in advance. With the current technological strength of the Tang dynasty, it was really incredible to make a miracle drug like penicillin. Therefore, when Sun Simiao said that he made penicillin, Li Wangyu lost his composure. Well, according to what Zio said before, I took out the infected filth from the patients and smeared it on the crystal. Penicillin was also smeared on it. Now that 7 days have passed, there is no penicillin in the areas smeared with penicillin. According to what Zio said before, this should be a success, right? I also looked under the microscope. The areas smeared with penicillin are indeed free of grape-like bacteria. Sun Simiao said and pointed to the microscope, indicating Li Wangyu to look at it himself. Li Wangyu didn't say anything. He rushed in front of the microscope and adjusted the eyepiece. On the crystal that was used as the objective lens, he could clearly see the boundary. The areas smeared with penicillin were clean, but outside were piled up grape-like bacteria. Li Wangyu remembered that this was Staphylococcus, the most common type of pyogenic coccus. There was no doubt that Sun Simiao's penicillin was effective. Li Wangyu's fingers trembled. Penicillin was a miracle drug that could save lives. This was especially true in the Tang dynasty. Son, old immortal son, it's really penicillin. You really made it. Old immortal, you really are the king of medicine. Li Wangyu was so excited that he even called out Sun Simiao's honorific title. Regarding this, Sun Simiao only twirled his beard and laughed heartily. Zio, you're exaggerating. I'm not some medicine king. Ziyu, please tell us how to use this penicillin. Injections. Li Wangyu answered matter-of-factly. Sun Simiao was puzzled. What is an injection? Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. Injection was to use a syringe to inject medicine into the body. But in the Tang dynasty, where would they find syringes and needles? The syringe was simple, so he could make do with a bamboo tube. Li Wangyu estimated that with Carpenter Lu's skills, it wouldn't be a problem to make some bamboo syringes out of bamboo. Although they wouldn't be as transparent as glass in the future, they could still be used. The troublesome part was the needles. This thing had to be hollow and so small. Li Wangyu wasn't confident that the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty could make such a delicate needle. He could only go to the construction bureau and discuss with the craftsmen to see if they could make the needles. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and was about to explain to Sun Simiao what a syringe was and what an injection was when he saw one of Sun Simiao's disciples hurriedly walk in. Grandmaster, there's a guest. Sun Simiao frowned unhappily. Didn't I say that there won't be any guests? Can't you see that I'm talking business with County Count Hu? The disciple hesitated for a moment before continuing. It's Mr. Treasure. He said that he wants to reason with Grandmaster and seek justice for his disciple. Li Wangyu was confused. What kind of trouble did Sun Simiao get himself into? Why would someone want to seek justice for his disciple? Sun Simiao frowned. When did I bully his disciple? What justice do I want? Mr. Treasure said that Gung Hong, who was beaten to death by the sage Gung Fingyu, was his disciple. Sun Simiao's disciple's words stunned Li Wangyu. Gung Hong, Gung Fingyu, had been beaten to death by the Pai Lupi because he had colluded with the aristocratic families to force the Pai Lupi to abdicate. What did this have to do with Sun Simiao? Who was this Mr. Treasure? Was he also a doctor? Li Wangyu felt that this name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember. He asked Sun Simiao, Old immortal son, who is this Mr. Treasure? Sun Simiao shook his head with a bitter smile and explained, Sai, Mr. Treasure is also a famous doctor. His surname is Zhang and his name is Treasure. His courtesy name is Tan and he is from Liang. Mr. Treasure is now 70 years old. He used to be an official in the imperial court, serving as an official of the Honglu Temple. Now he has resigned and returned home. I don't know why you are looking for me today. What does Gung Hong's death have to do with me? Li Wangyu heard this and remembered that Zhang Treasure was also a famous doctor in the early Tang dynasty. There were records of him in history, but he didn't expect Gung Hong to be his disciple. Old immortal son, there must be some misunderstanding? Maybe so. Zio, sit for a while. I will be back soon. Sun Simiao stood up and prepared to meet Zhang Treasure with his disciple. Li Wangyu thought that Gung Hong's death seemed to have something to do with him, so he stood up as well. Old immortal son, I will go with you. If there is any misunderstanding, I can help you explain. Sun Simiao didn't refuse. He nodded slightly and walked out. Li Wangyu quickly followed. Under the guidance of Sun Simiao's disciple, the two went to the Taoist temple's guest room. In the room sat an old man with white hair and beard. There were a few middle-aged men serving him. When the old man saw Sun Simiao appear, he coldly snorted. Greetings, Taoist Sunday. I came here uninvited today to demand an explanation for my disappointing disciple. Sun Simiao wasn't annoyed by his attitude. Mr. Treasure, there must be some misunderstanding. The death of your disciple, Gung Hong, has nothing to do with me. How can it have nothing to do with you? It was you who misled the saint. That's why he beat my poor disciple to death in anger. As an elder, how can you deny it like this? Li Wangyu was also confused. He couldn't help but interrupt. Mr. Treasure, Gung Hong's death was entirely his own fault. What does it have to do with old immortal son? Even if old immortal son cured the crown prince's intestinal blockage, it has nothing to do with Gung Hong's death. How can old immortal son be blamed? Zhang Baozong was very unhappy with Li Wangyu's words. I'm talking to Taoist Sunday. Who are you to interrupt? Taoist Sun, is this how you teach your disciples? Sun Simiao twirled his beard and smiled. Haha, I can't teach a disciple like County Count Who. Mr. Treasure, you have misunderstood. This is the founding County Count of County Count Who, Li Wangyu. Oh? You are Li Wangyu? That's great. I don't have to make another trip. Today I want to talk to you. After Zhang Baozong heard Li Wangyu's identity, he didn't change his attitude. Instead, he glared at Li Wangyu and became more and more impolite. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was stunned. Wasn't this person taking him too seriously? What arrogance! Chapter 579. Li Wangyu naturally did not know that Zhang Baozong, as a famous doctor, was sought after by many. Moreover, he had once been an official of the Honglu Temple, a third-rank official who had retired. Naturally, he did not think much of Li Wangyu, a fourth-rank official who had founded the country. Zhang Baozong was now 70 years old and was known as a famous doctor, a godly doctor. This caused this old man to develop a bad temper. Li Wangyu was slightly startled by Zhang Baozong's words. Mr. Baozong, I respect you as an old man, but you cannot speak carelessly. Gung Hong clearly said that the crown prince had passed away in front of hundreds of officials and saints at the Taiji Palace. This angered the saint and caused him to be beaten to death. What does this have to do with me, an old immortal son? Zhang Baozong's temper was even worse. He slapped the table and said angrily, Nonsense! If you and Daoist Sun did not purposely hide the crown prince's illness and mislead my disciple, how would he have angered the saint? The old man's words made Li Wangyu so angry that he laughed. This was really Zhu Beiji's way of putting the blame on others. Gung Hong's medical skills were not good and he was stubborn. He was not willing to cooperate with him to save Li Qingqian. Now, Zhang Baozong was actually using this as an excuse to criticize him and Sun Simiao. He was truly shameless. Not to mention that it was Pai Lupi who personally gave the order to seal off Li Qingqian's illness. Even if he purposely did not let Gung Hong know, so what? What obligation did he have to explain Li Qingqian's condition to Gung Hong, the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau? Who did this Zhang Baozong think his disciple was? Zhang Baozong was still unwilling to let it go. He pointed at Sun Simiao and impolitely criticized, Daoist Sun, you only accidentally cured the crown prince's intestinal abscess. Why did you kill my disciple? Sun Simiao was a monk and could not be bothered to argue with him. He only calmly cupped his hands and bowed, Immeasurable deity, Mr. Baozong has misunderstood. Misunderstood? What did I misunderstand? My disciple is the Taoist of the Medicine Bureau. It is his duty to treat the crown prince. Even if you have cured the crown prince, you should still inform him. Taoist Sun, do you dare to say that you didn't purposely conceal the method to cure the intestinal abscess and purposely seal the crown prince's illness so that my disciple, Gung Hong, would misjudge the crown prince's illness and ultimately cause my disciple's death? Li Wangyu really didn't know what to say. Was this old man crazy? Should everyone in the world follow his wishes? Why didn't he just ascend to heaven? Li Wangyu wasn't going to be polite either. He flung his robe and stood up. Since Mr. Treasure thinks so, then there's nothing more to say. If Mr. Treasure thinks that old immortal Sun and I deliberately killed Gung Hong, you can go to the censorate to complain. You don't have to come here and show off your eloquence. Zhang Baozong was very old and his temper was even worse. When he heard Li Wangyu's words, he was so angry that he stomped his feet. Young man, how could you not know how to respect your elders? Is this how you talk to this old man? Don't think that just because you're the founding uncle, you can be so unscrupulous. Li Wangyu ignored his clamor and turned to Sun Simiao. Old immortal Sun, let's go. There's nothing to say to this kind of person. Sun Simiao nodded silently and turned to leave. Stop. This old man hasn't finished speaking. Zhang Baozong was even more angry and raised his voice. This old man must seek justice for my disciple. After you killed my disciple, everyone in Chang'an City is saying that you, Taoist Sun, have better medical skills and are the best doctor in the world. And my Zhang family's medical skills are useless. This is simply outrageous. This old man wants to compete with you in medical skills, Taoist Sun, to prove my Zhang family's medical skills. Taoist Sun, do you dare to accept the challenge? When Li Wangyu heard his words, he somewhat understood in his heart. This Zhang Baozong didn't want to seek justice for his disciple, Gung Hong. He clearly felt that Gung Hong didn't cure Crown Prince Li Qingqian and was beaten to death, which made his Zhang family lose face. This was why he shamelessly ran back to Chang'an City from his hometown Liang City, to find trouble with Sun Simiao. In reality, he just wanted to make a name for himself. This Zhang Baozong was so old, but he still cared so much about fame. This made Li Wangyu a little surprised. However, Li Wangyu felt that he wanted to compete with Sun Simiao in medical skills. That was purely looking for trouble. Although Zhang Baozong was considered a famous doctor in the beginning of the Tang dynasty and had left his name in history, compared to the king of medicine he was not just a little bit inferior. How could he compare? Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Baozong's words. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon? Old immortal sun's medical skills are not something you, Mr. Baozong, can compare to. You're thinking, well, if you lose it's okay. If you win you can spread the news everywhere? Make a name for your Zhang family? But what right does old immortal sun have to compete with you in medical skills? Do you think it's honorable to win? You really don't know what you're talking about. County Count who? You're also responsible for the death of my disciple, Gung Hong. This old man hasn't even argued with you. How dare you humiliate this old man like this? Humiliate? Ah. Li Wangyu was too lazy to say anything more. Sun Simiao naturally didn't want to say anything more. To him, a medical competition was extremely boring. If he had the time he might as well experiment with the efficacy of penicillin. Immeasurable celestial venerable Mr. Baozong, this is just a misunderstanding. Let's not talk about it anymore. I also feel very sorry for your disciple's death, but it really has nothing to do with me. I ask Mr. Baozong not to harp on this matter anymore. It's getting late. Mr. Baozong, you should return to Chang and city as soon as possible. Sun Simiao ordered him to leave. Zhang Baozong stood up with the help of several middle-aged disciples beside him. He laughed and said, Daoist son, this old man respects you as a senior in the medical field, but if you're going to be such a coward, this old man will be very disappointed. I didn't expect the world-renowned priest's son to not even have the guts to compete with this old man in medical skills. Haha, this is really interesting. Interesting. Sun Simiao wasn't moved by Zhang Baozong's mockery. He was almost 100 years old. What hadn't he seen? Zhang Baozong's provocation wasn't even worth mentioning. Sun Simiao's disciples and grand-disciples, on the other hand, glared at Zhang Baozong after hearing his words. But because of their status they didn't dare to speak up. But while Sun Simiao could tolerate it, Li Wangyu couldn't. How could the medicine king, Sun Simiao, be humiliated by Zhang Baozong? Li Wangyu flashed in front of Zhang Baozong and said, Ha, Mr. Baozong, it's not impossible for you to compete in medical skills. But I don't think you have the right to compete with old immortal Sunday. How about this? I also know a little about medical skills. Since you keep saying that I have to take responsibility for Gung Hong's death, then that's great. Let me and old immortal Sun's disciples compete in medical skills with you, Mr. Baozong. How about it? No. Sun Simiao said anxiously. Zhang Baozong curled his lips in disdain and said, County Count who, when it comes to medical skills, you don't have the right. Is that so? But everyone in Chang'an City says that I, Li Wangyu, am also a divine doctor. Go and ask the people, do they know you, Mr. Baozong? It seems like I'm at a disadvantage if I compete with you in medical skills, Li Wangyu said mockingly. He wasn't wrong. Zhang Baozong's reputation was mostly among the court officials and aristocratic families. The Zhang family had never treated the common people, so how could they have any reputation among the common people? Li Wangyu's words almost angered the old man to death. Zhang Baozong stared at Li Wangyu and panted heavily. Chapter 580. Li Wangyu's words infuriated Zhang Baozong. Good. Since County Count Huxian says so, then this old man will compete with you first. I'll send someone to inform the patient. In 3 days we'll take turns treating patients at the Imperial Physician Bureau. Whoever cures the most patients in 10 days wins. How about it? The Imperial Physician Bureau's Imperial Physician Medallion and Imperial Physician Deputy can bear witness. Li Wangyu naturally didn't object. He nodded with an expression that said, as long as you're happy. Sun Simiao became anxious and tried to dissuade him. Zio, why bother? This competition is meaningless. Don't fight with Mr. Baozong. Mr. Baozong, your disciple's death was a misunderstanding. It has nothing to do with me and Mr. Baozong. Let's just drop the matter of the competition. Zhang Baozong shook his head. No. Since Mr. Baozong wants to compete with me, how can I drop the matter? Li Wangyu also smiled and comforted Sun Simiao. Old immortal Sun, I'll accept this. There's no need to worry. Sun Simiao saw that the two sides were determined to compete and could only sigh. Zhang Baozong turned to Li Wangyu and said, since it's a competition of medical skills, there needs to be a prize. If I lose, I'll immediately scram back to Liyang and never treat patients again. I wonder what prize Mr. Baozong will offer if you lose? Li Wangyu looked at him indifferently. Mr. Baozong, what do you want? Why don't you just say it? Mr. Baozong, if you lose, have Lu Xinwei resign from his position as imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau and recommend my disciple for the position. In addition, teach my disciple the method to treat intestinal ulcers. Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile at Zhang Baozong's words. Alright, no problem. However, since you want Brother Xinwei's position, I'll compete with Mr. Baozong with him. I'm sure Mr. Baozong won't mind, right? Humph, as you wish. Zhang Baozong didn't seem to mind. Zhang Baozong naturally knew about Sun Simiao's disciple, Lu Xinwei. Although his medical skills weren't bad, Zhang Baozong believed that he could crush him in the art of medicine. Chinese medicine was extensive and profound, and it relied on the accumulation of experience. Especially in the Tang dynasty, Chinese medicine did not have a strong theoretical system. Most of the time, doctors still relied on their own years of experience. This was also known as experimental medicine. Zhang Baozong was 70 years old this year. He had seen patients all his life, so his medical experience was naturally rich. Moreover, he was from a medical family. Through several generations of medical practice, he had summed up many effective treatment plans and secret prescriptions. This was also the reason why Zhang Baozong dared to challenge Sun Simiao. Although Sun Simiao was older, he might not have been practicing medicine longer than Zhang Baozong. After all, Sun Simiao was only from an ordinary farmer's family and did not have any family inheritance. He started practicing medicine at the age of 18 and started treating his neighbors in his 20s. He had been practicing medicine for more than 60 years. Zhang Baozong, on the other hand, started from the beginning. He memorized all kinds of medical books and the names of medicinal herbs. When he was 12 or 13 years old, he had already started to treat patients. Until now, he had been practicing medicine for more than 60 years. That was why Zhang Baozong was confident that his medical skills were not weaker than Sun Simiao's. In fact, he might even be stronger than Sun Simiao because he had his family's inheritance to rely on. As for Lu Xinwei, although he was the imperial physician of the medicine bureau, he was only in his 40s and had only been practicing medicine for less than 10 years. As for Li Wangyu, Zhang Baozong did not place him in his heart. Even if the rumors were amazing, and even if Li Wangyu started learning medicine in his mother's womb, Zhang Baozong did not feel that Li Wangyu had any profound medical skills. Actually, Zhang Baozong wasn't wrong about this. Li Wangyu naturally didn't know any medical skills. The reason why he dared to challenge Zhang Baozong was because he was relying on surgery, alcohol, and penicillin. If it wasn't for Sun Simiao coming up with penicillin, Li Wangyu would have no choice but to keep his mouth shut and ignore Zhang Baozong. But since he had a miracle medicine like penicillin, Li Wangyu would feel sorry for his identity as a transmigrator if he did not show off. It wasn't that penicillin could cure all diseases, but with the miraculous effects of penicillin and Lu Xinwei's medical skills, Li Wangyu didn't believe that he couldn't win against Zhang Baozong. It wasn't that TCM wasn't advanced or brilliant. At least in this era, TCM was far more advanced than any other medicine in the world. It was only in modern times that Western medicine developed along with anatomy, pathology, and pharmaceutics. In the 20th century, it was closely combined with modern science and technology. With the birth of systematic medicine, it developed into modern medicine. Even so, TCM didn't disappear. On the contrary, it continued to develop after introducing modern medical concepts. From this, one could see the greatness of Chinese civilization. As the saying went, TCM treated the root and Western medicine treated the symptoms. Naturally, TCM had its own unique points, but penicillin was a modern medicine that could directly destroy the cell walls of bacteria. Its effects weren't something that Tang dynasty medicine could compare to. After all, the Tang people didn't even know what bacteria were. It was unrealistic to expect TCM to be able to quickly kill bacteria and reduce inflammation. Li Wangyu's eyes darted around before he said, "But if that's all there is to this competition, then it's meaningless. Why don't we increase the stakes? If Brother Xinwei and I lose, I'll kowtow to Mr. Baozong in front of all the officials and give you 10,000 taels of gold as compensation. But if Mr. Baozong loses?" His conditions naturally made Zhang Baozong raise his eyebrows. Whether it was 10,000 taels of gold or Li Wangyu kowtowing in front of everyone, it was very tempting to him. Zhang Baozong subconsciously asked, "What if I lose?" "Hee, if Mr. Baozong loses, you'll kowtow to Old Immortal's son and take him as your master. You'll serve Old Immortal's son in this Xianwei temple. How about it? Mr. Baozong, do you dare to make a bet?" Li Wangyu's words made Zhang Baozong's teeth ache. He was already 70 years old and had countless disciples and grand disciples behind him. Asking him to take Sun Simiao as his master? He couldn't bring himself to do that. Seeing Zhang Baozong remain silent for a long time, Li Wangyu couldn't help but chuckle. What? Does Mr. Baozong not have the confidence to win against Brother Shenwei and me? If that's the case, then let's just forget about this medical competition. County Count Hu, you don't need to use words to provoke me. I've lived for more than 70 years and have walked more bridges than you have roads. It's not up to a junior like you to tell me what to do. Since County Count Hu insists on giving this old man tens of thousands of taels of gold, how could this old man not agree? All right, we'll do as County Count Hu says. If I lose, I'll take Dao's son as my master. Seeing that Zhang Baozong had actually agreed to his conditions, Li Wangyu's smile grew even wider. That's good. Then let's write down the terms of the bet so that no one will regret it in the future. That's how it should be. County Count Hu, you should prepare the gold early. Zhang Baozong didn't back down. Under Sun Simiao's witness, both sides wrote down the terms of the bet, signed their signatures and slapped their palms together to swear an oath. They agreed to compete in the Imperial Medical Department in Chang, and 3 days later. Chapter 581. After Zhang Baozong left, supported by several disciples, Sun Simiao couldn't help but frown as he looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, why do you have to do this? Even I might not be able to beat Mr. Baozong with his medical skills, let alone Shenwei. How did you and Shenwei beat Mr. Baozong? Li Wangyu chuckled and said, Didn't you lend me the courage, old immortal son? Sun Simiao was confused. What does this have to do with me? Hee, if it weren't for you, old immortal son, how would I dare to make such a bet? Oh? Zio, you're so confident in this penicillin? It hasn't been used on patients yet. Sun Simiao still felt that this was inappropriate. Li Wangyu could only shrug. The Tang dynasty didn't have the conditions for pharmacological experiments, so there was nothing to say. They could just do clinical experiments. Anyway, it couldn't be too bad. Just like when Yo Yong was injured. If he didn't have the cephalosporin, wouldn't he have to watch Yo Yong die from inflammation? Besides, there was a penicillin skin test, which could effectively prevent the patient from going into anaphylactic shock. Old immortal son, don't worry. I know how to use this penicillin. I'll go to Chang and first and tell you the details when I come back. Li Wangyu didn't have time to talk to Sun Simiao. He just asked Sun Simiao to prepare the penicillin for him. He had to go to Chang and immediately and find the craftsman to make the needles. Without the syringe, even the penicillin would be useless. After all, the penicillin produced by Sun Simiao was a medicine, not a pill that could be taken orally. There was no other way except for intramuscular injection. After leaving the Shenwei temple, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu and a few troops straight to Chang'an. He was now familiar with the Shenwei temple. The officials and craftsmen in the Shenwei temple naturally knew that County Count Hu was here to make something new. Sure enough, when Li Wangyu found the craftsmen and told them his request, all of them were depressed. Who was confident that they could make such a delicate thing? An old craftsman pondered for a moment and asked, County Count Hu, can this item be made of gold? Gold? Making needles? Li Wangyu felt a headache coming on. However, as long as he could make a suitable needle, he didn't care too much. If it was gold, then so be it. But, can it be made of gold? Yes, I was thinking that gold is on the soft side. I will first beat the gold into gold foil, then wrap it around the copper wire and beat it into the needle-like shape you need, County Count Hu. Finally, I will take out the copper wire and form the hollow needle you need. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment. It was feasible, but he asked doubtfully, won't a needle made of pure gold be very soft? Can it pierce into the human body? I'll add silver to it later to strengthen it. That's good. Then start forging immediately. You must forge it for me within 3 days. This lord will reward you handsomely. With Li Wangyu's words, the craftsmen nodded and patted their chests, promising that they would make it within 3 days. Now, the craftsmen who were about to become supervisors were all willing to work for Li Wangyu. The biggest reason was that he gave them a lot of rewards. These craftsmen were all registered craftsmen and only had a meager salary every month. As for those craftsmen who helped Li Wangyu was never stingy with his money. He gave the craftsmen who helped Li Wangyu polish the microscope lens 100 strings of copper coins as a reward. With such a material incentive, these craftsmen were naturally willing to work hard for Li Wangyu. With the craftsman's guarantee, Li Wangyu was relieved. He ran to the Shangyao bureau and found Lu Shenwei, informing him of today's matter. When Lu Shenwei heard Zhang Baozong speak to his master in such a manner, he was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded Zhang Baozong for being disrespectful. Zio, I will do my best in the competition with that old thief. I won't let my master be humiliated. Lu Xinwei said and then looked at Li Wangyu with some worry. However, Zio, you are still a bit rash. You shouldn't have made such a bet with that old thief. If you lose, it doesn't matter if I become the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau or not. However, you will lose 10,000 taels of gold and even have to kowtow to that old thief. How can you accept that? Hee, brother Xinwei, that's why you have to win. Li Wangyu smiled. Lu Xinwei couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Zio, although I am confident in my medical skills, that old thief has been practicing medicine his entire life. His medical skills aren't inferior to my master's. I'm afraid. Li Wangyu's smile became even more brilliant. Brother Xinwei, do you remember why old immortal's son went to Dingzhou village to build a microscope? Lu Xinwei didn't understand what he meant, but he still nodded. Naturally, it's to study your microscope. Zio, the microscope you made for your master is really good. When will you make one for me? Li Wangyu was speechless. This guy was still thinking about the microscope? He rolled his eyes. Other than the microscope? Other than the microscope? Then it's penicillin. In order to create the penicillin you mentioned, my master spent a lot of effort. Now, Lu Xinwei suddenly understood. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Zio, you mean my master has developed penicillin? Haha, that's right. Li Wangyu pretended to pull out the folding fan at his waist. With a swoosh, he opened it and made it look like a feather fan. Otherwise, how would I go and bet with that Baozong on medical skills? It's not like you don't know my skills. How would I know any medical skills? However, with this penicillin and Brother Xinwei's medical skills, that Baozong will definitely suffer a great loss. Lu Xinwei nodded excitedly. If that penicillin really has the effect you mentioned, then that old thief Zhang Baozong will definitely suffer. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Li Wangyu in confusion. Zio, why do you want that old thief to become the master's disciple if he loses? Wouldn't that be letting that old thief off easy? I have my own reasons for this. Anyway, it's not a bad thing. Moreover, although this Zhang Baozong is a little narrow-minded, his medical skills are quite good. If he becomes the master of old immortal's son, it won't be a disgrace to him. The reason why Li Wangyu proposed the condition of becoming Sun Simiao's disciple to Zhang Baozong was naturally not to humiliate him. Instead, it was because he had his eyes on Zhang Baozong's disciples. Every time Li Wangyu saw Niu Yang's single arm and the old soldiers in Dingzhou village who were crippled, he felt his heart ache. Since ancient times, the so-called military doctors in Huaxia were unreliable existences. More than half of the old soldiers' disabilities were caused by quacks. However, Li Wangyu knew that Pai Lupi would continue to send soldiers to the outside world in the future. He could not stop this, nor could he stop it. Therefore, he wanted to do something for the soldiers who were fighting for the Tang dynasty. Surgery, alcohol, and penicillin were all good medical skills and medicines that could save the lives of countless soldiers. However, no matter how good the medical skills and medicines were, they still needed people to carry them out. The Tang dynasty was not like the modern era where there were enough medical personnel. Therefore, besides thinking about Sun Simiao's disciples, Li Wangyu also thought about Zhang Baozong's disciples. As long as Zhang Baozong kowtowed and became his disciple, wouldn't his disciples and grand-disciples all be brought in by Li Wangyu? However, Li Wangyu naturally would not tell Lu Xinwei about this. Lu Xinwei did not think too much about it. After confirming that he would compete with Zhang Baozong 3 days later, he simply took a leave of absence from the Shangyao Bureau and ran back to Dingzhou village with Li Wangyu to consult his master, Sun Simiao, and sharpen his spear before the battle. 3 days passed quickly and the day of the duel had arrived. Chapter 582. The Imperial Medical Department of the Tang Dynasty was not only a hospital that treated the officials, but it was also the earliest and largest medical school in the history of the world. It had both medical treatment and teaching. During the Tang Dynasty, the Imperial Medical Department had more than 300 teachers and students. The head of the Imperial Medical Department was the Imperial Medical Officer, and the deputy was the Imperial Medical Assistant. Under them were the doctors, teaching assistants, teachers, and workers. The Imperial Medical Department had 2 departments, medicine and pharmacy. Under the medical department, there were 4 departments: medicine, acupuncture, massage, and curses. The medicine department naturally taught medical skills. Needless to say, acupuncture and massage were taught and massage techniques were taught. What made Li Wangyu the most speechless was the curses department. Only a ghost would know what curses were used for. What was even more unexpected was that even the king of medicine, Sun Simiao, actually thought that the forbidden spell, the body of the forbidden spell is mysterious, and it is unreasonable to talk about it in detail. Therefore it cannot be deduced. But if it is executed according to the method, the effect will be shown. Well, who asked the medicine king Sun Simiao to be a Taoist? It was reasonable for him to believe in these supernatural things. However, Li Wangyu swore that if he ever got sick in the future and anyone tried to cure him with some bullshit curse, he would definitely throw that person out. After the Imperial Medical Department's Imperial Medical Officer received Zhang Baozong's notice, he was ecstatic and immediately expressed his full cooperation. His only request was to allow the medical department's teachers and students to watch the competition between Zhang Baozong, Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei. Zhang Baozong naturally nodded in agreement. He originally wanted to come to Chang and City to rebuild the Zhang family's medical reputation and eliminate the negative influence brought by his disciple, Gung Hong. As for Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei, they naturally did not have any reason to refuse. On the day of the competition, the close to 200 teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Department had already left the Imperial Physician Department early to welcome the arrival of Zhang Baozong, Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei. Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei led Niu Wu and a group of troops to the Taichung Temple's Imperial Physician Bureau. When they saw this scene, Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned. The only thing missing was holding fresh flowers and shouting, "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." Weren't these imperial physicians and medical students a little too enthusiastic? How could he know that not to mention a godly doctor like Zhang Baozong, even Lu Shenwei, who was now the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau, was considered a great doctor in the eyes of the Imperial Physician Order and the medical students and teachers. To be able to watch such a doctor treat patients for 10 days was an absolutely rare opportunity, so they naturally cherished it. When Zhang Baozong led a few disciples over, the group of teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department became even more enthusiastic. They clustered around Zhang Baozong and walked into the Imperial Medical Department. "Mr. Treasure, I have already informed the patients' families to come to the Imperial Medical Department for consultation starting today. How does Mr. Treasure plan to compete with Count Huxian and Lu Fengyu?" The Imperial physician asked politely. Zhang Baozong arrogantly looked at Li Wangyu. Count Hu, you can speak. I don't care." Li Wangyu smiled and said, "It's simple. Since it's a competition, then the patients' families will naturally come in. We will examine them one by one and write out a prescription. The patients can choose whose prescription they want to use. In short, whoever cures the most patients in 10 days will win. How about it? Does Mr. Treasure have any objections?" "Sure." Li Wangyu's smile became even more brilliant. "Since it's like this, then let's begin. Mr. Treasure is the elder. As the saying goes, the elder goes first and the younger comes later. Mr. Treasure will examine the patients first, and Brother Shenwei and I will examine them later." Zhang Baozong naturally had no objections. He led the way to the Imperial Medical Department's main hall. In the large main hall, Zhang Baozong, Li Wangyu, and Lu Shenwei sat on the left and right, waiting for the patients to come in for consultation. As for the 200 or so teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department, they filled the originally spacious main hall to the brim. It was very lively. "Imperial Physician Order, please invite the patients in," Zhang Baozong greeted after sitting down. Immediately, a doctor from the Imperial Medical Department trotted out to invite the patients in for consultation. Li Wangyu found it very interesting that the medical students of the Imperial Medical Department were called doctors. These patients were all notified in advance by the Imperial Medical Department to come for consultation today. Most of them were patients who came to the Imperial Medical Department to seek treatment and medicine, but the Imperial Medical Department was helpless to treat them. The Imperial Medical Department was not open to the citizens of Chang and City. Those who could come for consultation were the officials of the Imperial Court and their relatives, the generals of the Imperial Army, and the officials of the Yamen. The first patient was invited in by a doctor from the Imperial Medical Department. It was a lieutenant of the Right Imperial Army. The lieutenant's face was ashen. After bowing to Zhang Baozong, he sat in front of a few tables. Zhang Baozong extended 2 fingers and placed them on the lieutenant's pulse. However, his brows quickly furrowed. He asked about the lieutenant's condition and shook his head helplessly in the end. "Sai, this is a dirty disease. There's no medicine that can cure this disease. This old man wants to help, but there's nothing I can do." Zhang Baozong's words made the surrounding teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department shake their heads. Seeking prostitutes was the synonym for visiting prostitutes in ancient times. Sexually transmitted diseases in ancient times were also collectively known as prostitutes. It was rumored that Hua Tuo could cure this disease. It was even rumored that Hua Tuo could revive those who have fallen off. This was impossible. Unless Hua Tuo was a doctor from the future and used cloning technology to achieve this. In short, other than the legendary Hua Tuo who could cure prostitutes, there was no medicine that could cure this disease in ancient times. In fact, the lieutenant had already sought out various doctors. Whether it was the Imperial Medical Department or the Luoyuan medical workers in the streets, he had received the same answer. Today, he had also heard that Zhang Baozong was coming to the Imperial Medical Department to treat patients. Thus, he came to give it a try with a sliver of hope. Hearing Zhang Baozong's words, the lieutenant's face became even more ashen. He stood up silently, bowed to Zhang Baozong and prepared to leave. "Wait, Lieutenant, why don't you come to Lu Fengyu for treatment?" When Li Wangyu saw that the lieutenant was about to leave, he hurriedly called out to him. When the lieutenant heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. "May I ask if Lu Fengyu can cure this disease?" Before Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei could speak, Zhang Baozong couldn't help but sneer. "Haha, this old man has practiced medicine for more than 60 years, but I've never heard of this disease being cured. County Count, why do you have to be so stubborn and let this patient's family have hope and then be disappointed? This isn't something the School of Medicine does." Zhang Baozong's words made the Imperial Medical Department's Imperial Physician Order, as well as the teachers and students, nod inwardly. They felt that he was right. As the School of Medicine, a wise man once said, "As long as one is a doctor, one must be gentle and elegant by nature, humble and courteous by action, gentle by action, not arrogant and not pretentious." Since they knew that this disease couldn't be cured, they naturally shouldn't let the patient's family have hope and then be disappointed. This was truly immoral. However, Li Wangyu chuckled and said, "Sir Baozong, if you can't cure it, how do you know that Lu Fengyu can't? Don't make a fool of yourself because the disease is small, and don't shrink back because the disease is serious." When Sir Baozong heard that it was a disease of the School of Medicine, he shook his head and sighed. This isn't something the School of Medicine does either. His words left Zhang Baozong speechless. He could only coldly snort. County Count Hu, you have a sharp tongue. This old man wants to see how you and Lu Fengyu will cure this disease of the School of Medicine. Chapter 583. In response to Zhang Baozong's words, Li Wangyu was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. He waved his hand at the military officer. The military officer held onto a trace of hope as he walked towards Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei. He bowed and said, "Lu Fengyu, please diagnose me." Lu Shenwei gestured for him to sit down and took his pulse. After a round of diagnosis, he nodded his head and said, "There's no mistake. It's indeed a venereal disease." Lu Shenwei's words made the military officer's face turn even uglier. He silently stood up and cupped his hands towards the two of them before preparing to leave. Li Wangyu asked curiously, "Where are you going? Are you not going to treat this disease?" "What? County Count Hu, what did you just say?" The military officer, who was just about to leave, was stunned by Li Wangyu's words. He turned his head in disbelief and asked, My disease can still be treated?" "Yes." Li Wangyu nodded his head with certainty. "Wasn't it just venereal disease? There was no syphilis in China in this era. It was probably gonorrhea and penicillin was the cure." Li Wangyu was even secretly delighted. What a coincidence. He had encountered such a good start. Venereal disease was an incurable disease in ancient times, but an antibiotic like penicillin was the cure for it. Even Lu Shenwei was taken aback by his words. He moved closer to Li Wangyu's ear and whispered, "Zio, you're not joking? Can penicillin really cure venereal disease?" "Brother Shenwei, don't worry. Naturally it can. I guarantee it." When Lu Shenwei heard this, his face also lit up with joy. However, Li Wangyu's words had caused an uproar in the Imperial Physician Department's hall. Over 200 teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Department were all whispering to each other as they discussed spiritedly. "Doctor, may I ask if there's any precedent for what County Count Hu said about curing venereal disease?" "Sigh, apart from the rumors of divine physician Hua Tuo's medical skills, I've never heard of anyone curing venereal disease." County Count Hu's words. The doctor didn't continue speaking, but he kept shaking his head to show his attitude. He clearly didn't believe Li Wangyu. "That's right. We've also read many medical books, but have we ever heard of this flower being able to cure anything?" "I'm afraid that County Count Hu's words aren't true. Even Mr. Treasure said that flower willow could not be cured. Could it be that Lu Fengyu's medical skills are better than Mr. Treasure's? It's hard to say. Could it be that Lu Fengyu has the 15 lost secret prescriptions of Hua Tuo? Lu Fengyu's teacher is Sun Simiao, Sun Daoist. But it's not impossible. The words of the Imperial Medical Department's teachers and students naturally entered the ears of the lieutenant, causing the pleasant surprise that had just appeared on his face to suddenly freeze. Zhang Baozong was so agitated by Li Wangyou's words that he stood up abruptly. Ridiculous. It was ridiculous. How could such a disease be cured? County Count Hu, how dare you speak such nonsense? His words caused the lieutenant to lose his soul. He turned around and was about to leave. Li Wangyou completely ignored the questioning voices of the crowd. He pretended that he hadn't heard Zhang Baozong's words. He smiled at the lieutenant, revealing 8 spotlessly white teeth. If this lord says it can be cured, then it can be cured. Do you believe what they say and prepare to go back and wait for death, or do you prepare to have Lu Fengyu treat you? Choose for yourself. The lieutenant naturally didn't believe Li Wangyou's words. But who would be willing to wait for death? Even if there was only a 1% chance, he still hoped that his illness could be cured. The lieutenant directly knelt down in front of Lu Shenwei and Li Wangyou. I'll treat it. Lu Fengyu, please treat me. Li Wangyou laughed loudly. No need to be so courteous. Get up. Lu Fengyu can treat you right now. Yes. Lu Fengyu, please give me medicine and write a prescription for me. Li Wangyou waved his hand. There's no need to take medicine. A few injections will be enough. The lieutenant and everyone in the Imperial Medical Department were dumbfounded. A few injections? What did that mean? Could it be acupuncture? Could this be used to treat a willow disease? Zhang Baozong's face was filled with disdain. Preposterous. Acupuncture can treat a willow disease? That's nonsense. Imperial Medical Officer, you're also a medical student. Have you heard of this before? The Imperial Medical Officer slowly shook his head. This kind of thing, even in ancient books and legends, had never been heard of. It was rumored that Hua Tuo could treat a willow disease. He had 15 secret prescriptions, but it wasn't something that could be cured with acupuncture. Under everyone's astonished gaze, they saw Lu Shenwei take out a bamboo tube and put a golden needle on it. Come, let's do a skin test first. Let's see if you can get an injection. Li Wangyou indicated for the lieutenant to roll up his sleeves. After that, he let Lu Shenwei use alcohol to disinfect his arm. Then he inserted the needle into the lieutenant's forearm and injected a small amount of penicillin. Before the appearance of cephalosporin, China's hospitals had to do a skin test before injecting penicillin. The purpose was to prevent the patient from going into anaphylactic shock. The reason why a skin test was required was because China's medical standards weren't high back then. The purity of the penicillin wasn't high, and the quality wasn't pure enough. At that time, the penicillin imported from the West didn't require a skin test. But now, Sun Simiao used a local method to make penicillin, so there was no need to talk about the purity. Who knew how many problems would occur if the lieutenant injected penicillin without a skin test? After Lu Shenwei pulled out the needle, the lieutenant and everyone else were confused. They had never heard of such a treatment method. The Imperial Medical Officer walked over and bowed to Li Wangyou. May I ask what you're doing? I'm giving him a skin test. What's a skin test? Haha, to treat a willow disease, you have to inject penicillin, a divine medicine developed by Sun Daozhang. Old immortal Sunday penicillin is a divine medicine that's worth more than gold. However, penicillin also has side effects. Not everyone can bear its medicinal power. Therefore, we have to do a skin test on the wrist and inner arm first. Only those who don't have a reaction can continue to inject penicillin. The Imperial Medical Officer was confused. He didn't understand what side effects were, but he roughly understood the meaning. It was probably the meaning of medicine is 30% poison. As for penicillin, he had never heard of such a strange name. But after hearing Li Wangyou's words, he was even more interested. He quickly asked, May I know what diseases Sun Daozhang's penicillin can cure? Diarrhea, lower blood pressure, various blood diseases, coughing, cold attacking the lungs, wind and heat attacking the lungs, turbid phlegm blocking the lungs, willow disease, 7-day wind. These diseases can all be cured by penicillin. Li Wangyou recited a lot of diseases, which made the Imperial Medical Officer and everyone else dumbfounded. The diseases he mentioned were pneumonia, septicemia, and the like in the Tang dynasty. In order to know the names of these diseases, he asked Lu Shenwei for a long time before he finally understood the names of the diseases in the Tang dynasty. As for why he knew that these diseases could be cured, wasn't it because of the box of cephalosporin that was already eaten by his beautiful superior? Although the cephalosporin was eaten, he didn't throw away the packaging and instructions. The effects of penicillin and cephalosporin were roughly the same. He confirmed the diseases that penicillin could cure according to the instructions of cephalosporin. Li Wangyou's words made more than 200 teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department look at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to say. If penicillin could cure so many diseases, it was really a divine medicine. It should be worth more than gold. But could such a medicine really exist? Could this be a miraculous elixir bestowed by the gods? Chapter 584. Actually, in the Tang dynasty, giving patients a skin test was also a risky thing to do. Not to mention the crude self-made penicillin. Even in the later generations of Wuxia, there were patients who died from anaphylactic shock when medical conditions were not perfect. And among those patients who died, 25% of them died from shock during the skin test. Of course, compared to the patients saved by penicillin, this side effect was negligible. In the Tang dynasty, many diseases did not have penicillin, and the mortality rate was 100%. This was also the reason why Li Wangyu dared to directly use penicillin to treat patients. Since he would be waiting for death if he did not use penicillin, he might as well take a gamble and have a high chance of survival. After giving the lieutenant the skin test, Li Wangyu was also a bit nervous. This was the first time penicillin was used and no one knew what would happen. Although anaphylactic shock or even death were rare, it was a small probability event. But if it really happened, there was nothing they could do and they could only watch the lieutenant die. After all, if the patient in the later generations went into anaphylactic shock, they could be injected with epinephrine for emergency treatment. But in the Tang dynasty, there was no such thing as epinephrine. If something really happened, there was nothing they could do and they could only watch. Fortunately, after a quarter of an hour, there was no reaction at the inner part of the lieutenant's arm where the skin test was carried out. This meant that the skin test was negative, and the injection could be carried out. If there was a bulge, red flush, or lump, it was a positive reaction, and the injection of penicillin could not be carried out. Li Wangyu carefully looked at the lieutenant's arm and nodded to Lu Shenwei, "Brother Shenwei, it's negative, and the injection can be carried out." He had already taught Lu Shenwei the common knowledge of injecting penicillin. Lu Shenwei nodded and took out the bamboo syringe again, preparing to inject the drug. "Come here, take off your pants, reveal your buttocks and sit sideways on this stool." Lu Shenwei's words made the lieutenant dumbfounded. Was he really treating a patient? He even thought that there were some homosexual men in the military. Although he was not a homosexual, he had a rough idea. Hearing Lu Shenwei's words, the lieutenant not only did he not untie his pants, he even tightened his grip on his pants and looked at Lu Shenwei with vigilance. Lu Fengyu, I have to take off my pants to treat a patient?" Not only the lieutenant, but also the 200 teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department in the hall were dumbfounded, and Zhang Baozong was also confused. To treat a patient to take off his pants? Who had seen such a thing? But even if Lu Fengyu was gay, he wouldn't go so far as to display it in front of these 200 people, right? Lu Shenwei still hadn't realized what the captain and everyone else's gazes meant. Seeing the captain dilly-dallying, he impatiently shouted, "Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Do you still want to treat the patient?" Lu Shenwei Lu Shenwei to Shenwei Lu Shenwei Lu Shenwei Lu Shenwei. Lu Shenwei Lu Shenwei were Shenwei and Lu Shenwei Lu Shenwei. Although they were all men, the lieutenant's face immediately turned green when he exposed his butt to hundreds of people. But as a patient he did not have any human rights to speak of, so he could only endure and close his eyes, pretending that he did not know anything. Naturally, only Lu Shenwei was responsible for giving injections to the patient. Of course, Li Wangyu was the one who taught Lu Shenwei how to give injections. Actually, how could Li Wangyu know anything about it? At most, he knew that he had to empty the air in the syringe before injecting. He was not a medical student. His so-called injection experience was only the experience of going to the hospital and being injected with needles and seeing how the young nurses operated. Li Wangyu did not care too much. He roughly explained how to inject the medicine into the patient, then asked Niu Wu to catch a pig and let Lu Shenwei experiment on it himself. Lu Shenwei was helpless against Li Wangyu's unreliable teaching method. But he could only follow Li Wangyu's instructions and continuously insert needles into the pig's butt. Today Lu Shenwei was like a duck being driven onto a perch. It was his first time using needles on a living person. If the lieutenant knew that Lu Fengyu had only injected a pig's butt before, would he immediately jump up and run away? If it was the future, Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei's unreliable medical practice method would definitely be arrested and charged with illegal medical practice. But fortunately it was 1,300 years ago. Not only did no one find trouble with them, but the teachers and students of the Tang dynasty's highest medical school were also watching Lu Shenwei's every move with eyes full of curiosity. Lu Shenwei wiped the lieutenant's butt with alcohol and did not hesitate to insert the syringe into the lieutenant's body. He crudely pressed the syringe and injected the medicine into the lieutenant's body. Even though the lieutenant was a man who had been through a mountain of swords and a sea of blood and didn't even frown when he was stabbed, he still cried out in pain. Beads of sweat immediately dripped down from his forehead. Li Wangyu watched Lu Xinwei's operation from the side and also broke out in cold sweat. If I get sick in the future, I will definitely not let this guy give me injections. It's really too scary. In the future, the nurses were very gentle when giving injections. Even the skilled nurses did not feel anything when giving injections. But Lu Xinwei's actions were so fierce that it was as if he had killed the lieutenant's father. It was too scary. Inside the bamboo syringe, Lu Xinwei pushed the medicine all the way to the bottom. Then he heroically pulled out the golden needle. Li Wangyu dared to swear that the lieutenant's butt was bleeding from the place where the needle had been inserted. Lu Xinwei followed Li Wangyu's instructions and took out the golden needle. He then threw it into alcohol to soak and disinfect it. There was no other way. In 3 days, the supervising craftsman had only made 3 golden needles. Moreover, this was made of gold. It was impossible to use it as a one-time use, right? He could only use it repeatedly after disinfecting it. As for the bamboo syringe, this thing was not rare. Lu Xinwei casually threw it to the side. Alright, come back tomorrow at this time. Inject penicillin for a few days and your flower will be fine. But remember, before you recover, you are not allowed to sleep together. Also, don't go to those brothels in the future. Lu Xinwei bluntly lectured him. The lieutenant naturally nodded. After thanking Li Wangyu and Lu Xinwei again and again, he limped out of the door. He had no choice but to limp. His butt was really too painful. After the lieutenant left, the group of students from the Imperial Medical Department immediately turned on their curious baby mode and continuously threw out all kinds of questions. Lu Fengyu, that's it? He doesn't need to take medicine anymore? Is this penicillin so magical? It can cure a flower in just a few days? Lu Fengyu, may I ask what this bamboo syringe is? Lu Fengyu, facing this situation, Zhang Baozong's face was as calm as water. He only coldly snorted, "Humph, you don't know what you're talking about. You actually believe such nonsense? This old man doesn't believe that penicillin has such an effect. That injection is even more inexplicable. When did such a treatment method appear in the medical records?" Li Wangyu was too lazy to refute. Whether it was useful or not, they would know in a few days. After a long time, Zhang Baozong was finally dissatisfied and ordered the Imperial Medical Department to invite the next patient in for examination. Chapter 585. The next person to enter was an old man. Li Wangyu didn't recognize him, but from his robes he could tell that he was a 6th-rank official from the Tang dynasty. Zhang Baozong checked the old man's pulse and confirmed that he had a disharmony in his spleen and stomach. It was dysentery. Zhang Baozong twirled his beard and smiled. Your illness is dysentery, but it's not hard to treat. You just need to take the milk decoction and you'll be fine. The old man thanked him again and again, but dysentery was not easy to treat. At the very least, many of the doctors in the Imperial Physician Bureau were unable to treat this illness. That was why he hurried over when he heard that Zhang Baozong and Lu Fengyu were in the Imperial Physician Bureau. Seeing that Zhang Baozong could treat it, he was overjoyed and asked Zhang Baozong to write a prescription for him. Zhang Baozong was not in a hurry. He twirled his beard and smiled. There's no rush. Today I'm competing with Lu Fengyu and Count Huxian. You should ask Lu Fengyu to treat you again. The old man could only listen to Zhang Baozong and ask Lu Xinwei to treat him again. Dysentery was not something that could be cured by penicillin. However, Lu Xinwei was not a quack. As Sun Simiao's eldest disciple, dysentery was not a problem for him. However, as mentioned before, there was only one patient. It was up to the patient to decide who would treat him. The old man hesitated for a moment before bowing apologetically to Lu Xinwei and Li Wangyu. He still asked Zhang Baozong to write down a prescription for him. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lu Xinwei, but that he trusted Zhang Baozong more. Although Lu Xinwei was a doctor of the Imperial Physician Bureau, Zhang Baozong was famous for being a divine doctor. His disciple, Gung Hong, was also a doctor of the Imperial Physician Bureau. Secondly, in the profession of doctors, especially traditional Chinese medicine, the older they were, the more popular they were. Even in the future, patients were still more willing to find an old Chinese doctor to treat them. In response, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders helplessly and decline to comment. After sending off the grateful old man, Zhang Baozong twirled his beard in satisfaction. The teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Bureau were all busy writing down Zhang Baozong's prescription. What Li Wangyu didn't expect was that the following day would be the same. All of the patients chose to have Zhang Baozong examine them. This caused Zhang Baozong's expression to become even more complacent, while Lu Shenwei could do nothing about it. Zio, your idea is not reliable. All the patients have gone to that old bastard for treatment. If this goes on, the two of us will definitely lose in 10 days. Li Wangyu was also depressed. He really didn't expect this. He didn't expect that even though he had created a dragon saber like penicillin, it would be useless. Those patients would rather go to that old man Zhang Baozong for treatment than have Lu Shenwei treat them. Even if there were some patients who could recover in a day or two after injecting penicillin, no matter how much Li Wangyu tried to persuade them, it was useless. Li Wangyu was overconfident because he had penicillin in his hands. If he had known earlier, he would have treated one patient each with Zhang Baozong. Then he would not have ended up in this situation where there were no patients coming for consultation. For an entire day, he and Lu Shenwei could only watch as the patients ran to the old man Zhang Baokeng to seek medical treatment. Even the teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Department gathered behind Zhang Baozong with pen and paper in hand. They earnestly took notes, afraid that they would miss the opportunity to learn from a famous doctor. It wasn't until the evening drums sounded and everyone prepared to disperse that Zhang Baozong stood up with the help of his disciples. After all, he was an old man in his 70s. When had he ever seen so many patients in a single day? The old man was quite tired. However, even if his body was tired, Zhang Baozong's mood was quite cheerful. He looked at Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei and didn't forget to ridicule them. How are the results of County Count Hu and Lu Fingyu today? Oh, I forgot that the two of you only saw one patient today. Ah, this is quite interesting. Even a flower can be treated. I'm looking forward to that lieutenant's recovery. With regards to Zhang Baozong's mocking words, it was rare for Li Wangyu to not reply back. He only indifferently glanced at the smug old man, then pulled the indignant Lu Shenwei and quickly left. Now that the situation was better than the person, there was no point in saying those words. It would only add to the ridicule. Li Wangyu could only pray that tomorrow's patients wouldn't be so deceitful. In any case, he and Lu Shenwei would at least have a chance to perform. Who knew that the situation would be the same the next day? The only exception was when the lieutenant came for an injection, which attracted the attention of the teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Department. At other times, there was practically no one around Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei. Those patients who couldn't be cured by the Imperial Physician Department all came because of Zhang Baozong's reputation. Even if there were illnesses that Zhang Baozong couldn't treat, Lu Shenwei couldn't do anything either. Most of these were chronic diseases of the elderly. Li Wangyu, who had penicillin in his hands, could only sigh in helplessness. After all, penicillin was only an antibiotic. It wasn't a miraculous medicine or an immortal treasure that could cure all diseases. For those chronic diseases of the elderly, penicillin really didn't have any effect. Another day passed and Lu Shenwei was a bit better than the day before. At least 2 or 3 more patients still believed in Feng Yu's reputation and asked Lu Shenwei to treat them. On Zhang Baozong's side, there were another dozen or so patients seeking medical treatment. Not to mention the number of people who were ultimately cured, just the number of patients Zhang Baozong had seen was 30 or 40. On the other hand, Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei's side only had 3 or 4 people. This naturally made Zhang Baozong smile even more proudly. Before leaving, he didn't forget to ridicule Li Wangyu. County Count Hu Xian, don't forget about the 10,000 taels of gold. Although I'm not greedy for money, it would be disrespectful to refuse someone who insisted on giving me 10,000 taels of gold. County Count Hu Xian's family is large, and it's rumored in Chang, and that the County Count Hu Xian's mansion has mountains of gold and silver. Presumably, losing some gold to me is nothing to County Count Hu Xian, huh? Lu Shenwei was so angry at the old man's words that he almost wanted to roll up his sleeves, but Li Wangyu pulled him back and said indifferently, Mr. Baozong, have you never heard of it? As the saying goes, winning first doesn't count, winning later is gold. Everything will be clear in 10 days. Li Wangyu appeared very calm, but in his heart he was extremely anxious. He was already thinking that if the situation was the same tomorrow, he would have to find Qing Chumo and the others and have them arrange for some patients to come in and treat as medical fraud. Otherwise, if he lost like this, not only would he lose his wife and soldiers, but his original plan would also be ruined. But no one expected that on the 3rd day, when everyone once again gathered in the hall of the Imperial Physician Department to prepare for the day's treatment, a person would suddenly rush in from outside the doors of the Imperial Physician Department. As he ran, he loudly shouted, godly doctor, you really are a godly doctor in the world. Dao Zhu is in the world, godly doctor, please accept my bow. This commotion not only attracted the attention of the patients waiting to be treated in the Imperial Medical Department, but also the hundreds of teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department in the main hall who heard the commotion. Chapter 586. The one who shouted, "Godly doctor," and ran in was the officer who had been injected with penicillin for 2 days. Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei were also stunned. What did this guy mean by shouting that? Could it be that his disease had been cured? Under everyone's astonished gazes, the officer ran in front of Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei and directly knelt down in front of them. "County Count Hu, Lu Shenwei, the two of you are truly godly doctors. I've recovered, I've really recovered." Who said that there was no cure for this disease? Bah, I'll blind his dog eyes. After the officer finished speaking, he turned his head and glared at Zhang Baozong, his eyes full of disdain. Even Li Wangyu was stunned by his words. Sun Simiao's penicillin was so effective? Gonorrhea was cured after 2 days of injections? How could he know that even in the future, patients who had gonorrhea for the first time would recover after 3 or 4 days of injections of penicillin? And to the people of the Tang dynasty who had never used antibiotics, the effects of this medicine were immediate. Its effects were completely incomparable to those of the future. When Lu Shenwei heard this, his expression also changed. He quickly pulled the officer over and checked his pulse. He even had the officer untie his belt and take off his pants to check. The teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department were also shocked by the officer's words. Everyone knew that there was no cure for the disease of promiscuity. When Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei said that it could be cured, no one actually believed them. Even though they had seen Lu Shenwei inject the officer twice, they still didn't believe that there was such a thing. As for Li Wangyu's penicillin, they were even more skeptical and felt that it was an exaggeration. The teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. If a doctor in the future claimed that he had a godly medicine that could cure cancer and that he only needed a few injections, no one would believe him either. Not mocking him like Zhang Baozong was already showing respect to Li Wangyu, the founding uncle of the nation, and to Lu Shenwei, the Minister of Medicine. More than 200 people once again gathered around, surrounding the lieutenant so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Pairs of burning gazes, as if they were studying a rare treasure, were all directed towards the lieutenant's lower body. This time the lieutenant didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he acted like a valiant soldier showing off his meritorious service. He proudly revealed his lower body and twirled it left and right to show off to everyone. Li Wangyu was speechless. He couldn't bear to look anymore and quickly turned his head away. However, everyone, including Lu Shenwei and the group of teachers and students from the Imperial Physician Department, was watching very carefully, afraid that they would miss a single detail. Tisk, there's no swelling, it's eroded. The eroded area has already scabbed off and new flesh has grown out. This flower is really cured. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Doctor, how do you explain this? Isn't Hua Lu incurable? Perhaps it was a misdiagnosis? This person doesn't have Hua Lu's disease? The doctor from the Imperial Physician Department didn't know how to answer. Impossible. Mr. Bao Zong and Lu Fengyu both confirmed without a doubt that this person's lower body was red and swollen 2 days ago. If it wasn't Hua Lu's disease, then what was it? Could it be that Mr. Bao Zong made a misdiagnosis? Mr. Bao Zong said Hua Lu incurable. This lieutenant only had 2 days, so how did he recover from Hua Lu's disease? Everyone couldn't come up with an answer. They all turned their heads to look at Zhang Baozong. They wanted to see how Zhang Baozong, who had said with certainty that Hua Lu was incurable, would answer. When the lieutenant rushed in, Zhang Baozong naturally heard his words. His heart couldn't help but thump as he felt that things weren't going well. At this moment he couldn't care less. With the help of his disciples he stood up, separated the crowd, and squeezed his way to the lieutenant's side. The old man couldn't care about anything else. He pulled the lieutenant's hand over and checked his pulse. After a while, he squatted down and carefully sized up the lieutenant's lower body. How is it? Zhang Baozong, 3 days ago you kept saying that I was incurable. What else do you have to say now? Quack quack. The lieutenant's saliva was about to spray onto Zhang Baozong's face. However, although his words were unpleasant, Zhang Baozong had no words to refute. 3 days ago he was indeed the one who said Hua Lu incurable. He even mocked Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei. If this lieutenant was serious and really beat Zhang Baozong up, others wouldn't be able to say anything. After all, it was fine if you couldn't treat the illness and couldn't cure it, but you even advised the patient to go to other people for treatment. You even mocked and ridiculed him. This was asking for a beating. If it was an ordinary doctor, this lieutenant might really beat him up. It was only because Zhang Baozong was old and was once a minister of the Honglu Temple, a major third-rank official, that he didn't beat him up. Zhang Baozong had nothing to say in the face of this iron-like fact. He still couldn't understand why Hualu's disease could be cured. He didn't say anything about the lieutenant's ridicule. He walked back to his seat with the help of his disciples. The teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Bureau were originally skeptical about penicillin, but now that the facts were in front of them, who wouldn't believe it? The lieutenant who had been sentenced to death by Zhang Baozong had miraculously recovered after just 2 injections. The mental impact of this was no less than an atomic bomb explosion. The lieutenant put on his clothes again and repeatedly thanked Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei before walking out of the Imperial Physician Bureau's main hall with his head held high. Everyone don't believe that old swindler Zhang Baozong. Why, he's a quack. I accidentally contracted Hualu, and that old swindler actually said that I was incurable. In the end, Lu Fengyu and the Count of Huxin gave me 2 injections. In just 2 days I was completely healed. Lu Fengyu is the divine doctor. Everyone, if you want to go in for treatment, you must open your eyes wide. Don't be fooled by those quacks. The lieutenant shouted at the crowd of patients waiting in the Imperial Physician Bureau, causing the patients and their family members to cry out in alarm. Lang Jun, are you serious? Nonsense, several hundred people in the Imperial Physician Bureau said it with their own eyes. How could it be false? If you don't believe me, you can ask the doctors, workers, and doctors of the Imperial Physician Bureau to see if I'm lying. If I'm lying, let the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning and I'll die a horrible death. Hearing him swear like this, a patient's family immediately asked the doctors and doctors they were familiar with in the Imperial Physician Bureau. The people in the Imperial Physician Bureau naturally replied truthfully. 3 days ago, when this lieutenant had come for treatment, Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei had diagnosed him as Hualu. Zhang Baozong's claim that he was incurable was also not wrong. As for his complete recovery today, it was even more true. After receiving the testimonies of the doctors and doctors of the Imperial Physician Bureau, the patients waiting for treatment couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. This matter was actually true? Wasn't that Zhang Baozong a famous doctor? Was he also just someone who stole from the world? The lieutenant's words angered Zhang Baozong's disciples to the point that they almost wanted to charge out and fight him to the death. He had repeatedly reprimanded their teacher as an old swindler and a quack. How could they endure this? Zhang Baozong's face was also deathly pale, but he still had a bit of reason left. He firmly held on to his disciples, not allowing them to go out and cause more trouble. This time he had truly made a mistake. He had never expected that Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei would be able to cure an illness that no one in the world could. Was that penicillin really a divine medicine? Chapter 587. Due to the disturbance caused by the lieutenant, the patients who came for Zhang Baozong hesitated. Who would want to seek treatment from a quack? Furthermore, there were many teachers and students in the Imperial Physician Bureau as witnesses. Thus, today's consultation was different from the previous 2 days. Although there were still many patients who trusted Zhang Baozong's medical skills, there were more and more patients who turned to Zhang Baozong for consultation under the influence of the lieutenant. They were basically on par with Zhang Baozong. However, these patients were all suffering from ordinary illnesses and didn't need the precious antibiotic penicillin. This made Li Wangyu feel regretful. He couldn't wait to see a few patients on the verge of death so that everyone could witness the miraculous effects of penicillin. However, Li Wangyu could only think about it. How could he choose patients when he was in the consultation room? Naturally, he would treat any patient that came. Even if he was anxious, there was nothing he could do. Just before the drum of dusk sounded, the last patient who came late was carefully helped into the lobby by the doctors of the Imperial Medical Department. When Li Wangyu and the others saw this person, they immediately stood up and greeted him. Even Zhang Baozong, who was in his 70s, quickly stood up and greeted him. The person who came was the honorable physician Duke Song Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was also a legendary figure in the Tang dynasty. He was the 7th son of Xiao Chua, Emperor Liang of the Southern Dynasty, and the younger brother of Empress Xiao of the Sui Dynasty. Xiaoyu was upright and outspoken. After Pai Lupi ascended the throne, he served as the prime minister 6 times and was removed from office 6 times. He was even demoted from his title by the Pai Lupi and exiled from Chang'an City. He was also one of the 24 meritorious officials in the Lingyan Pavilion. Li Wangyu naturally knew such a big shot. When he saw that the old man came to see him, he naturally treated him with respect. At this moment, Xiaoyu was removed from office once again. He had no official position, but everyone still respected him. Speaking of which, Xiaoyu's career was bumpy. In the first year of Jingguan, Xiaoyu served as the left servant of the minister for the 2nd time and served as the prime minister for the 2nd time. In the end, Xiao Yu was impeached after only 5 months as the prime minister. The reason was that he asked Tang Jian, who was on a diplomatic mission to the Turkic Empire, to bring a letter to his sister, Empress Xiao, who was taking refuge in the Turkic Empire. In the end, this matter was exposed. It was said that Xiao Yu was secretly communicating with the former empress. As a result, the strict and upright Xiao Yu, who refused to tolerate the shortcomings of others, was once again removed from his position by Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu knew that Xiao Yu would soon be revived by Pai Lupi and become the prime minister for the 3rd time. "Master Xiao, where are you feeling unwell today?" Zhang Baozong went over to greet him politely. "Haha, thank you for your trouble, Duke Zhang. This old man has been coughing for the past few days and has symptoms of fever. When I cough, my lungs hurt. Coughing less sputum with traces of blood in the sputum and sore throat. I've been ill for some time now and I can't recover from it. The doctors from the Medicine Bureau and the Imperial Physician Bureau have already taken a look at me. I've drunk a lot of medicine but I don't see any improvement. I'll have to trouble Mr. Zhang to treat this old man," Xiao Yu said weakly with an ugly expression. As Xiao Yu explained his condition to Zhang Baozong, he coughed violently. Li Wangyu was afraid that he would cough out his lungs. Zhang Baozong invited Xiao Yu to sit down and carefully checked his pulse. After a while, he slowly said, "Master Xiao, this cough of yours is caused by an evil wind entering your body, causing your lungs qi to go up in reverse. It's an illness caused by wind and heat attacking your lungs. This illness is very troublesome and requires meditation. It's hard to recover in a short period of time. This old man will prescribe a bowl of mulberry apricot soup for you later. You can drink it for a few days and see the effects." Li Wangyu only understood half of it. The medical terms of the Tang dynasty were really hard to pronounce. He secretly asked Lu Xinwei, "Brother Xinwei, what kind of illness is wind and heat attacking the lungs?" "It's a type of cough. It's usually accompanied by symptoms of fever and chest pain when coughing." Li Wangyu still didn't understand Lu Xinwei's explanation. However, there would be fever, cough, sputum and even lung pain. Damn, this can't be pneumonia, right? If it's really pneumonia, then it's simple. Penicillin can treat the illness. He carefully recalled that there was no such thing as pneumonia in Chinese medicine since ancient times. Instead, it was replaced by coughing. Looking at Xiao Yu's symptoms, it should be the pneumonia that Western medicine spoke of. Li Wangyu couldn't help asking Lu Xinwei, "Is this illness hard to treat?" Lu Xinwei bitterly shook his head. "It's a troublesome illness caused by wind and heat attacking the lungs. If Master Xiao can't recover, it's easy for him to develop tuberculosis. If that happens, even a deity won't be able to save him. As for Master Xiao's illness, the sage had already ordered me to treat him. I've also prescribed him mulberry apricot soup, but it didn't have any effect." When Li Wangyu heard this, he pondered in his heart. In history, Xiao Yu didn't have a short life. He only died in the 22nd year of Jingguan. At that time he was already 74 years old. The old man's pneumonia should be able to be treated, but the process would definitely be painful. Pneumonia wasn't a terminal illness in the Tang dynasty, but it wasn't easy to treat. There were many patients who died from coughing and pneumonia. It seemed that he needed to convince Xiao Yu to receive a penicillin injection. The influence of being able to quickly treat Xiao Yu's illness was much greater than treating a military officer. On the other side, Xiao Yu couldn't help but shake his head after hearing Zhang Baozong's words, "I won't hide it from Sir Zhang. Lu Fengyu had already prescribed me mulberry apricot soup, but it didn't improve. That's why I wanted to ask Sir Zhang to treat me today. If it's mulberry apricot soup, then there's no need to trouble Sir Zhang." Mulberry apricot soup had the effect of clearing drains and warming dryness, moistening the lungs and stopping coughing. It was usually used to treat the illness caused by wind and heat attacking the lungs. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Zhang Baozong's face wrinkled as he racked his brains. Aside from mulberry apricot soup, what other ancient prescriptions were suitable? Li Wangyu suddenly spoke up and cupped his hands toward Xiao Yu. "Master Xiao, Lu Fengyu's teacher, Sun Simiao, has developed a new divine medicine, penicillin. It has a miraculous effect on treating the illness caused by wind and heat attacking the lungs." Is what County Count who said true? When Lu Fengyu examined me, he didn't mention this matter. Xiao Yu was naturally interested when he heard Li Wangyu's words. "Hehe, this medicine was developed by old immortal Sun a few days ago." "Oh? That's interesting." Xiao Yu didn't think much of it. Even though he wasn't a doctor, he knew that this medicine had been passed down from his predecessors. After countless attempts and refinements by countless doctors, the prescription had finally been passed down to this day. Although Sun Simiao was known as a divine doctor, Xiao Yu didn't have much confidence in this so-called new medicine, that had just been developed. He also didn't want to become a lab rat himself. Seeing Xiao Yu's disinterest, Li Wangyu hurriedly continued, "Does Master Xiao not believe in the medicine's effects? 3 days ago, there was a military officer who was infected with a venereal disease. This was an incurable disease. There is no cure, but he only had to inject penicillin for 2 days to recover. This is the miraculous effect of penicillin. If Master Xiao doesn't believe me, you can ask the Imperial Physician Medallion and the various doctors to see if I, Li Wangyu, am lying." His words moved Xiao Yu somewhat. He had naturally heard of the incurable disease and knew that it couldn't be cured. If penicillin could even cure an incurable disease, then it wouldn't be impossible for it to cure his lung disease. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu wanted to nod and try the new medicine. However, Zhang Baozong suddenly said, "Wait." Chapter 588. Wait, County Count Hu. Old Master Zhao's status is different. How many people have you used this penicillin on? How dare you use it on old Master Xiao? If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility, County Count Hu? Lu Fengyu, let me ask you, are there any precedents for the illnesses that County Count Hu says can be cured by penicillin? How many patients have you cured? Zhang Baozong's question was not wrong. Although Xiao Yu had been removed from his position as Prime Minister by Pai Lupi, he was not an ordinary person. Given his status, he could not be treated lightly. Zhang Baozong's words made Lu Xinwei's face turn red. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Although he was not happy with Zhang Baozong, he was a kind and honest person, so he could not lie. For Lu Xinwei to go against his conscience and say that penicillin had saved countless lives, he couldn't say such nonsense. Zhang Baozong was old and experienced. When he saw Lu Xinwei's stammering appearance, how could he not understand? Perhaps this penicillin had never been used on a patient before. Even if it was used to cure that military officer, it might be the first time it was used. His guess was right. It was the first time that penicillin had been used on a patient to treat the lieutenant. Although the effects were surprisingly good, how could he say that penicillin could cure the illnesses that Li Wangyu claimed it could? Li Wangyu felt a bit of a headache when he heard Zhang Baozong's question. If it was a normal patient, he would have dared to pat his chest and say that he could cure them. However, Xiao Yu's status was honorable. How could he make such a promise? There was no proof. However, this was not a problem for Li Wangyu. He was determined to use penicillin to treat Xiao Yu's illness. Haha, Mr. Baozong is indeed experienced and prudent. Your words are not wrong. However, just as Mr. Baozong said, this penicillin has not been used on patients with wind heat disease. However, Li Wangyu purposely paused here. His words caused Xiao Yu, who was full of anticipation, to turn cold. Naturally, he wouldn't be willing to test this new medicine and become a guinea pig. However, when he heard Li Wangyu say, "But," a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. He hurriedly asked, "County Count Hu, but what?" "But it's not hard to prove." Li Wangyu smiled and said, "In Chang, and there are naturally many patients who suffer from wind heat disease. As long as we find some patients who are willing to be treated by Lu Fengyu and inject penicillin, Master Xiao will be able to see the effect in a few days. At that time, won't Master Xiao be at ease and allow Lu Fengyu to boldly drug him?" Li Wangyu's words made Xiao Yu's eyes light up. He nodded repeatedly. "County Count Hu, if that's the case, I'm naturally willing." Zhang Baozong's face darkened. That was not what he meant. If he followed Li Wangyu's plan and found those patients to be cured by penicillin, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? He and Li Wangyu were betting on who could cure more patients in 10 days. Now, most of the patients came to him for treatment. How could he be willing to give Li Wangyu such an opportunity to add more battle results? However, before Zhang Baozong could think of a reason to stop him, he heard the imperial physician clap his hands and cheer. "Good, this is good. Let's leave this matter to the imperial physician department. Everyone, please wait for a moment. I'll have the doctors go to those houses to find patients with wind heat disease and bring them to Lu Fengyu for treatment." In the imperial physician department, there were more than 100 doctors in the medical department. In the Tang dynasty, it was not easy to become a doctor recognized by the imperial court. After the basic courses such as Su Wen and Shin Nong's Herbal Classic, they had to study specialized courses. According to the Tang Dynasty's 6 classics, it took 7 years for physical treatment, 5 years for minor ailments, and 2 years for ear, eye, mouth and teeth diseases. In other words, these doctors had to study in the imperial physician department for 2 to 7 years according to the subject. Moreover, the imperial physician department had strict requirements. There were examinations every month, every quarter and every year. According to the Tang Dynasty's 6 classics, it was recorded that there was a monthly examination for the doctor, a quarterly examination for the imperial physician, and a year-end examination for the Grand Minister. If one's skills were too good, he would be replaced by an official. If one did not succeed after 9 years of study, he would be forced to retire. If one did not succeed after 9 years, he would be expelled. This was much stricter than the university in the future. Studying medicine was not just about studying. One had to have enough clinical experience. However, what kind of place was the Imperial Physician Department? It was for treating the families of officials. How could they let these doctors who were still studying treat the patients' families? Therefore, the doctors of the Imperial Physician Department were arranged to treat patients in the various medicine shops in Tang and city. Although the doctors of the Imperial Physician Department were medical students, they had received formal medical education and training. Their standards were much better than those of Liu Yan's medical workers. These doctors of the Imperial Physician Department were naturally loved by the people of Tang and city when they went to practice in the medicine shops. They were also very clear about which patients were in the various medicine shops in Tang and city. As soon as the Imperial Physician said this, a few doctors of the Imperial Physician Department immediately stood up and bowed. Replying to the Imperial Physician Department, Mr. Xiao, the Count of Huxian, and Lu Fengyu, I know of a patient with wind heat disease in his lungs. His family is poor and has no money to treat him. If Lu Fengyu is willing to treat him, he will definitely be willing. I also know of a patient with wind heat disease in his lungs. The words of the doctors made Xiao Yu overjoyed. He looked at Li Wangyu expectantly. Li Wangyu naturally would not refuse. He smiled and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you to quickly invite the patient's families over. We can test the medicine today. If it's fast, we will see the results in 2 or 3 days. The Imperial Physician Department immediately nodded and arranged carriages for the doctors. He asked them to bring the patients' families to the Imperial Physician Department. The doctors immediately took the order and ran out. Not long after, the carriages arranged by the Imperial Physician Department came back and brought back 4 or 5 patients. These patients were all ordinary people of Tang and city. They suffered from wind heat disease in their lungs and had no money to treat it. They were basically waiting for death. They heard that Fengyu of the Shangyao Medical Department was willing to treat them for free. There was no reason for them to refuse. As for what medicine was used and whether it was a new medicine, they did not care at all. Since they were waiting for death if they did not treat it, they were naturally willing to give it a try. Zhang Baozong's face was gloomy. He checked the patient's pulse one by one and confirmed that their symptoms were similar to Xiao Yu's. They were all wind heat disease in their lungs. Lu Xinwei also checked the patient's symptoms and nodded to Li Wangyu. Zio, these people all have the same symptoms. They are the same as Mr. Zhao's. Okay, then let's give them a skin test first. Li Wangyu did not hesitate. Although it seemed a little immoral to experiment on ordinary people, in fact, with the medical conditions of the Tang dynasty, his willingness to treat these dying people was already a bodhisattva's kindness. Even if there was an accident during the treatment, the patients' families could not say anything except kowtowing to them and thanking them. Medical trouble? There was no need to think about this kind of thing. It would never happen in the Tang dynasty. Under Xiao Yu's eager gaze, Lu Xinwei once again gave the patients a skin test of penicillin in front of everyone. However, an accident happened this time. Chapter 589. The few patients who underwent the skin test were all negative and could receive penicillin injections. However, there was a middle-aged man who was coughing non-stop and had a red hue on his arm. This was a positive reaction to penicillin. Naturally, he could not continue injecting penicillin or he would die. Li Wangyu shook his head regretfully. Patient, please go back. This penicillin is not suitable for your treatment. Hearing that he could not receive Li Wangyu's treatment, the middle-aged man fell to his knees in front of Li Wangyu. He coughed non-stop and kowtowed repeatedly. Please have mercy, please have mercy. Please save me. Cough cough. I'm willing to take the medicine regardless of the consequences. Please don't let me go back and wait for death. Cough cough, cough, I'd rather take the medicine. Even if I die because of it, I won't say a word. Li Wangyu continued to shake his head. Since the penicillin skin test was positive, he could not continue injecting penicillin. Otherwise he would not be saving people but harming people. Anaphylactic shock could really kill people. Li Wangyu remembered that when he was young, his mother had a colleague who passed away from anaphylactic shock due to penicillin injection. His mother had been talking about this matter from time to time many years later. Was a pity? Although it was an accident with a small probability, since the skin test showed a positive reaction, he could not continue injecting penicillin. But no matter how Li Wangyu refused, The middle-aged man only begged bitterly and kowtowed with his head banging loudly on the ground in a very sorrowful manner. Lu Shenwei looked at the pitiful man from the side and understood his feelings. If it were not for a wealthy family like Xiaoyu who had doctors from the Imperial Physician Bureau and the Shangyao Bureau to treat him and take all kinds of medicine, the wind-heat disease would be fatal. As for these ordinary people, they would only be treated by Lu Yan's doctors from the pharmacy. Not to mention their medical skills, just the cost of seeing a doctor and getting medicine was unbearable. It was not an exaggeration to say that pneumonia in the Tang dynasty was not an incurable disease, but it was not much different from a terminal illness. It was just waiting for death. Zio, are you sure it's positive? Didn't you tell me that there's another type of false positive reaction in the skin test? Lu Shenwei asked in a low voice. Li Wangyu was stunned by his question. He had indeed told Lu Shenwei that the results of the skin test were mostly negative, positive and false positive. In fact, there were not many people who were allergic to penicillin. He seemed to remember that in his previous life, only about 10% of the people showed a positive reaction in skin test, and most of them were false positives. The proportion of people who were really allergic to penicillin was only about 1%. However, he only knew how it was done, not why it was done. Other than knowing that no reaction was negative and could be injected, how could he know what kind of reaction was a false positive? What was positive? To be on the safe side, Li Wangyu naturally categorized all those who had a reaction to the skin test as positive and did not inject them. This was the safest method. Li Wangyu was at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. He took a closer look at the middle-aged man's arm. There was only a redness and there didn't seem to be any other symptoms. Li Wangyu hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to do. The middle-aged man begged bitterly, and even Xiaoyu couldn't bear it. County Count Hu Xin, can this person really not be treated with medicine? I feel that he's quite pitiful. If you send him back he won't live for long. How about you write a life and death contract and have him sign it? Then Lu Fengyu can treat him as he pleases. If something happens you can't blame County Count Hu Xin and Lu Fengyu. When the middle-aged man heard Xiaoyu's words, he quickly replied, this lowly one is willing. Cough cough willing. Cough cough cough. As long as esteemed one is willing to treat me, even if I can't be cured and something happens, I won't complain. At this point, Li Wangyu simply made up his mind, gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. That's good. Go and find your family members and tell them about the risks of the treatment. If something happens you can't blame us. Of course. Many thanks, esteemed one. When the middle-aged man heard that Li Wangyu had relented, he quickly got up from the ground and ran to the Imperial Physician Department's main hall to call for his family. Soon, a woman followed the middle-aged man into the main hall. She hadn't even wiped away the tears on her face when she knelt in front of Li Wangyu and the others. Esteemed one, please treat my husband. Regardless of life or death, if anything happens, this lowly woman will not complain. This was clearly the middle-aged man's wife. In response to her words, Li Wangyu could only shake his head and sigh. Now that things had come to this, he could only brace himself and try to see if the middle-aged man's life was tough or not. If it was a false positive reaction, then there would be no problem. If it was a positive reaction, then it would be difficult for even a deity to save him. He could only watch as the middle-aged man died. Once again he told the couple about the possible reactions that might occur after the injection of penicillin. In the end, he asked the doctor from the Imperial Medical Department to help the middle-aged couple write a life and death contract and let them sign it with their fingerprints. After a while, Li Wangyu indicated for the woman to leave. Lu Shenwei began to prepare the medicine for the pneumonia patients. It was still the same procedure. Although the patients were baffled that they had to take off their pants in public, they didn't dare to disobey. However, they didn't dare to disobey. They could only take turns to take off their pants under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people and let Lu Shenwei inject them with injections. Xiaoyu was also watching from the side. It was his first time seeing such an injection method, so he was puzzled. The imperial physician beside him had already seen it twice, so he had a rough understanding of it. He quickly explained to Xiaoyu, "Old Master Xiao, the medicine developed by Old Immortal Sun is different from ordinary medicine. The needle is hollow, so the medicine can be injected directly into the patient's body through the bamboo tube." Is this medicine really so miraculous? I'm not sure about other illnesses. However, one of the military officers was infected with the flower willow, and he indeed recovered in 2 days. This lowly official and everyone in the Imperial Medical Department can testify to this. Xiaoyu nodded his head and continued to watch Lu Shenwei inject the patients. It was still the same crude action. Li Wangyu couldn't help sweating in his heart. He couldn't bear to watch. Even Xiao Yu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help knitting his brows when he saw the patient's painful expression. He was clearly shocked by Lu Shenwei's injection method. After the pneumonia patients were done with their injections, it was the middle-aged man's turn. Li Wangyu hesitated for a while before he nodded his head to Lu Shenwei, indicating for him to inject penicillin. At this moment, everyone became nervous. For a moment, no one spoke in the Imperial Physician Department's hall as they nervously stared at Lu Shenwei and the middle-aged man. This made Lu Shenwei a little nervous. He held the syringe on the middle-aged man's butt for a long time, but he didn't manage to inject it. Everyone's gazes followed the syringe in Lu Shenwei's hand. Just when they were nervous, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth and howled. It scared Lu Shenwei so much that his hand trembled and he almost stabbed the needle into the back of his hand. Chapter 590. Lu Shenwei came back to his senses. He hadn't inserted the needle yet, so why was this man screaming? He angrily slapped the middle-aged man's head. What the hell are you screaming for? I haven't inserted the needle yet. When the middle-aged man heard this, he was stunned for a moment before he muttered, I saw those people before. When they sat down they all screamed like that. I thought it was a rule. His words caused everyone to be stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. The tense atmosphere from before dissipated quite a bit. Lu Shenwei was so angry that his face turned red. Without thinking, he directly inserted the needle into the middle-aged man's butt. Ah! This time, the middle-aged man screamed again. He finally understood why those people had screamed when they were treating him. It really was King painful. Under Lu Shenwei's violent actions, a syringe of penicillin was quickly injected into the middle-aged man's body. Li Wangyu gestured for him to put on his pants. Go and call your wife in. Let's stay here for a while. If you're fine in an hour, you'll be considered to have passed through the gates of hell. Whether or not you can live will depend on your fate. The middle-aged man had already mentally prepared himself. To him, if he couldn't treat this illness, he would only be waiting for death when he returned. He would also be a burden to his family. It would be better to end it today. If he could live, then he would have a free life. If he couldn't, then his wife would suffer less. He respectfully knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei. Then he left the main hall to find his wife. Outside the main hall, his wife had been silently crying. When she saw him come out, she hurriedly went forward to support him. Tang, how are you? Did the noble person give you medicine? Do you feel unwell? The middle-aged man nodded. Wait for an hour. If I can live, then I can probably keep my life. Sigh, my wife, I've dragged you down. Something happens, cough, 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 you should take the children with you before marrying. I only have one request. Can you find someone who treats the children well? Dalong, what nonsense are you talking about? If you're gone, I'll naturally raise the children. If you go there, wait for me. I'll look for you after I raise the child. The woman cried miserably. Her hands gripped the middle-aged man's sleeves tightly, unwilling to let go. It was as if her husband would leave her if she let go. Just like that, the two of them supported each other and stood outside the lobby of the Imperial Medical Department, crying and talking at the same time. Seeing this, Li Wangyu and the others felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Lu Shenwei even felt that the corners of his eyes were a little wet. He couldn't help but ask, Zio, what if there's really an allergic reaction like you said? Is there no way to save him? Li Wangyu slowly shook his head. The Tang dynasty only had such medical facilities. How could they save him? He couldn't bear to look at the couple any longer, so he simply turned his head away and cupped his hands towards Xiao Yu. Master Xiao, I estimate that the patients will recover in 2 to 3 days if they're quick, or 4 to 5 days if they're slow. Master Xiao, you can continue to take the decoction for the next few days. When you see the effect in a few days, you can rest assured and use the medicine. He didn't expect that the old man Xiao Yu would suddenly roll up his sleeves. Come, do that skin test for this old man. Master Xiao, what do you mean by this? Li Wangyu didn't react for a moment. Injection of penicillin. This old man doesn't need to wait for those patients to recover. This old man has been open and above board all my life, but I almost made a big mistake today. Since those commoners can use the medicine, why can't this old man use it? It's beneath me to let others test the medicine for this old man. Haha, but this old man doesn't regret it. If it can cure those patients, it'll be a good story. Come, Lu Fengyu, do the skin test for this old man. Xiao Yu's words shocked Zhang Baozong, the imperial medical officer, and the others. They all tried to dissuade him. Master Xiao, you can't. You can wait a few more days. It won't be too late to use the medicine after the effects of the medicine have taken effect. Master Xiao, please reconsider. This penicillin is a new medicine. It's better to wait. Xiao Yu shook his head firmly. This old man is already ashamed to let the commoners test the medicine. Everyone, please don't try to dissuade me. Since this medicine can be used by the commoners, why can't this old man use it? Lu Fenyu, please do the skin test for this old man. Lu Shenwei hesitated. Giving acupuncture to commoners was different from giving acupuncture to a big shot like Xiao Yu. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, solemnly bowed to Xiao Yu. Master Xiao is righteous. This penicillin is a good medicine. If it's promoted, it can save countless lives. Since Master Xiao dares to test the medicine for the common people, how can we not take responsibility? He turned his head to look at Lu Shenwei. Brother Shenwei, please do the skin test for Master Xiao. If there's any accident, I'll go and ask for forgiveness from the saints. Li Wangyu's words made Lu Shenwei's eyes turn red. Zio, what are you saying? I'm the one who used this medicine. Naturally, I'll take responsibility for it. What does it have to do with you? Go away. This matter has nothing to do with you. After he finished speaking, he pushed Li Wangyu to the side and picked up a bottle of alcohol to disinfect Xiao Yu's wrist. Xiao Yu twirled his beard and laughed. Aha, what does this have to do with the two of you? I'm the one who let you use this medicine. If there's any problem, I'll take responsibility for it. Everyone listen carefully. If anything happens after I use this medicine, it has nothing to do with Count Hu Xian or Lu Fenyu. I ask that you all testify when the time comes. Xiao Yu's words moved the faces of the teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Bureau. They all bowed to him. Master Xiao is righteous. Zhang Baozong and the Imperial Physician Bureau could only look at each other and sigh. They didn't say anything to stop him. Lu Shenwei steadied his mind and, in a rare moment of gentleness, pierced the needle into the skin above Xiao Yu's wrist and injected some penicillin medicine. A doctor from the Imperial Physician Bureau came forward and helped Xiao Yu to the side to rest. The atmosphere in the hall was a bit tense. After 15 minutes, Li Wangyu came forward to check. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It was negative, no reaction at all. He suppressed his excitement and nodded to Lu Shenwei. Brother Shenwei, it's negative. When the teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Bureau heard this, they all clapped and cheered. The tense atmosphere in the hall relaxed. Master Xiao, please untie your belt. I'll give you the medicine and the needles. Lu Shenwei also let out a long sigh and smiled at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu laughed loudly. I never thought that there would be a time when I would take off my clothes in front of everyone. Why are you all staring at me? I'm not that little girl from P Square. Scram, 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 scram to the side. His joke caused everyone to laugh. They were too embarrassed to look at the old man's butt, so they all cast sidelong glances at him. After Lu Shenwei injected Xiao Yu with the penicillin, he instructed, Master Xiao, please continue to drink the mulberry apricot soup. Drink more warm water and eat less spicy food. Remember to keep warm to prevent catching a cold. In a few days, you should be able to recover from your wind heat disease. Good. I want to see how miraculous Daoist Sun's medicine is. Li Wangyu let Xiao Yu rest in the hall for another 15 minutes. When he saw that there were no adverse reactions, he prepared to send him out. Just as she was about to help Xiao Yu out of the hall, a doctor from the Imperial Physician Department suddenly cried out in alarm, "Oh no!" Chapter 591. Oh no, an hour has already passed. Why hasn't the patient appeared yet? Could it be? The doctor from the Imperial Medical Department suddenly spoke up, reminding everyone of the middle-aged man who had signed the life and death contract. According to Li Wangyu, if nothing happened in an hour, then everything would be fine. Everyone had been busy giving Xiao Yu injections and had forgotten about this matter. With the doctor's reminder, everyone suddenly came to their senses. Li Wangyu slapped his forehead. Damn it, how could they have completely forgotten about the middle-aged man? Just as he was about to run over to check on the middle-aged man's condition, he heard a woman's heart-wrenching cries coming from outside the Imperial Medical Department's lobby. Li Wangyu's heart sank. Oh no. Everyone in the Imperial Medical Department was in a mess as they rushed out of the lobby. When everyone rushed out of the lobby, they didn't see the scene of the middle-aged man collapsing to the ground as they had imagined. At this moment, the couple outside the lobby were hugging each other and crying bitterly, F***CK, isn't everything fine? What's the meaning of crying so sadly? Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel speechless. He had thought that the middle-aged man had already gone into shock due to the penicillin allergy. Are the two of you crying in grief here? Why are you crying all of a sudden? An Imperial Medical Department doctor couldn't help but reprimand them. Suddenly awakened by his words, the wailing couple looked up in shock. They didn't know when the two of them had been surrounded by people, but they couldn't help but be shocked. Replying to noble sir, this lowly one and my wife were only grieving for a moment and couldn't control ourselves. Please forgive us for disturbing you. Seeing that this lowly one doesn't have long to live, please don't blame my wife. She was just sad for a moment. Li Wangyu was so angry that he laughed. Get lost, get lost. What do you mean you don't have long to live? Didn't I say it before? You'll be fine in an hour and your illness will be cured. What are you yelling for? Go back. Remember to come back tomorrow at this time to continue the injection. In a few days your lung disease will be cured. What? Noble lady, please don't lie to this lowly one. Will this lowly one really not die? The middle-aged man could not help but tremble as he spoke. His wife grabbed his sleeve tightly. Not only did she not stop crying, she cried even louder. Dalong, did you hear what Guerin said? You won't die, you won't die. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. This middle-aged man really had a false positive penicillin skin test. He only decided to take the risk because he saw that there was only a red flush on her wrist and no hard lumps. Now that the middle-aged man was fine, his pneumonia would naturally be cured. The couple wailed for a long time before finally venting the misery in their hearts that had been pent up for many days. The two of them knelt down again and kowtowed respectfully to the crowd. Only then did they support each other and leave. Li Wangyu looked at their backs and could not help but shake his head and sigh. Everything about the Tang dynasty was good, but the medical conditions were really speechless. It was just pneumonia, but in the Tang dynasty, it was enough to destroy a family. As for penicillin, although Sun Simiao had developed it, there was no way to mass-produce it. Not only was the effect of the artificial small-scale production unstable, but it was also difficult to popularize. Li Wangyu could foresee that penicillin would only be used by the rich and powerful for a long time in the future. As for the common people, it was impossible to even think about it. Li Wangyu had never thought about how to make penicillin. It was not that he was reluctant, but that he did not dare. It was very difficult to extract penicillin, and the effect of artificially extracted penicillin was also unstable. If he had not observed that the staphylococci were really killed under the microscope, he would not have dared to use penicillin on the patient. Even so, it was still a great risk. If he had rashly spread the extraction method of penicillin, he really did not know how many people would have died. There were not many doctors in the Tang dynasty who could be relied on. While Li Wangyu was sighing, Xiaoyu twirled his beard and smiled. County Count Hu Lu Fengyu, you have saved this couple. It is also a great merit. Lord Xiao is too kind. Speaking of which, it is also Lord Zhao's credit. Haha, this old man is ashamed to accept such praise. It was just a moment of selfishness, but this old man is also gratified to have such a good result. Everyone chatted and sighed before dispersing. However, just as Li Wangyu returned to his residence in Kaihua Square, he was summoned to the Taiji Palace by a servant sent by Pai Lupi. Naturally, the 100 Cavalry Department had already reported to Pai Lupi about the bet between him and Zhang Baozong in the Imperial Medical Department. Pai Lupi originally thought that Li Wangyu had gone crazy when he dragged Lu Shenwei to compete with Zhang Baozong. However, when Pai Lupi found out that Li Wangyu had used the miracle drug penicillin on the patient's family, he could not help but be shocked. Early on, when Li Wangyu had performed an appendectomy to cure Li Qingqian, he had already reported to Pai Lupi about the miracle drug penicillin. At the time, he had only said that Sun Simiao was still in the process of developing it. Pai Lupi had also been very excited by the described curative effects. He had even given Sun Simiao quite a few copper coins for research purposes. He had not expected that the penicillin that Li Wangyu had said could prevent wound infections would be developed by Sun Simiao just like that. Pai Lupi had originally planned to wait and see what the effects of the penicillin were. However, he had not expected that the penicillin that he had only thought of as preventing wound infections would actually be able to cure a flower willow disease. He immediately ordered people to summon that military officer into the palace and have the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau examine him again. After confirming that he had truly recovered, Pai Lupi's opinion of penicillin increased by several degrees. When the 100 Horsemen Department came to inform him that the Count of Huxian wanted to use penicillin to cure Xiaoyu's wind heat disease, Pai Lupi could no longer sit still. He did not care that the evening drum had already been sounded in Chang'an. He ordered Mi Tuo to send people to summon Li Wangyu into the palace. In the Taiji Palace's Yinyang Hall, Li Wangyu respectfully bowed to Pai Lupi. He smiled and asked, "Uncle, for you to summon me into the palace in such a hurry, is there a reason?" "You scoundrel. If penicillin is so important, why didn't you inform me?" Li Wangyu laughed awkwardly and said, "Hee uncle, this penicillin has just been developed by old Immortal's son and its effects have not been confirmed. How could I rashly report it to uncle? I originally wanted to wait until I finished my competition with Zhang Baozong and saw the actual effects of penicillin before reporting to uncle. That's enough. Hurry up and tell me clearly. What are the effects of penicillin? You scoundrel, you have some guts. You actually dared to use a newly developed medicine on Master Xiao. If something bad happened to him, I'd like to see how you'll explain it to Uncle Xiao. Pai Lupi glared at him unhappily. Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and said, Uncle, wasn't that because Master Xiao was righteous and could not bear to see the commoners test medicine on him? He saw that Pai Lupi was about to blow his beard and glare again, so he quickly changed the topic. Uncle, this penicillin is a rare and good thing. Apart from what I said before, it can prevent wounds from getting infected, it can also cure all kinds of illnesses. Li Wangyu explained everything he knew about the illnesses that penicillin could cure to Pai Lupi. After listening, Pai Lupi was flabbergasted. This penicillin is truly a miracle medicine. Zio, how much does penicillin cost? Can it be mass-produced? When Li Wangyu heard this, he could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Uncle, this is the biggest problem. Penicillin is not easy to extract and its price is high. It's comparable to gold. It's really difficult to popularize. Pai Lupi was not very disappointed when he heard this. He just sighed and said, since it's a miracle medicine, it's rare and expensive. That's normal. It's just a pity. I originally thought that if this medicine could be popularized in the army, the casualties of the Tang dynasty soldiers would be reduced by 70 to 80%. Sigh, what a pity. Li Wangyu slowly shook his head. Uncle, that's not necessarily true. Chapter 592. Whether it was Li Yuan or Pai Lupi, they were both emperors on horseback, so they placed a lot of importance on military matters. The great Tang had set down strict laws to protect the wounded soldiers and provide compensation for their families. For example, when it came to the injured soldiers on the battlefield, the Tang dynasty laws clearly stated, everyone is on guard. If an official or a servant is sick and the head of the department does not ask for medical treatment, the person will be whipped 40 times. If the deceased is killed, the disciple will be imprisoned for a year. In other words, whether it was on the battlefield or at the border, if a soldier was injured and did not receive timely treatment, his superiors would be punished. If the person died because of this, the person responsible could be sentenced to a year in prison. The military also had specialized statistics and records, including the number of injured soldiers, their conditions and their recovery to manage the injured soldiers. There was also a rule in the military, if a sick child is abandoned and is not taken care of or fed, the inspector and the person responsible for the sick child will each be caned 100 times. If a sick child is buried alive, they will be beheaded. As for the injured or dead soldiers, there were also detailed plans for their families. Whether it was money, cloth, land, cattle, tax relief, or even official positions, there were many more. From this, it could be seen how much importance Pai Lupi placed on the injured soldiers in the military. Pai Lupi was still regretting that he could not use a miracle drug like penicillin to reduce the casualties in the military. Li Wangyu's not necessarily made Pai Lupi unconsciously raise his eyebrows. Ziyu, what do you mean? Are there other ways to reduce the casualties in the military? Yes, uncle. As long as there are first aid, disinfection, and bandages on the battlefield, it might not lead to a large number of deaths due to injuries. I estimate that it should be possible to reduce the casualty rate by 50%. Pai Lupi asked, the disinfection that Ziyu mentioned, is it the alcohol you used when you operated on Qingqian last time? Yes, using alcohol to disinfect and bandage first aid on the battlefield can definitely reduce a lot of casualties. However, there were too few doctors in the army, and their medical skills were worrisome. Little nephew earnestly requests uncle to establish a military medical system and set up a military medical department to train military doctors and paramedics to learn first aid on the battlefield, suturing surgery, disinfection, and other medical skills to save the lives of our Tang dynasty soldiers. Uncle, don't let the soldiers bleed and cry. Li Wangyu's words were sincere. What he said about the poor medical system in the Tang dynasty was also true. The Tang system was installed. Military doctors were sent by the Taichung Temple, but the number was pitifully small. For every 500 men and above in the marching army and military service area, one physician is usually assigned. If there were more than 5,000 people, they would be given to 2 people. Henceforth he led 5,000 men plus 1 man. Every doctor will be given 2 to reduce the number of injured doctors. An army of 5,000 with only 2 physicians. What use would they be in a war? Not to mention the extremely crude medical skills and treatment conditions. It was estimated that if they just sprinkled a handful of the so-called golden sore ointment on the wound, it would be considered a cure. Whether or not the soldiers could survive after being injured would depend on the heavens. Pai Lupi frowned. Zio, I can understand the military doctors you mentioned. Are you referring to the doctors assigned to the army? What do you mean by paramedics? Uncle, paramedics are also soldiers. In addition to carrying weapons and attacking with the army, they also need to carry medicine packs with them, including bandages, alcohol, golden sore ointment, and other first aid medicines. These paramedics need to learn first aid on the battlefield. When someone is injured, the paramedics can immediately stop the bleeding and send the injured to the rear for military doctors to treat. In my opinion, every 100 men in a brigade can be assigned 2 paramedics. In this way, the casualties on the battlefield will be greatly reduced. After hearing his words, Pai Lupi couldn't help but stand up and pace back and forth. After a long time, Pai Lupi slowly shook his head. Zio, your idea is very good. I think the paramedics you mentioned are very good, but it will be difficult to realize. Uncle, why is that? My Tang dynasty has hundreds of thousands of government soldiers. According to your idea, how many paramedics do we need? At least tens of thousands, right? With so many soldiers who can save the injured, do you think I can copy Han Xin and conjure up soldiers out of beans? Even if we recruit soldiers who are slightly literate and train them, where would we find so many medical doctors to teach them first aid? Pai Lupi's words were also true. The literacy rate in the Tang dynasty was very low, and there were even fewer scholars who were willing to study medicine. Even the Imperial Medical Department only had a few hundred students. Among them, there were no more than 100 medical students. And these people still had to study for 7 years before they could graduate. Teaching medicine to a few hundred people was completely different from teaching medicine to tens of thousands. Even if Pai Lupi wanted tens of thousands of paramedics, he couldn't find enough people to train them. Li Wangyu laughed and suddenly changed the topic. Uncle, do you know why I made a bet with Mr. Treasure? Oh? What? Pai Lupi didn't understand why he suddenly brought it up. Li Wangyu laughed mischievously. Hey, Uncle, I heard that Mr. Treasure has taken in countless disciples. In the Zhang clan, there are hundreds of disciples and grand disciples. Does Uncle know about this? Pai Lupi nodded and then his eyes lit up. He seemed to understand Li Wangyu's meaning. Uncle, Old Immortal Sun has also taught more than a dozen disciples and grand disciples. Aren't these doctors ready-made teachers? As long as I win the competition, Mr. Treasure will have to worship Old Immortal Sun as his teacher. When that time comes, all the disciples and grand disciples of the Zhang clan will have to listen to Old Immortal Sun's instructions. I intend to let these people learn the art of surgery from Old Immortal Sun and then become medical doctors. They will be specially trained to be military doctors and paramedics. In the future, the military doctors will no longer be sent by Taichung Temple. Instead, they will be sent by the military medical department after receiving first aid knowledge on the battlefield. This way, it will definitely reduce the casualty rate of the soldiers in battle. After listening to Li Wangyu's explanation, Pai Lupi finally understood why he made such a bet with Zhang Baozong. He couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. Zio, you little brat, you've schemed well. Since that's the case, I approve of this. After I discuss with Jijie, Xianling, and the others, I will establish the military medical department to train military doctors and paramedics. However, I'll leave the medical doctors in the military medical department to you. If you can't win against Zhang Baozong and trick those doctors, I'll settle the score with you. Hey, Uncle, don't worry. I have penicillin in my hands. Mr. Treasure will definitely lose this bet. The uncle and nephew looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh loudly. The next day in the Imperial Medical Department, Lu Shenwei and Li Wangyu used the miracle medicine penicillin to treat Xiao Yu's lung disease. The patients who were waiting for treatment had already heard of this. Although they hadn't seen the effects of this miracle medicine, everyone had more trust in Lu Shenwei, the Minister of Medicine of the Imperial Medical Department. After the 4th day of treatment, the number of patients who chose to seek treatment from Lu Shenwei was more than twice the number of patients compared to Zhang Baozong. This angered Zhang Baozong so much that his expression became increasingly ugly. Chapter 593. It was the same on the 5th and 6th days. Zhang Baozong's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, but there was nothing he could do. It was just like Lu Shenwei a few days ago. He couldn't possibly force those patients to come to him for treatment, right? Xiao Yu and the other pneumonia patients in Chang and City still came to the Imperial Physician Bureau for injections every day. It had to be said that penicillin was too effective for the Tang people who didn't have any antibodies. In the future, pneumonia patients usually needed 10 days of treatment to fully recover. As for Xiao Yu and the other patients, they had only been injected with penicillin for 3 days, but they were almost fully recovered. Even the middle-aged man who coughed the most and had given up on waiting for death, not only did his complexion look better, but he also coughed less and less. On this day, Lu Xinwei injected penicillin into Xiao Yu once more and took his pulse. He smiled, "Old Master Xiao, you'll be fine after 2 more injections." Zhang Baozong also walked over and took Xiao Yu's pulse. After a long time, the old man put down his arm and sighed. He didn't say anything and walked back. Zhang Baozong was already filled with regret. He initially thought that he would win the medical competition, but now it looked like he was doomed. When he thought about how he would have to kowtow to Sun Simiao if he lost, Zhang Baozong felt his heart twitching. But he couldn't think of any way to save himself. Even as a famous physician, he could only sigh helplessly in the face of penicillin, a miracle medicine that shouldn't exist. On the 7th day of the competition, no one came to ask for Zhang Baozong's medicine. There was no other reason other than that some of the patients who received the penicillin injection had already recovered. Even if pneumonia could be treated in the Tang dynasty, it was still a long process. In the future, pneumonia patients had to be hospitalized for half a month, let alone in the Tang dynasty. But now there were patients who recovered in just 4 days. This was simply a miracle in everyone's eyes. The teachers and students of the Imperial Medical Department had long since stopped crowding around Zhang Baozong. Hundreds of people swarmed around Lu Xinwei's side, attentively pouring tea and water for him and Li Wangyu. They only wished to be able to learn this miraculous medical skill. Some smart doctors even volunteered to help Lu Xinwei inject the medicine after seeing him inject it a few times. Li Wangyu was speechless at Lu Xinwei's brutal injection technique. Li Wangyu could not help but feel heartache for the patients as he watched those young doctors perform acupuncture under Lu Xinwei's guidance clumsily. What a sin. He picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea and pretended not to hear the screams of the patients. On the 8th day, Xiao Yu recovered from his pneumonia. The people who were originally invited to test the medicine also recovered from their pneumonia. Now, everyone in Chang and city began to talk about penicillin, the magic medicine. Legend had it that it was a magic medicine that could revive the dead. It was an elixir that the old immortal Sun Simiao asked for from the heavens. Li Wangyu could only shake his head and smile bitterly at these unreliable rumors. The result was that the threshold of the Imperial Medical Department was almost flattened by the patients. Even though the Imperial Physician Department only treated hundreds of officials, the number of people who were qualified to be treated by the Imperial Physician Department in the vast Chang and city was also very large, including hundreds of officials and their families, as well as a large number of civil servants. And these patients who came to seek medical treatment were all here for Lu Xinwei and penicillin. In fact, 90% of the patients did not need antibiotics like penicillin. Even if they did, Li Wangyu and Lu Xinwei would not be willing to let them use it unless it was absolutely necessary. The amount of penicillin that Sun Simiao extracted was really small. In the past few days, most of it had been used up. Lu Xinwei kept a straight face and refused all the patients who begged him to give them a shot of penicillin even when they caught a cold. But even so, Lu Xinwei was the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau and Sun Simiao's eldest disciple. He was not a mediocre person. Without the use of penicillin, it was not difficult for him to cure these ordinary patients who came to seek medical treatment. Zhang Baozong could only sigh at this situation. On the 8th day, the consultation in the Imperial Medical Department ended. Zhang Baozong stood up with difficulty with the help of his disciples and walked to Li Wangyu. "County Count Hu, there is no need to continue this competition. I have lost. I have lost. Tomorrow I will go find Daoist's son and kowtow to him." As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples beside Zhang Baozong became anxious. "Teacher, you can't. Daoist's son's medical skills are only on par with yours." Zhang Baozong waved his hand disinterestedly at his disciples' dissuasion. "Don't say anything more. I can't even beat Daoist's son's disciple. Saying something like this will only make me laugh." Teacher, Lu Xinwei only relied on penicillin, a miracle drug. How can his medical skills be compared to teachers? Fool. Since Daoist's son was able to develop a miracle drug like penicillin, it means that his medical skills are above mine. What have I taught all of you on a daily basis? As long as you are a doctor, you must be gentle and courteous. Yes, this disciple knows his mistake. After Zhang Baozong finished lecturing his disciple, he cupped his hands toward Li Wangyu and Lu Xinwei and left with his disciple's help. Looking at the old man's skinny back, Li Wangyu felt that although Zhang Baozong was arrogant, he did not lose the demeanor of a famous doctor. The disgust he had for Lu Xinwei lessened a bit. After Zhang Baozong left, Li Wangyu and Lu Xinwei looked at each other and smiled. Imperial Physician Token. Since Mr. Baozong has already admitted defeat, then there's no need to continue the 10 days agreement. Tomorrow, Brother Shenwei and I won't be coming to the Imperial Physician Bureau. Li Wangyu had been in Chang and City for 8 days and was already impatient. Since Zhang Baozong had admitted defeat, there were only 2 days left. There was no need to continue the competition. He still needed to hurry back to Dingzhou village. When the Imperial Physician heard his words, he shook his head. County Count Hu, you absolutely cannot. Originally, I had someone inform the patient's family that Lu Fengyu would be in the Imperial Physician Bureau for 10 days. It's only been 8 days. There are still 2 days left. How can we cancel it? Won't the patient's family find trouble with me? I asked that County Count Hu and Lu Fengyu persist for 2 more days. The Imperial Physician was so insistent for 2 reasons. On one hand, it was as he said. It would be difficult to explain to the patient's family. On the other hand, he was unwilling to let go of this opportunity for the teachers and students to learn. Although Lu Shenwei's medical skills were still lacking compared to Zhang Baozong's, the gap between him and the doctors in the Imperial Physician Bureau was quite large. In the past few days, even without the penicillin, just Lu Shenwei's diagnosis and treatment had greatly benefited the teachers and students of the Imperial Physician Bureau. Thus, how could the Imperial Physician be willing to let Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei leave early? In this regard, Li Wangyu could only rub his nose helplessly and nod his head in agreement. He agreed to continue seeing patients in the Imperial Physician Bureau for the next 2 days. However, Li Wangyu didn't expect that agreeing to continue seeing patients in the Imperial Physician Bureau would give him a huge surprise. Chapter 594. Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei's consultation in the Imperial Physician Department had finally reached the last day. After sending off the last patient in the line, Li Wangyu stretched his body. It's finally over. Brother Shenwei, I will return to Dingzhou village in a bit. Do you want to come along? Lu Shenwei helplessly shook his head. I still have many things to do at the Imperial Physician Department. I took 10 days of leave and it has already been delayed. I can only wait for my rest day to go back and visit my teacher. Li Wangyu smiled and nodded his head. Being an official was troublesome, which was also the reason why he did not want to become an official. However, now that he thought about it, he could use the excuse of observing filial piety for Li Zhou. What if 2 years later, Pai Lupi forced him to become an official? Every day when the rooster crows, he would have to wake up and go to court. He also had to deal with official matters. Just thinking about it made him feel bitter. Forget it, he would think about the matter 2 years later. There was no point in thinking about it now. Li Wangyu smiled and was about to leave when he saw another person poking his head out of the Imperial Physician Department's main hall. He was hesitating whether or not to enter. When Li Wangyu saw the person, he smiled. Wasn't this the colonel from Shi City? He and the other rich kids had gone to Shi City to drink and have fun. In the end, that bastard Chai Lingwu knocked over a candle in the middle of the night and caused a fire. Luckily, he was not burned to death. At that time, the person who came to put out the fire was this colonel. Speaking of which, this colonel could be considered his savior. Li Wangyu waved his hand at the colonel. Come in. Why are you poking your head out of the door? Are you feeling unwell? Why are you here? I remember you. You are the colonel from Shi City, right? The colonel naturally recognized Li Wangyu and immediately gave a respectful greeting. Greetings, County Earl Hu. I am the colonel of Shi City's Wuhupu. My surname is Peng and my name is Yuan Kuei. Colonel Peng, thank you for putting out the fire at the Hu wine shop that day. County Earl Hu is too polite. That was my duty. There is no need to thank me. Li Wangyu said with a smile. Since you've come to the Imperial Physician Department today, does Colonel Peng want to have a consultation? His words caused the colonel to hesitate for a while before he finally opened his mouth and said, This official's lower body hasn't been feeling well recently. I'm afraid that I've been infected with the venereal disease. I heard that Lu Fengyu has a magical medicine that can cure it, so, Li Wangyu was speechless. These damned fellows were all womanizing and had gotten themselves dirty. In the Tang dynasty there were no safety measures like condoms. Serves these perverts right to be infected. Peng Yuan Kuei could be considered his savior, so Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Let Lu Fengyu examine you. You bunch of bastards, can't you be a bit more honest? Li Wangyu unhappily called for Lu Shenwei to examine his body. Peng Yuan Kuei smiled embarrassedly and didn't dare to reply. He obediently walked in front of Lu Shenwei and reached out his hand to take his pulse. He then took off his pants for Lu Shenwei to examine. Li Wangyu naturally wasn't interested in seeing a big man's bird walk. He minded his own business and drank tea. The group of teachers and students from the Imperial Physician Department were eager to learn. They all came forward to examine Peng Yuankui's condition. After Lu Xinwei carefully examined Peng Yuankui, he couldn't help but say, "That's strange. I've never seen this venereal disease before. Why is there ulceration between his legs?" The imperial physician and doctor from the imperial physician department also nodded. Lu Fengyu is right. This doesn't seem to be a venereal disease. Hearing the doctors say this, Peng Yuankui couldn't help but tremble with fear. Lu Fengyu, imperial physician, can I still be saved? Don't be anxious. Let me examine you carefully first. Do you have any other discomfort on your body? Peng Yuankui hesitated for a moment before honestly replying. In the past 2 days I've had some ringing in my ears, my vision is a bit blurry, my waist hurts and I can't urinate properly. There are also some knots growing on my body. It seems to be ulceration. Hearing him say this, Lu Xinwei immediately had him take off his clothes. Li Wangyu was leisurely drinking tea outside the crowd. When he heard Lu Xinwei and Peng Yuankui's conversation, he couldn't help but be stunned. This disease really wasn't gonorrhea. Why did it seem like a disease that shouldn't have appeared? Li Wangyu put down his teacup and got up to separate the teachers and students gathered around Peng Yuankui. When he squeezed in to take a look, he couldn't help but be shocked by the large ulceration on Peng Yuankui's body. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be syphilis, right? Moreover, according to Colonel Peng's description, he had ringing in his ears and decreased vision. These were all typical symptoms of syphilis. In the university of his previous life, there was a health education class. In order to let the university students have a better understanding of these diseases, the teacher who taught the class had once shown the slides of these STDs for them to see. Li Wangyu remembered it very clearly because this disease was simply too disgusting. He liked to read history books. He once read that the Qing dynasty's emperor Tongji died of syphilis. It was said that when he died, his whole body was festering. It was very tragic. But how could this be syphilis? It doesn't make sense. One must know that syphilis was not a disease that originated in China. Later research proved that this disease originated in the Americas. It was after Columbus's voyage that he discovered the Americas. His crew had an affair with the natives there and brought the disease back to Europe. Later on, when the Europeans opened up China's sea route, they also brought syphilis to China. But now, it was only 628 AD, the second year of Jingguan in the Tang dynasty's Chang'an city. How could there be a syphilis patient? Is this a ghost? Li Wangyu's voice was trembling. Colonel Peng, tell me honestly, how did you get this disease? This. Peng Yuankui was suddenly asked about this matter. He didn't know how to answer. You still won't tell me the truth? Let me tell you, this disease is also a type of disease called syphilis. But this disease didn't exist in the Tang dynasty. Tell me honestly, how did you get this disease? Li Wangyu's words scared Peng Yuankui so much that he knelt down. The county governor of Hu County, it was a merchant in Shi City. He invited me to his residence for a banquet. After I got drunk, I had sex with the merchant's concubine. After I came back, I got this disease. Lu Xinwei asked curiously, Zio, you said this disease is called syphilis? Is it also a type of disease called syphilis? Why have I never heard of this disease? The imperial physician on the side also said, That's right, I've also never seen any description of syphilis in the medical records. Li Wangyu opened his mouth to answer Lu Xinwei and the imperial physician's questions, but he didn't know how to answer. He could only say vaguely, it's hard to explain in a few words. In short, this is a very infectious disease. Brother Xinwei, quickly give Colonel Peng a skin test and prepare to inject penicillin. This disease can kill. Hearing that his disease could be fatal, Peng Yuankui was so scared that he repeatedly kowtowed, Lu Fengyu, please save me. When Lu Xinwei heard Li Wangyu's serious words, he didn't hesitate and immediately gave Peng Yuankui a skin test and an injection of penicillin. Li Wangyu indicated for Peng Yuankui to put on his clothes and subconsciously took a few steps away from him. Although syphilis was mainly transmitted through blood, Li Wangyu always felt scared when he was too close to Peng Yuankui. Alright, for the next 10 days go find Lu Fengyu every day to inject penicillin. Your disease can be cured, so there's no need to worry. Now, take me to the poor merchant at once. This is no small matter. Chapter 595. The narrowest part of the Bering Strait was only 35 kilometers, and the widest part was 80 kilometers. In history, the earliest record was the Danish explorer Vitus Bering. In 1728, when he was serving in the Russian army, he passed through the Bering Strait. This strait that separated Asia and North America was named the Bering Strait. In the future, Li Wangyu had argued with others about whether or not the Bering Strait could be crossed on foot in winter. After looking up a lot of information, the conclusion was that it was very, very difficult. Although the Bering Strait was frozen all year round, 35 kilometers did not sound far. It seemed that one could reach the other side in a few hours by sleigh. However, the frozen sea was not smooth. Not only would there be huge ice cracks, but there would also be frequent snowstorms. Moreover, one had to overcome temperatures of -30 to -40 degrees Celsius. Even in the future, it was difficult to cross the frozen Bering Strait on foot, let alone 1,000 years ago. Li Wangyu found it hard to imagine that someone from the Wuxia kingdom could cross the Bering Strait at this time. However, even if they crossed the Bering Strait, how could they continue south through Alaska and Canada and enter North America? Li Wangyu could not understand this. However, Peng Yuankue was infected with syphilis, so he had to believe it. Seeing Li Wangyu ask about the whereabouts of the Wuxia kingdom merchant, Qiqi Zhongxi could only spread out his hands helplessly. County Earl, the Wuxia kingdom merchant only came to Taowu to trade, but he has already returned to Wuxia kingdom. When Li Wangyu heard this, he could not help but feel disappointed. Wuxia kingdom was thousands of miles away from Chang and city. Where could he find someone? It seemed that there would be no results even if he continued to investigate this matter. Regardless of whether or not someone from the Wuxia nation had accidentally run to America, there were no clues now. Even by, and was a few thousand miles away. It would take at least a few months for him to arrive. How could he find someone else? Qiqi Zhongxi's concubine had been infected with syphilis by the Wuxia kingdom merchant in Taowu. It was also an accident that she was brought to Chang'an City. With his interest waning, Li Wangyu planned to get up and leave. Qiqi Zhongxi respectfully prepared to send Li Wangyu out, but after taking 2 steps, Li Wangyu suddenly turned his head and asked, "Qiqi Zhongxi, did the concubine you beat to death give her anything from the Wuxia kingdom?" Li Wangyu was still a bit unwilling. Since the concubine had served the Wuxia kingdom, perhaps they had given her something as a gift. What if there were some specialties from America? He didn't believe that the people from the Wuxia kingdom only brought back syphilis, the only specialty of the Americas. Beggar Zhongxi shook his head, replying to County Uncle, "After that lowly servant was beaten to death by me, she was dragged outside the city and buried. Apart from gold, silver and jewelry, everything else in her room has been burned. There's nothing special about it." When Qiqi Zhongxi was Qiqi not Qiqi, yes. County Earl, please come with me. That concubine had just returned to Chang and from the north with the merchant caravan a month ago. She did not have any valuables with her. Qiqi Zhongxi kingdom led Li Wangyu and his group to a room in the middle of the courtyard. This is the room that concubine used to live in. Li Wangyu pinched his nose and asked someone to open the door. He went in and looked around. Naturally, it was empty. He helplessly retreated. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes were attracted by a few flower pots in the middle of the courtyard. Li Wangyu's voice began to tremble. These pots of crops, where did they come from? Qiqi Zhongxi kingdom did not understand. He hurriedly asked the servants in the residence before replying, "County Earl, the servants said they were planted by that concubine. May I ask if there is anything wrong?" Li Wangyu ignored him and directly shouted at Niu Wu and the others, "Niu Wu, immediately have people surround these plants. If anyone dares to damage these plants, kill them without mercy." Yes. Niu Wu and the troops were confused by Li Wangyu's order. However, this was the first time they had seen their Langjun give such a nervous order. Naturally, they did not dare to be negligent. Immediately, some of the troops stepped forward and pulled out their sabers from their waists. They surrounded the pots of crops that Li Wangyu was pointing at and forbade others from approaching. Beggar Zhongxi was scared out of his wits by this scene. After a while, he stuttered, "May I ask County Earl is there something wrong with these pots of crops? Don't ask so many questions." Niu Wu. Li Wangyu ignored him and turned to shout at Niu Wu. "What orders do you have, Langjun?" Niu Wu saw Li Wangyu's disposition and knew the importance of this matter. He did not dare to be negligent. Li Wangyu tore off his goldfish talisman and threw it to him. "Go, take my goldfish talisman and immediately ride to Duke Lu's mansion. Have Uncle Cheng lead the Imperial Army of the Jinwu Guards to surround Huayuan Square. This matter is of great importance and cannot be delayed. Go quickly." Yes. Niu Wu took the goldfish talisman and did not dare to hesitate. He immediately rushed out of Qiqi Zhongxi Kingdom's mansion and jumped on his horse to rush out of the square. Although he did not know what had happened, since Li Wangyu was so nervous and even had Qing Yaojin lead the Imperial Army, it must be something big. Niu Wu did not care about the ban on horses in Chang'an City. He directly urged his horse to rush into the middle of the street and rush towards Duke Lu's mansion. At this time the gate was about to close. The Imperial Army of the Jinwu Guards had already begun patrolling the streets to enforce the night ban. Seeing Niu Wu galloping, the Imperial Army immediately stopped him. "Stop. Who are you? How dare you gallop in Chang'an City?" "I'm a soldier from the County Count's mansion. I have an urgent matter to attend to at Duke Lu's mansion. My Longjuan's goldfish talisman is here as proof." Niu Wu raised Li Wangyu's goldfish talisman and shouted. The squad leader of the Imperial Army of the Jinwu Guards carefully checked the goldfish talisman and confirmed that it was correct. Although the squad leader did not know what the urgent matter was, since the county count asked his soldiers to take his goldfish talisman and rush to Duke Lu's mansion, it must be something big. The squad leader pondered for a while and led his Imperial Army of the Jinwu Guards to escort Niu Wu to Qing Yaojin's mansion. Li Wangyu anxiously paced back and forth in Qiqi Zhongxi Kingdom's mansion. From time to time he would go to the pots of crops and carefully examine them. His soldiers did not understand what these pots of crops were to make their Langjun so nervous. Qiqi Zhongxi and Peng Yuankue were even more at a loss as they stood aside uneasily. The maidservants in Qiqi Zhongxi Kingdom's mansion were chased far away and did not dare to show their faces. While Li Wangyu was waiting anxiously, the gate of Qiqi Zhongxi Kingdom's mansion was slammed open with a bang. A large group of Imperial Army of the Jinwu Guards in full armor and holding shiny weapons rushed in. "Bastard, if you don't explain yourself today, you won't be able to escape this beating." When Li Wangyu heard that, he was about to explain to Qing Yaojin. When he looked up, he was shocked to see that other than Qing Yaojin, there was another person standing beside him. Who else could it be other than Pai Lupi? Chapter 596. When Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi actually came personally, he was somewhat surprised. "Uncle, why did you come personally?" Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction. "Nonsense, you already had Jijia transfer the Jinwu Guards here, how could he not inform me? Quickly speak, what is it that made you transfer the Jinwu Guards here? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, don't blame me for carrying out the family law today." At this time, Li Wangyu was no longer in a hurry. He signaled Niu Wu to lead the troops away and had the Jinwu Guards chase away the group of people, including the beggar Zhongxi. Only then did he lead Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin to the several pots of plants in the courtyard. "Uncle, it's not that this little nephew is impulsive, it's just that these pots of plants are too precious." Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin curiously looked over and saw that there were many plants in the courtyard. Among them, there were 4 or 5 pots of plants with many flowers blooming. There were white, pink, purple and various other colors that were bright and dazzling. "Oh, what kind of flowers are these? It's rare to see flowers blooming in November. It's quite beautiful, how come I've never seen this kind of flower before?" Qing Yaojin curiously asked. He even reached out to grab a flower to see what it was. Li Wangyu grabbed his arm in fright. "Uncle Qing, you can't touch it, this is the life of the common people." "What?" Qing Yaojin was so frightened by his words that his hand trembled. He asked in disbelief, "You little bastard, what did you say? This is just a pot of plants, what nonsense are you talking about?" Pai Lupi was also stunned. He originally wanted to reach out his hand, but he quickly withdrew it. He was prepared to listen to Li Wangyu's explanation. "Uncle Qing, this little nephew isn't joking. Otherwise, when this little nephew is full, I'll ask you to bring the Jinwu Guards and surround this square." "Zio, speak clearly, what is this flower?" Pai Lupi knew that Li Wangyu wasn't a person who fooled around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to his request to transfer the Jinwu Guards and come with him to see what was going on. Li Wangyu wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead he asked, Uncle Qing, how much grain does the Tang dynasty produce from farming?" "1 dan more than 2 dan, why are you asking this?" Qing Yaojin asked. Li Wangyu nodded and continued, "If there are crops that can produce 10 dan or even more, what do you think?" When he heard this, his eyes couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Zio, what nonsense are you speak? 10 dan? How is that possible? How can there be such a crop? If there is such a crop, how can you Tangs thinks? But aren't you taking things for granted? You're simply dreaming." Qing Yaojin had the same attitude. "Zio, what the hell are you doing? Crops produce Tang dan dan? If there is such a crop, I'll kneel down and let you ride me." The reactions of Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin were within Li Wangyu's expectations. He wasn't annoyed by their questioning and just pointed at the pots of plants. "Hee, Uncle Qing, don't think this little nephew is fooling around. These pots of plants can produce 10 dan per mu, or even more. This little nephew calls them potatoes. That's right, the few pots of plants that Li Wangyu saw in Qiqi Zhongshi's house were the sprouts of potatoes. As a child who grew up in the countryside, if Li Wangyu couldn't recognize potato seedlings, then he wouldn't be able to live up to his identity as a transmigrator. He didn't expect that in this era, someone really went to America and brought back a crop like potatoes. Li Wangyu even thought that maybe in Yaksha someone had already grown potatoes but not as a crop, but as a kind of beautiful flower. This was probably the reason why the concubine who was beaten to death by Qiqi Zhongxi planted it in a pot. Presumably it was taught by the Yaksha merchant. As for using potatoes as ornamental plants, it wasn't unusual. Potatoes were first brought to Europe by Spanish colonists from South America. They were planted as flowers because of their beautiful flowers. During the reign of Louis XVI, the French nobles wore potato flowers as the noblest and most fashionable decoration. They even planted potatoes on the outskirts of Paris specifically for this purpose. At that time, the French also believed that eating potatoes would cause leprosy, syphilis, sudden death, and sexual mania. Some even believed that potatoes were created by witches and devils to deceive people. The French would rather starve than eat potatoes, and they called potatoes the devil's apple. These pots of potatoes were planted as flowers in Qiqi Zhongshi's house. Other than Li Wangyu, no one else knew the actual value of these potatoes. Even if his beautiful boss saw these pots of flowers, she wouldn't say anything. Because she didn't know what a potato looked like when it bloomed, and she didn't know what a potato seedling looked like. Li Wangyu really didn't expect to see potatoes in the Tang dynasty. His heart almost stopped beating when he saw the potato blossoms. In the future, potatoes were worthless, and they could be bought for a few cents per kilogram in the supermarket. But in the Tang dynasty, if potatoes could be popularized, it would be a good thing that could bring countless people back to life. Even the history of Huaxia would be changed because of this. Because he thought of the importance of potatoes, Li Wangyu didn't dare to neglect it. After he ordered his troops to surround these pots of potatoes, he immediately sent Niu Wu to find Qing Yaojin to transfer troops. After Niu Wu left, Li Wangyu didn't give up. He didn't even care about taboo, and forced Qiqi Zhongshi to lead him around the house to see if there were other things from America. But unfortunately, after turning Qiqi Zhongshi's house upside down, there were no other things that shouldn't be there except for the 5 pots of potatoes that had already bloomed in front of him. This made Li Wangyu feel very regretful. Peppers, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, cocoa beans, pumpkins. America was really a treasure trove, but it was a pity that he had to wait for hundreds of years to open the treasure trove. As for the yield of potatoes per mu, he didn't dare to say too much. In the future, the yield of potatoes per mu could reach 3,000 or even 5,000 caddies, but in the Tang dynasty, it might not be possible. But he was absolutely sure that he could get 1,000 caddies. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin stunned at first, and then they both laughed. Zio, don't make trouble. These pots of beautiful flowers and plants can produce 10 dan per mu of crops? Do you think I'm a fool who doesn't know anything about farming? Qing Yaojin patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and said, Brat, this joke isn't funny at all. Hurry up and tell me clearly, why do you want to mobilize the imperial army of the Chamberlain of Insignia here? Don't try to fool me with this kind of nonsense. Li Wangyu was speechless and he silently rolled his eyes. Why didn't anyone believe him when he was telling the truth? In fact, Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin couldn't be blamed. This kind of words, not to mention the two of them, probably no one in the entire Tang dynasty would believe Li Wangyu's words except for their beautiful superiors. Li Wangyu's expression was solemn, and he bowed deeply to Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin. Reporting to your majesty, this subject's words are all true, and not half a word of nonsense. These 5 pots of potatoes can really produce more than 10 dan per mu of crops. Not only can they be eaten but they are also very delicious. They can be used as a staple food to satisfy hunger, and can also be used as a dish. They are rare treasures. His serious report made Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin couldn't help but withdraw their smiles. Pai Lupi was stunned. Zio, this matter must not be joked about. Are you telling the truth? If there is half a word of falsehood, your majesty can take this subject to prison, demote me and punish me. When Li Wangyu said this, Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin were both dumbfounded. Chapter 597. After a long while, Qing Yaojin murmured, Zio, did you steal the treasures of the immortals in heaven? 10 dan of grain per mu, how is this possible? Pai Lupi was also skeptical. He pointed to the potted potato flowers and asked, Zio, are you really saying that these potted flowers are the high-yield grain you mentioned? Where did you find out? Where did he find out? Li Wangyu really didn't know how to explain this. However, since Pai Lupi Fang Xianling, and the others all thought that he might be the reincarnation of an ancient great power, then he could continue to use this excuse to fool them. Uncle, I don't know. In short, when I saw these potted plants, I knew what they were called and what they were used for. This is absolutely not wrong. Pai Lupi heard this and couldn't help but look at Qing Yaojin. They both remembered that they guessed that Li Wangyu was the reincarnation of an ancient great power. Pai Lupi didn't dwell on this issue and asked, "What kind of potatoes are these? How long until they mature?" After the potatoes bloom, they can be harvested in 30 to 50 days. Potatoes are not picky about the soil and can be planted twice a year. They are sowed in February and March, harvested in June and July, sowed in September and October, and harvested from December to January. Li Wangyu explained. Like rice or wheat, it bears fruit? No, since this thing is called a potato, naturally its fruit is hidden in the soil. When harvesting, it needs to be pulled out by the roots. Pai Lupi couldn't help but be curious. If it is as Zio said, why would such a precious species appear in the residence of the Bai En people? Zio, do you know where this thing comes from? Why have I never heard of it? Li Wangyu had actually thought about whether to tell Pai Lupi about the American continent. After thinking about it, he decided not to tell him about it for the time being. Anyway, the American continent was even more illusory than the Penglai immortal island to the current Tang dynasty. Although it did exist, it was difficult to reach, so it was better not to mention it. Otherwise, if he told Pai Lupi that this guy had a sudden impulse to sail out to explore the new world, wouldn't he have killed the crew in vain? Without enough navigation technology and ship development, it was simply unrealistic to explore the new world with the current Tang dynasty ships like Columbus. After thinking about this, Li Wangyu roughly explained what he knew. Uncle, according to what I know, this potato was a gift from a sea merchant of the Wuxia kingdom to a concubine of the owner of this mansion, the merchant beggar Zhong Shi of Bai En, when he sailed to Bai En to do business. But I don't know where he got this potato. Chong? Where is that? Why have I never heard of it? Pai Lupi was stunned and asked curiously. In history, Pai Lupi learned about the Chong in the 14th year of Jingguan. At that time, the king of the Lugui kingdom sent his son to the Tang dynasty to pay tribute. The Tang dynasty only learned about the existence of the Chong in the north of the Lugui kingdom from the attendant of the Lugui kingdom's tribute envoy. However, the distance between the Chong and the Tang dynasty was too far, so there had never been any communication in history. Li Wangyu explained the location of the Chong to Pai Lupi, which made Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin speechless. It was hard for them to imagine that there was a kingdom in the distant and cold north. After no longer thinking about the origin of the potato, Pai Lupi walked around the 5 pots of potatoes a few times with his hands behind his back and said, "Since this potato is so precious, I will immediately ask the imperial army to move it away and send it to the agriculture temple. I will order people to take good care of it. In a month's time, we will know whether what you said is true or false. If it is true, I will definitely record it as a great merit for you." If it was true, Pai Lupi felt that it would not be excessive to immediately confer Li Wangyu the title of prince. In an agricultural society, food was the key to a country's prosperity. It was also the embodiment of a country's strength. Pai Lupi did not think that Li Wangyu asking the imperial army to come was inappropriate. It was natural for them to be nervous about such an important crop. Although Li Wangyu's words were without proof, Pai Lupi did not dare to fully believe it because he had not seen it with his own eyes. However, since Li Wangyu had already said so, he had no choice but to believe it. No matter what, the truth would be revealed in a month's time. Li Wangyu quickly said, "Uncle, the agriculture temple does not have any experience in taking care of potatoes. To be on the safe side, why don't you give me 2 pots and let me take care of them in Dingzhou village in case of any accidents? Uncle, what do you think?" Okay. Pai Lupi felt that it was reasonable and naturally nodded in agreement. Under the command of Qing Yaojin, the imperial army of the Golden Guards carefully moved away the 5 potted pots with potatoes. As for Chichi Zhongxi, whether it was Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi, or Qing Yaojin, they did not seem to have any intention of asking for his opinion. Moreover, they did not have any thoughts of compensating or rewarding him for taking away the pots of potatoes. Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin felt that it was natural, not to mention that the owner of this house was from Baian. As for Li Wangyu, he was dissatisfied with Chichi Zhongxi for beating his poor concubine to death. Speaking of which, the one who had the greatest credit for discovering the potatoes was that poor concubine. However, because she followed Chichi Zhongxi's instructions and served the Wuxia kingdom's merchants, she was unexpectedly beaten to death after being infected with syphilis. She truly deserved to die. Li Wangyu still found it hard to accept that this attitude of treating human life as nothing. He also did not feel that the concubine deserved to die. As such, he did not have any intention of rewarding Qiqi Zhongxi. After the imperial army moved away the pots of potatoes, the imperial army surrounded Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and Li Wangyu and left Qiqi Zhongxi's residence like a tide. Even now, Qiqi Zhongxi the Bai did not know what had happened, and he did not dare to ask. After sending Peng Yuankui away, Qiqi Zhongxi immediately ordered people to close the door. For a long time, he did not dare to take half a step out of his residence. Many years later, Qiqi Zhongxi followed the caravan and passed by a field. When he saw the blooming flowers in the field, he felt that they were very familiar. After thinking about it, he remembered that they were the same as the pots of flowers that Huxing County Count had taken away from his residence. He found a farmer and found out that these flowers were the potatoes that he and the others loved to eat the most. At this point, Qiqi Zhongxi suddenly realized what had happened in his residence that evening a few years ago. Putting aside the fear in Qiqi Zhongxi's heart, Li Wangyu was too lazy to continue staying in Chang'an City. After saying goodbye to Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin, Li Wangyu simply led the imperial army that was escorting the potted potatoes out of Chang'an City and returned to Dingzhou village before the city gates closed. A large group of imperial army soldiers escorting their Langjun back to the residence scared the villagers of Dingzhou village and the old housekeeper Li Heng. His beautiful superior hurriedly came out to greet him and saw Li Wangyu anxiously instructing everyone to move 2 pots of flowers into the castle. He was going to send them to the top of the castle that faced the sun to be cultivated. He also arranged for guards to guard the 2 pots of flowers 24 hours a day. His beautiful superior was naturally confused. She looked at the 2 pots of flowers for a long time and did not understand what was going on. Wangyu, what are you doing? Why are the 2 pots of flowers so nervous? Hihi Changqing, do you know what kind of plants these 2 pots of flowers are? The beautiful superior shook her head. The flowers were quite beautiful, but they were not common flowers in the flower shops of the modern era. She did not recognize them. Li Wangyu moved closer to her ear and softly said 2 words, potatoes. 2 simple words, but the beautiful superior felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She froze for a long time before looking at him in disbelief. Are you sure? Aren't potatoes in America? How did you find them? Li Wangyu burst out laughing and proudly described the events that had taken place today. Just as he was waiting for the beautiful superior to praise him, he saw the beautiful superior take a few steps back in disgust. So disgusting. You actually came in contact with a syphilis patient? Stay away from me and go take a bath. Li Wangyu was speechless. Damn, a woman with mysophobia. Chapter 598. During this period of time, Li Wangyu was in a really good mood. Zhang Baozong kept his word and really went to the Xianwei temple to kowtow to Sun Simiao. Actually, this was not an insult to him. After all, Sun Simiao was almost 90 years old and was close to becoming a famous person. Although Zhang Baozong was 70 years old, in front of Sun Simiao he was just a kid. Previously, when he spoke rudely to Sun Simiao, the old priest was too lazy to argue with him. He just treated him like an ignorant kid. There was no choice. Living for a long time was an asset. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, even in the future people who were 100 years old were not common. The country with the longest average life expectancy was only 82 years old. It was not surprising for the 90-year-old Sun Simiao to take in a 70-year-old disciple. Since their teacher was Sun Simiao's disciple, the disciples of the Zhang family could only kowtow to him. There was no choice. In this era the teacher was the most important. After Li Er discussed with Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, Qin Xiong and Yuqi Jingda, these big shots in the military, they all felt that the ambulance soldiers that Li Wangyu had proposed that day were good things. They could greatly reduce the percentage of soldiers who were injured or even killed in battle. After all, in the era of cold weapons, most of the injured could recover as long as the bleeding was stopped and treated in time. This was not just a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. For every soldier who was injured or killed, there would be 1 more veteran soldier. The so-called veteran soldiers were just soldiers who had been through many battles and were lucky enough to survive. More importantly, this could increase the courage of the soldiers in battle. If there were immediately medics to treat an injured soldier, this would be a huge morale booster for the soldiers. The military medical department naturally did not have any accidents and started to prepare. Li Er and the other big shots in the military planned to recruit 1,000 soldiers who were somewhat literate and smart from the Imperial Army and the Magistrate Army and train them. This matter could be implemented in 3 years in Jingguan, and the initial results could be seen in 4 years. On the other hand, Li Wangyu never imagined that he would encounter a syphilis patient like Peng Yuankui in a competition with Zhang Baozong on a whim. Furthermore, he never imagined that he would be able to dig out a treasure like the potato. Potatoes were really good stuff. They had a high yield per mu and were also resistant to cold. They could be grown even in sandy soil. The land of the Tang dynasty could be used to grow wheat or rice for one season, and then potatoes for the winter. Once the potato plantation was expanded, food would no longer be a problem. At the very least, no one would starve to death during a famine. When Li Wangyu thought of stewed beef with potatoes, hot and sour shredded potatoes, potato biscuits, fried potatoes, baked potatoes, potato roast meat, these delicacies, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Damn, why didn't potatoes taste that good in the future? Even his beautiful boss couldn't help but check on the growth of the potatoes every day when she found out that the 2 pots of beautiful flowers were potatoes. She was also looking forward to the potato. As the days passed, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss spent the winter in the Tang dynasty for the first time. However, they didn't feel cold at all. When he was building the castle, Li Wangyu was afraid of the cold winter, so he specially designed and installed many fireplaces. However, he didn't expect that they would be useless. In order to keep out the cold, he also spent a lot of money to ask the craftsmen to make many copper pipes and install them in the castle. He originally planned to connect the hot spring water from the mountain to the pipes during the winter and use it as a heater in the castle. However, he didn't expect that his efforts would be in vain. Now it was mid-December, but Li Wangyu hurried. The temperature in Chang was about 5 or 6 degrees. If the sun came out, even a thick coat couldn't be worn. The temperature was at least 10 degrees. This was similar to his experience when he traveled to Kunming in Yunnan in the future. Li Wangyu really didn't expect that the temperature in the Tang dynasty during the warm period would be so high in winter. Good news came one after another. On this day, Yang Quan hurried to Dingzhou village on a horse. Yang Quan, led by the old butler Li Heng, found Li Wangyu by the lake in his mansion. "Zio, you're still in the mood to fish here? Let's go to the festival quickly." Li Wangyu was stunned. It wasn't the New Year or any other festival. What was the festival about? Brother Xuqing, what festival? Harvest. The harvest festival. The rice is ripe. What? Li Wangyu didn't react for a moment. What rice is ripe? The next second he threw the fishing rod away and jumped up. Brother Xuqing, what did you say? The rice is ripe? Really? Haha, Zio, you don't believe me? You were the one who proposed to change the planting of rice in September. Why don't you believe it yourself? Do you know that the hundreds of thousands of people in Hu County worship you like a living Buddha? The prefectures and counties around Hu County are now regretting their decision. Haha, those bastards. That's what they get for laughing at me. Li Wangyu couldn't help but sweat when he heard Yang Quan, who was always gentle and refined, laugh like a Qing Yaojin. He also knew that when he proposed to change the planting of rice in September, Yang Quan was the one who was under the most pressure. After all, when Li Wangyu proposed this plan, he, as the official of Hu County, supported it wholeheartedly. Although Li Wangyu promised that if the planting of rice failed, he would provide rations for the hundreds of thousands of people in the following year until the new crop was ready, Yang Quan would still be in a lot of trouble. Li Wangyu already knew that Yang Quan's promotion this time was likely to jump several ranks. He would be directly appointed by Pai Lupi as a rank 5 imperial censor and become a subordinate of Wei Zheng. However, if the planting of rice in Hu County failed, Yang Quan would be removed from his position as county magistrate at the beginning of spring. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any problems with his promotion. Li Wangyu was naturally grateful for this. Fortunately, ever since the planting of rice, it had been growing well. Those who used this as an excuse to secretly criticize Li Wangyu and Yang Quan could only obediently shut their mouths. Li Wangyu hadn't paid much attention to the rice during this time. Now that he heard Yang Quan say that the rice had ripened, he was delighted. Zio, let's go. I've been an official for many years, but this is the first time I've seen a harvest festival in the 12th month. Yang Quan pulled Li Wangyu and walked out. Li Wangyu naturally had to follow along. Not only was he happy for Yang Quan and the people of Hu County, but he himself would also benefit greatly from this. Back then, Pai Lupi's words were like gold and jade. He had clearly said that the imperial court wouldn't take the rent from Hu County this year and would hand it all over to Li Wangyu. Now that the hundreds of thousands of people in Hu County had successfully switched to rice, the rent handed over to his family would be quite a bit. According to the previous records of Hu County, that was 100,000 dan of grain. Moreover, since Hu County had switched to rice this year, the rent paid by the people was naturally rice. The price of rice was much higher than wheat. This year the Guangzhong road was hit by a locust plague. Although the locusts were eliminated in time, the price of grain was still high. When Li Wangyu had just transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, During the second month of the second year of Jingguan, the price of grain was 360 coins per bushel. Now the price of grain had risen to 400 coins per bushel. However, the price of grain was different from the price of grain. The price of grain here didn't refer to the price of rice, but the price of millet, wheat and the like. The price of millet was only 60% of the price of rice. In other words, the price of rice in Chang, and today was more than 600 coins per bushel. According to this price, Li Wangyu's 100,000 dan of grain could be converted to 600,000 strings of coins. It was a terrifying price. However, before he could get the rent, there were already people who were jealous and even started to obstruct him. Chapter 599. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, there was the custom of holding a harvest festival on a large scale. Depending on the maturity of the crops, the time of the harvest festival varied as well. However, it was generally held in the 10th month of autumn. After harvesting, tasting, and storing the crops, a corresponding ceremony would be held to pray to the gods and ancestors for a smooth harvest and for a bountiful harvest in the coming year. The imperial family would also pray to the gods and the heavens on the winter solstice, praying for good weather in the coming year and for the people to have enough food and clothing. Even though there was a plague of locusts this year, the harvest festival was still held. Only Hu County did not hold one. This was very normal. At the time, the fields in Hu County were still green, so how could they hold a harvest festival? Thus, at the end of the year when the crops were ripe, the harvest festival of the second year of Jingguan began. When Li Wangyu and Yang Quan rode back to Hu County, they were shocked to find that the entire county had become a sea of joy. Before they even entered the county, they could see that both sides of the road were filled with people preparing to enter the county to participate in the harvest festival. The black mass of heads caused Li Wangyu to involuntarily click his tongue. He had never seen so many people outside of the train stations during the Spring Festival. This was the first time Li Wangyu had seen such a lively scene in the Tang dynasty. He found it quite interesting and chatted with Yang Quan on horseback. However, Hu County was only a middle county, so it was not very large. Before Li Wangyu and Yang Quan could enter the city, they were blocked at the city gates. The bailiffs hurriedly sounded their gongs, trying to make way for Yang Quan and Li Wangyu. "Out of the way, what are you all doing here? Don't you see that County Count Hu and Yang Mingfu want to enter the city? Out of the way, out of the way." It would have been better if the bailiffs had not shouted. Now that they had shouted, not only did they not disperse the people, they even made the surrounding crowd even more rowdy. "It's County Count Hu. County Count Hu is at the city gates. Quick, let's go. County Count Hu is there. Mother of my child, let's go to the city gate. County Count Hu Shin is there." Following which, the crowd formed by countless commoners rushed towards the city gate where Li Wangyu and Yang Quan were. Li Wangyu's forehead was dripping with sweat as he watched the dense mass of people rushing towards him. Oh my God, what are they doing? Putting aside the fact that he only had Niu Wu and a few guards by his side, even if he were to mobilize the imperial army of the Chamberlain of Jin, they would still be trampled to death. "Brother Shuqing, what are you doing?" Li Wangyu couldn't help but turn pale. He didn't want to be trampled to death for no reason. Even Zhao Yebai, the horse he was riding, was snorting anxiously and scratching the ground with its hooves. Yang Quan was no better than him. When had he ever seen such a situation? With so many people, if an accident were to happen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if they were on horseback, it would not be of any help. Even Niu Wu and the Li family's guards unconsciously gripped the hilts of their sabers. The Yamen runners were so frightened that they repeatedly sounded their gongs. "Halt! What are you all doing?" With so many people surging towards them, if a single person didn't abide by the rules and cause trouble, they would be drowned out by the crowd. But to everyone's surprise, when the crowd arrived in front of Li Wangyu and Yang Quan, they suddenly stopped. Everyone stared at Li Wangyu on horseback. For a long time no one spoke and the atmosphere became rather strange. Suddenly, a loud cry came from the crowd. "This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu." Then, under Li Wangyu's flabbergasted gaze, the commoners all fell to their knees. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by the sight of nearly 10,000 people kneeling in front of him. What was the meaning of this? Why were they kneeling to him all of a sudden? For 10,000 generations, County Count Hu, this commoner kowtows to County Count Hu. This commoner kowtows in gratitude to County Count Hu for saving our lives. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu on behalf of my entire family of 7. This commoner's family of 9 originally thought that we could only go out and beg for a living, but who would have thought that we would have a bountiful harvest of rice this year? This commoner is endlessly grateful. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu. Dao ancestor, Please bless County Count Hu with a long life of 100 years. There were also quite a few people who didn't forget to thank Yang Quan. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu and Yang Mingfu. Yang Mingfu, you are a good official. The cries of the common people caused the fear in Li Wangyu and Yang Quan's hearts to vanish, and they let out long sighs of relief. Following this, Li Wangyu felt his scalp go numb and goosebumps rise all over his body. He felt like an electric current was running through his body. What ability did he have to make so many commoners kowtow to him? Wasn't it just a sudden impulse that made the commoners switch to rice? Was he worthy of such praise? Li Wangyu hurriedly rolled off his horse and jogged over to an old man to help him up. Old sir, please don't. Please get up. The old man stubbornly kowtowed to Li Wangyu a few more times. Old me had many misunderstandings with County Count Hu. I thought that County Count Hu wanted us to switch to rice in the 9th month to harm the commoners. Old me was stupid and didn't understand County Count Hu's love for the commoners. Old me truly deserved to die. Please forgive me, County Count Hu. Li Wangyu's eyes also became somewhat moist. He motioned to Niu Wu to quickly help the old man up. Old sir is too serious. I was just blindly giving you an idea. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank Yang Mingfu. However, he ordered people to build water wheels for each village, cultivate rice seedlings and supervise you all to switch to rice. His contributions cannot go unnoticed. Li Wangyu pointed at Yang Quan and said with a smile. The commoners naturally kowtowed to Yang Quan again, causing Yang Quan to become flustered. He repeatedly waved his hands. At this moment, Yang Quan, a middle-aged man who had been an official for many years, also had red eyes. At this moment he seemed to truly understand the will of the people and the will of the people. The commoners were truly easily satisfied. Give them a mouthful of food to eat and let them pass through difficult times, and they would be unswervingly loyal and grateful. Originally, during the year of the Great Disaster, the surrounding provinces, counties didn't have much yield left. The government had already begun to prepare for disaster relief. However, because of Li Wangyu's persistence and perseverance and Yang Quan's support and supervision, the hundreds of thousands of commoners in Hu County changed to rice in the 9th month for the first time in history. They even had a great harvest today. How could the commoners not be deeply grateful to the two of them? In front of Hu County's gate, countless commoners rose and fell. They stood up and kowtowed again. They were so busy that Li Wangyu and Yang Quan helped them up and kowtowed again. Yang Quan and Li Wangyu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. However, their hearts were filled with pride. As the saying goes, when a real man lives in this world, he must establish a great reputation. Above, he must protect the ruler. Below, he must protect the people. If it is beneficial to the country, he will die 100 deaths without hesitation. The hubbub outside Hu County's gate fell into the eyes of a group of people on a nearby hill. Chapter 600. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, there was the custom of holding a harvest festival on a large scale. Depending on the maturity of the crops, the time of the harvest festival varied as well, but it was generally held in the 10th month of the golden autumn. After harvesting, tasting, and storing the crops, a corresponding ceremony would be held to pray to the ancestors and gods, praying for a smooth harvest and for a bountiful harvest in the coming year. The imperial family would also pray to the gods and the heavens during the winter solstice, praying for good weather and for the people to have enough food and clothing. Even though there was a plague of locusts this year, the harvest festival was still held. Only Hu County did not hold one. This was very normal. At the time, the fields in Hu County were still green, so how could they hold a harvest festival? Thus, at the end of the year, when the crops were ripe, the harvest festival of the 2nd year of Jingguan began. When Li Wangyu and Yang Quan rode back to Hu County, they were shocked to find that the entire county had become a sea of joy. Before they even entered the county, they could see people on both sides of the road, preparing to enter the county to participate in the harvest festival. The black mass of heads caused Li Wangyu to involuntarily click his tongue. He had never seen so many people outside of the train stations during the spring festival. This was the first time Li Wangyu had seen such a lively scene in the Tang dynasty. He found it quite interesting and chatted with Yang Quan on horseback. However, Hu County was only a middle county, so it was not very large. Before Li Wangyu and Yang Quan could enter the city, they were blocked at the city gates. The bailiffs hurriedly sounded their gongs, trying to make way for Yang Quan and Li Wangyu. Get out of the way, what are you all doing here? Don't you see that County Count Hu and Yang Mingfu want to enter the city? Get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way. It would have been better if the bailiffs had not shouted. Now that they had shouted, not only did they not disperse the crowd, but they also made the crowd even more noisy. It's County Count Hu. County Count who is at the city gates. Quick, let's go. County Count who is there. Mother of my child, let's go to the city gate. County Count Hu Xin is there. Following which, the crowd formed by countless commoners rushed towards the city gate where Li Wangyu and Yang Quan were. Seeing the black mass of people coming towards him, Li Wangyu's forehead was soaked with a few drops of sweat. Oh my god, what are they doing? Putting aside the fact that he only had Niu Wu and a few guards by his side, even if he were to mobilize the imperial army of the Chamberlain of Jin, they would still be trampled to death. Brother Shuqing, what are you doing? Li Wangyu couldn't help but turn pale. He didn't want to be trampled to death for no reason. Even Zhao Yebai, the horse he was riding, was snorting anxiously and scratching the ground with its hooves. Yang Quan was no better than him. When had he ever seen such a situation? With so many people, if an accident were to happen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if they were on horseback, it would not be of any help. Even Niu Wu and the Li family's guards unconsciously gripped the hilts of their sabers. The Yamen runners were so frightened that they repeatedly sounded their gongs. Halt! What are you all doing? With so many people surging towards them, if a single person didn't abide by the rules and cause trouble, they would be drowned out by the crowd. But to everyone's surprise, when the crowd arrived in front of Li Wangyu and Yang Quan, they suddenly stopped. Everyone stared at Li Wangyu on horseback. For a long time no one spoke and the atmosphere became rather strange. Suddenly, a loud cry came from the crowd. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu. Then, under Li Wangyu's flabbergasted gaze, the commoners all fell to their knees. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by the sight of nearly 10,000 people kneeling in front of him. What was the meaning of this? Why were they kneeling to him for no reason? County Count Hu, Marquis Hu, for 10,000 generations, this commoner kowtows to County Count Hu. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu for saving our lives. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu on behalf of my entire family of 7. This commoner's family of 9 originally thought that we could only go out and beg for a living, but who would have thought that we would have a bountiful harvest of rice this year? This commoner is endlessly grateful. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu. Tao ancestor, please bless County Count Hu with a long life of 100 years. Quite a few of them didn't forget to thank Yang Quan. This commoner kowtows to County Count Hu and Yang Mingfu. Yang Mingfu, you are a good official. The cries of the common people caused the fear in Li Wangyu and Yang Quan's hearts to fade away, and they let out long sighs of relief. Li Wangyu felt his scalp go numb and goosebumps rise all over his body. He felt like an electric current was running through his body. What ability did he have to make so many commoners kowtow to him? Wasn't it just a whim that made the commoners switch to rice? Was he worthy of such praise? Li Wangyu hurriedly rolled off his horse and ran to an old man to help him up. Old sir, you can't do this, you can't do this. Please get up. The old man stubbornly kowtowed to Li Wangyu a few more times. Old me had many misunderstandings with County Count Hu. I thought that County Count Hu wanted us to switch to rice in the 9th month to harm the commoners. Old me was slow-witted and didn't understand County Count Hu's love for the commoners. Old me truly deserved to die. Please forgive me, County Count Hu. Li Wangyu's eyes also became somewhat moist. He motioned to Niu Wu to quickly help the old man up. Old sir, you are too serious. I was just blindly giving you an idea. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank Yang Mingfu. However, he ordered people to build water wheels for each village, cultivate rice seedlings and supervise you all to switch to rice. His contributions cannot go unnoticed. Li Wangyu pointed at Yang Quan and said with a smile. The commoners naturally kowtowed to Yang Quan again, causing Yang Quan to become flustered. He repeatedly waved his hands. At this moment, Yang Quan, a middle-aged man who had been an official for many years, also had red eyes. At this moment he seemed to truly understand the will of the people and the will of the people. The commoners were truly easy to satisfy. Give them a mouthful of food to eat and let them pass through difficult times, and they would be unswervingly loyal and grateful. Originally, during the year of the Great Disaster, the surrounding provinces and counties didn't have much yield left. The government had already begun to prepare for disaster relief. However, because of Li Wangyu's persistence and perseverance and Yang Quan's support and supervision, the 100,000 commoners of Hu County were able to switch to rice in the 9th month for the first time in history. They even had a great harvest today. How could the commoners not be deeply grateful to the two of them? In front of Hu County's gate, countless commoners rose and fell. They stood up and kowtowed again. They were so busy that Li Wangyu and Yang Quan helped them up and kowtowed again. Yang Quan and Li Wangyu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. However, their hearts were filled with pride. As the saying goes, when a real man lives in this world, he must establish a great reputation. Above, he must protect the ruler. Below, he must protect the people. If it is beneficial to the country, he will die 100 times without hesitation. The hubbub outside Hu County's gate fell into the eyes of a person riding on a nearby hill. Chapter 601. Wah, Your Majesty, that brat Zio and that Yang Quan really surprised me. Planting rice in September actually succeeded? Qing Yaojin's signature hoarse voice boomed. The group of people on the hillside outside the county town of Hu County was naturally Li Er and a group of important officials of the court. During the morning court session, an official reported that Hu County had successfully switched to planting rice. They had already begun harvesting and storing the rice. Today, Hu County would also hold a harvest festival to celebrate. When Pai Lupi heard this, his interest was naturally piqued. He led a group of dukes and officials on a patrol in plain clothes and rushed to Hu County to see what was going on. However, no one had expected to see such a scene. Tens of thousands of people kneeling and thanking Li Wangyu and Yang Quan. This made Pai Lupi a bit stunned. However, this was within reason. Compared to the people in the surrounding counties, their faces were clouded with worry. They didn't know how to survive the disaster. The bigwigs of the imperial court were already discussing the disaster relief. Not only did the 100,000 people in Hu County not have to worry about famine, but their income was even better than in previous years. The reason was simple. The price of rice was higher than that of corn. These people couldn't bear to eat refined grains like rice. After paying rent, the rice that was originally reserved for rations would naturally be sold on the market for corn. After all, corn was only 60% of the price of rice. This was equivalent to a 40% increase in income. How could the people of Hu County not be moved to tears by Li Wangyu and Yang Quan? In response to Qing Yaojin's words, Pai Lupi shook his head. Zio's way of doing things is truly difficult to fathom. On the side, Fang Xianling stroked his beard and smiled. I hope that Zio can do more unexpected things. Haha, Fang Xuanling's words are reasonable. Let's go. Everyone enter the city. Today we will celebrate with the people. This is the first time I've seen the year-end harvest festival. Li Er laughed heartily. He urged his horse down the mountain and led the group of big shots towards the county seat of Hu County. Yang Quan and Li Wangyu were naturally startled by the sudden appearance of Pai Lupi and the other officials. They hurriedly went up to greet them. No need for formalities. We are also here today to join in the fun. Yang Mingfu, you can go about your business. Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Yang Quan did not need to be so courteous and should go about his business. The various harvest festivals were all led by the government. As the official, Yang Zwe naturally had to be present to lead the ceremony. After Yang Quan excused himself and left, Pai Lupi waved at Li Wangyu. Zio, it seems that what you said was true. Unfortunately, we did not listen to you and did not allow Guanzhong Road to switch to rice in August and September. When Pai Lupi mentioned this matter, he felt that it was a pity. If Guanzhong Road's fields could be switched to rice in time, the officials in the imperial court would not have to rack their brains for disaster relief. Now, not only did Guanzhong Road not have to rent, but they also had to allocate large amounts of food for disaster relief. Comparing the two, Pai Lupi could not help but feel regret. He regretted that he did not listen to Li Wangyu's advice. Uncle, you can't say that. When I first proposed this matter, I was actually just trying it out. However, I was not confident. Today I was just lucky that it succeeded. Now that I think about it, if Uncle and the other officials had agreed to switch to rice in Guanzhong Road, the consequences would have been even more serious if it failed. As they say, in order to govern a big country one has to be careful. Uncle and the other officials were not wrong. Li Wangyu's words made Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others nod their heads. These were the words of an old man. Although they were also annoyed by this matter, they did not regret it. Just as Li Wangyu said, how could such a matter be decided by Li Wangyu alone? If it succeeded, they would be happy. However, if it failed, they would be in deep trouble. A county had a population of 100,000, while the entire Guanzhong Road had a population of several million. The two were not on the same level. After the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the Tang dynasty had 3.04 million households and 12 million people. Nearly a third of them were in Guanzhong Road. Chaos could happen anywhere in the Great Tang, but Guanzhong Road could not. This was also the reason why in history, after Guanzhong Road was hit by locusts, Pai Lupi immediately sent out Yufu golden silk to redeem the sold children and return them to their parents. He also issued a general amnesty to stabilize the people of Guanzhong Road. Now, because of the timely elimination of the locusts, Although Guanzhong Road's yield was reduced by 60% to 70%, it was not a complete loss. The people did not have to sell their children to survive. Compared to history, it was much better. In addition, the rent for this year was reduced, and the government was preparing to start disaster relief. At least this year, Guanzhong Road would not be filled with starving people. It was a blessing in disguise. Li Wangyu naturally understood this, so what he said to Pai Lupi was from the bottom of his heart. Everyone sighed and praised Li Wangyu for being a genius. In the midst of the hubbub, someone suddenly stepped out and cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, since Hu County is about to have a bumper harvest this year, does Your Majesty's decree for Guanzhong Road to waive the rent for this year include Hu County?" Li Wangyu could not help but frown. It was Wang Renyu again. He was really haunting him. What did he mean by saying this at this time? However, he did not say anything. He only looked at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi was also stunned. He pondered for a moment before saying, "I remember that I once said that if Hu County fails to plant rice this year, the rent for that county will be waived. However, if there is a harvest at the end of the year, the rent for this year will be given to Hu County Count as a reward for Hu County Count's dedication to the people." What? Did Lord Wang forget about this? Wang Renyu smiled insincerely and shook his head. "No, I naturally remember. However, in my opinion, the tax for Hu County is around 100,000 sure. Now that Guanzhong Road is suffering from a disaster, the Imperial Court has to provide disaster relief and the Ministry of Civil Affairs is struggling. If there is 100,000 sure of grain, how many people can be saved? I believe that since Hu County Count did not invest in this at the beginning, supervising the planting of rice, the construction of water wheels, and the distribution of rice seedlings was all done by Hu County Magistrate Yang Quan and the Deputy Magistrate. If Your Majesty were to reward Hu County Count with 100,000 sure of grain rent, would that be inappropriate?" Wang Renyu's words almost made Li Wangyu's nose crooked from anger. K these bastards. When I said that I wanted to change the planting of rice, these aristocratic families all stood out and accused me of bringing disaster to the country and the people. Now that there is a bumper harvest, they actually want to interfere. They are not human. In reality, Li Wangyu did not plan on taking the 100,000 sure of grain rent. He did not lack money, so he was willing to use the grain to do good deeds. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. Now that Li Wangyu had money, of course he was willing to use it to do good deeds and help the people. Originally, he had been thinking about using the 100,000 sure of grain to the newly established Wangyu Charity Hall, to help the people of Guanzhong Road. However, if he donated it, it would be different from Wang Renyu stealing the grain that belonged to him. How could Li Wangyu let this old thief succeed? Li Wangyu laughed coldly. No, Lord Wang is wrong. Chapter 602. Wang Renyu sneered and glanced at Li Wangyu. What? Does County Count who think I'm wrong? Or does County Count who not want to part with the 100,000 dan of grain? I'm thinking for the common people. If County Count who doesn't want to part with the grain, that's fine. I'm just asking for the common people to share His Majesty's burden. The common people are crying piteously for food, and we have received His Majesty's favor. How can we turn a blind eye and not hear? His words sounded righteous and concerned for the common people, but Li Wangyu inwardly cursed. This kind of pseudo-moral guardian was indeed equally shameless, and the degree of shamelessness was the same. Li Wangyu was sure that if he said that he was unwilling, the aristocratic families would definitely ruin his reputation among the common people. They would say that he was rich but heartless, that he was extravagant, and that he was an evil person who was indifferent to the common people. If he was pressured by morality and agreed not to take the land rent, that would be even better. Not only would Li Wangyu have worked for nothing, but Wang Renyu would also be able to claim that he was asking for the common people. He would be able to get 100,000 dan of grain from Li Wangyu to help the common people, and he would be able to raise the reputation of the Taiyuan Wang clan. Neither side would be at a disadvantage. All he had to do was talk. All the big shots naturally understood this, and they couldn't help but secretly curse Wang Renyu for being shameless. Even Pai Lupi inwardly shook his head. He felt that the Taiyuan Wang clan's table manners were too unsightly. Qing Yaojin glared at Wang Renyu with his bell-sized eyes. However, at this moment even Qing Yaojin couldn't say anything. After all, Wang Renyu had said that he was doing this for the common people. Li Wangyu already had a countermeasure, and he was even planning to dig a hole for Wang Renyu to jump into. However, Li Wangyu slowly shook his head. No, Lord Wang, these words are wrong. It doesn't matter if I take the land rent or not, but I can't harm His Majesty. Nonsense, what does this have to do with His Majesty? How is it not related? His Majesty is the Emperor. How can he go back on his words? Was His Majesty's reputation only worth 100,000 dan of grain? You want His Majesty to take back his order for the sake of 100,000 dan of grain. In this way does His Majesty's words not count? Lord Wang, what are you up to? Li Wangyou's rebuke made Wang Renyu somewhat at a loss as to how to answer. The Emperor's words were naturally the golden rule. He didn't dare to say in front of Pai Lupi that Pai Lupi's words didn't count. Wouldn't that be disloyal? Wang Renyu simply snorted coldly and said no more. Li Wangyu cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi and said, Uncle, back then you said that you would hand over the land rent in Hu County to me. Will I be able to do with the land rent as I wish? Pai Lupi stroked his beard and smiled. Of course. Zio, you don't have to worry. You deserve the 100,000 dan of grain rent. Back then, if it weren't for your guarantee and your willingness to bear a year's worth of food for the 100,000 people in Hu County after the failure of the rice transplanting, how could there be today's harvest? Therefore, the 100,000 dan of grain rent will naturally be given to you. You don't have to worry about this. As for how you want to deal with it, that is your own matter. I and the court will not interfere. Li Wangyu bowed towards Pai Lupi as a ruler and subject. I thank your Majesty for your kindness. Thus, I will shamelessly accept the 100,000 dan of grain rent. Seeing Li Wangyu so unceremoniously accept the 600,000 dan of grain, Wang Renyu felt sick of it. However, he couldn't say anything. He could only think about how to smear Li Wangyou's name in the scholarly circles when he returned. Just as Wang Renyu was thinking, he heard Li Wangyu continue. However, I was inspired by Lord Wang's words. I feel that as a subject I should share your Majesty's worries. Now that Guanzhong Road is suffering from a disaster, I am willing to do my best to resolve your Majesty's worries. Therefore, I plan to donate the 100,000 dan of grain to the court and ask your Majesty to use it to help the people. Pai Lupi and the others were stunned when they heard this. What was this? He was going to donate the 100,000 dan of grain? Pai Lupi couldn't help but wave his hand. Zio, you don't have to do this. No, your Majesty. What Lord Wang said just now is very reasonable. The people are crying piteously for food and we are greatly indebted to the ruler. How can we turn a blind eye and not hear? Therefore, I am willing to donate the 100,000 dan of grain. I believe that I am not the only one who will do this. Lord Wang also thinks the same. Li Wangyu looked at Wang Renyu. Lord Wang, right? His words made Wang Renyu dumbfounded. How did he get blamed for this? Was that what he meant just now? He didn't want Pai Lupi to reward him with the 100,000 dan of grain, but he didn't want Li Wangyu to donate the 100,000 dan of grain himself. The difference between the two was too great. Moreover, Li Wangyu, this bastard, had said such nice things. What did he mean by sharing the ruler's worries? If he wanted to donate the grain himself, then just donate it. What was the meaning of dragging him into it? Wang Renyu suddenly came to his senses and cold sweat ran down his back. He couldn't help but turn his head and glare at Li Wangyu. County Count Hu you don't talk nonsense. When did this old man ask you to? He couldn't finish his sentence. He really didn't mean it that way before, but after Li Wangyou's words, it really did seem like he was the one who instigated Li Wangyu to donate the grain. Wang Renyu was being roasted on the fire. Li Wangyu didn't care about the 600,000 strings of grain and casually donated it. He even put Wang Renyu on a high pedestal. Then how could he say that he didn't mean it that way? Wouldn't that be slapping his own face? But if he tacitly agreed and Li Wangyu donated the grain, how could his Taiyuan Wang clan not donate? If it was just the Taiyuan Wang clan donating the grain, then it was fine. Donating a bit of grain wasn't a big deal. But the point was, if he were to donate as well, what would the other courtiers do? With Li Wangyu and Wang Renyu as precedents, would the others have to share the ruler's worries? Would they pretend not to see it? What was the difference between this and a company in the future forcefully distributing donations of love? In short, everyone would have to fork out their own money, but they would hate the person who suggested it. And the person who suggested it today was him, Wang Renyu. It was because he suddenly understood this that Wang Renyu felt his balls hurt. He couldn't donate the grain, but he couldn't not donate it. He was still thinking about how to dodge the question when he heard Qing Yaojin laugh. Ha, Zio's words are reasonable. Since Duke Wang said that he wanted to help the ruler resolve his worries, then this matter should naturally be done. I, old Qing, don't have that much grain, but I still have enough to donate 5,000 dan. Your Majesty, I will donate 5,000 dan of grain to help the people of Guanzhong. Qing Yaojin's words almost made Wang Renyu spit out a mouthful of blood. Wasn't this adding insult to injury? This time he was really covered in yellow mud. Even if it wasn't shit, it was shit. Wang Renyu gritted his teeth and could only reply, Your Majesty, I am also willing to donate 10,000 dan of grain to help the people of Guangzhou. His words caused the officials to raise their eyebrows. Their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Chapter 603. Pai Lupi glanced at Wang Renyu and then smiled at Li Wangyu. Zio, since you have such a heart to serve the country and the people, how can I stop you? I approve of this matter. He then turned to Mi Tua, who had been waiting by his side, and said, record the donations made by County Count Hu, Duke Lu, and Duke Wang. Tomorrow publish it on the palace gate. I want the world to know about the righteous deeds of County Count Hu and the others. Yes. Mi Tua naturally accepted the order. Pai Lupi's words made all the officials speechless. This Pai Lupi was indeed two-faced. On the surface he was praising Li Wangyu and the others for their contributions, but in reality he was warning them to donate as well. Otherwise, if the palace gates were to be copied, the faces of all the officials would turn ugly. If they did not donate, wouldn't they be scolded to death by the people of Guangzhou Path? I will donate 500 dan of grain. I will donate 100 dan of grain. I will donate 1,000 dan. The officials could only donate different amounts of food to the imperial court according to their positions and the savings of their families. The officials looked at Wang Renyu with hatred. This bastard who harmed others without benefiting himself became even more so. They wanted to immediately go home and make a scarecrow and write Wang Renyu's name on it to vent their anger. One must know that not all officials were as rich as Li Wangyu, Qing Yaojin, or the aristocratic families. It was not easy to live in Chang'an University. Many officials who did not come from aristocratic families found it difficult to feed their families. Now they were here to participate in the harvest festival, but because of one sentence from Wang Renyu, they had to donate grain. What the hell was going on? This Wang Renyu was not a good person. Whether or not County Count Hu takes 100,000 dan of grain, what does it have to do with you? Even the few clan leaders of the aristocratic families threw a dissatisfied glance at Wang Renyu, and then each donated 10,000 dan of grain. Wang Renyu wanted to cry but no tears came out. Today he had really shot himself in the foot. Not only did he lose 10,000 dan of grain, but he was also hated by the officials. The gloominess in his heart almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Li Wangyu was actually adding insult to injury. Sure enough, Lord Wang is the most important minister of the country, His Majesty's trusted aide. Without Lord Wang's guidance and the heart of serving the people, I really wouldn't have thought of donating 100,000 dan of grain. I'm ashamed. Wang Renyu's face turned even darker. He didn't know what to say, so he simply retreated to the side without saying a word. Pai Lupi smiled. After Li Wangyu stirred things up, Pai Lupi did a rough calculation. Including the farmland rent that Li Wangyu donated, they had collected nearly 200,000 dan of grain from hundreds of officials. This was not a small number. With this, the Ministry of Civil Affairs would have no problem raising some funds to help the millions of people affected by the disaster in Guangzhou Road. Thinking of this, Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He couldn't help but tease Li Wangyu. Ziyu, since you've already spent so much, you don't have to send any more gifts for my birthday. I'll take the 100,000 dan of grain as your gift, ha. Li Wangyu waved his hand. Uncle Hehe, I've already prepared the gift. How can you not accept it? This gift is something that I racked my brains and spent countless manpower and resources to come up with. I guarantee that it will surprise you. Hearing this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel curious. He smiled and nodded. If that's the case, then I'll wait for your gift. But Li Wangyu hesitated. He planned to take advantage of Pai Lupi's good mood today to explain the matter of him holding back the 73 palace maids. He donated 100,000 dan of grain in exchange for Pai Lupi's palace maids. He thought that Pai Lupi wouldn't be reluctant to part with them, right? But what? Seeing that Li Wangyu suddenly stuttered, Pai Lupi felt that something was wrong. This kid might be up to something again. Hehe, uncle, but of the 300 palace maids that I brought back to practice, 73 of them were punished because they made mistakes. Uncle won't blame me, right? Hearing this, Pai Lupi didn't think it was a big deal. He casually waved his hand. Ziyu, you can do as you see fit. I've already said that if those palace maids are disobedient, you can punish them however you want. However, Li Wangyu's next words almost made Pai Lupi's nose crooked from anger. Li Wangyu lowered his voice and smiled embarrassedly. Yes. Since uncle has said so, I'm relieved. I've already punished the 73 palace maids that made mistakes. I've punished them by marrying them to my fu and forbidding them from ever returning to the palace. What? Pai Lupi couldn't help but raise his voice. He pointed at Li Wangyu, who had an innocent expression. What did you say? What, uncle? But I didn't punish them properly? Those 73 palace maids were unbearably vulgar. I felt that if they returned to the palace, they would be an eyesore. That's why I punished them by marrying them to avoid sending them back to the palace and disgusting uncle. Pai Lupi took a few deep breaths to stabilize his mood. He suppressed the urge to slap the little bastard in front of him to death. No wonder he used the excuse of rehearsing for his birthday to borrow the 300 palace maids from the palace. It turned out that he was here to ambush him. This little bastard, he wanted to learn from his 3 kingdoms, where Liu Bei borrowed Jingzhou and didn't return it. He still has the nerve to say that my palace maids are unbearably vulgar. Does he have any shame? Pai Lupi really didn't want to continue arguing with Li Wangyu. He coldly snorted and didn't say anything. He turned around and left. Mi Tua returned to the palace. Yes. Mi Tua didn't hear the conversation between uncle and nephew, so he didn't understand. Wasn't His Majesty in a good mood just now? Why did he want to return to Chang'an? However, Pai Lupi said that he wanted to go back, so he naturally didn't dare to say anything. He could only immediately order someone to bring a horse over and help Pai Lupi onto the horse's back. On the horse's back, Pai Lupi used the horsewhip in his hand to point at Li Wangyu. He angrily said, "In a few days, if I don't see the surprise you mentioned, you will go to the censorate prison to report yourself." After Pai Lupi finished speaking, he whipped the horse and left. Mi Tua and a group of palace guards naturally hurried to follow. Seeing this, although the officials didn't understand why Pai Lupi suddenly left, they also followed back to Chang'an. However, Qing Yaojin didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he went to Li Wangyu and asked, "Zio, what did you say to His Majesty? What made him so angry?" Li Wangyu smiled and touched his nose. "Hee, Uncle Cheng, nothing. Qing Yaojin raised his big hand threateningly. "Are you going to say it or not?" It's really nothing. It's just that, it's just that I detained dozens of His Majesty's palace maids." Due to Qing Yaojin's threat, Li Wangyu whispered to Qing Yaojin that he secretly married 73 palace maids. Qing Yaojin raised his head and laughed. "Wow, you're amazing. It's okay, I've wanted to do this for a long time, but I'm not as bold as you. Others say that I'm a pain in the ass, but now it seems that this title should be given to you. Don't worry, when I go back to the censorate prison, I'll let Chumo and the others see you." Wah. Qing Yaojin satisfied his curiosity, laughed, jumped on the horse's back and chased after Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu was speechless. He raised 2 middle fingers in the direction